one. Give it a couple seconds and then...
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to RC Racing TV's live coverage of the 2016 IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships. Our coverage once again presented by Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing, and by Run and Time Fuel, and alongside our colleagues at IFMAR, the world governing body of RC Racing, governing body of this event, alongside EFRA, the European governing body, sector coordinators for this event, of which we are the official media partners for season 2016. Welcome on board. We've had our first few days of qualifying that have gone on for a very long time, I have to say, with the first day's rain delays. Everything got shuttled back, and it was a bit of a slog to make it through, but we have made it. We are in the final round of qualifying as we speak. We are about halfway through the final round of qualifying, and today is where things really get serious, because once this round of qualifying is over, we switch into SuperPole mode, and after that it is straight on into the finals. So for many people at this event, their event ends today. It's one day longer than a normal EFRA European event, but for some drivers it may only still be 3 days of action for them. So we are coming up right now in the middle of the warm-up is happening for Group 6 of Round 6. This is Adam Johnson along with Frank McKinney and John Ergen on the RC Racing TV team. And we are getting ready for Group 6 to come out. And away they go beneath us. This group featuring the likes of Tom Krugewski, the reigning European B 1/10 champion, Mikel Tadarian, Emmanuel Adami, Sebastian Scuderi, and Florina La Rosa, as well as Melvin Diekman, Generoso Mazza, Andrew Gillespie of Australia, and Giorgio Laterra. One of the many, many home favourites here. 39 home drivers here this week for this event. And if a Worlds is on home turf, then you turn out in big numbers.
How do we miss Floriana La Rosa? It's a lady driver.
Good question.
I'm sure I saw her, and she was walking through the pits, but don't know why. Don't know how we missed her. I'm going to get you another sound cable.
Okay.
And we'll see what we can do there. But yeah, morning everybody. Morning Harry. Yes, we have your name now, BlissX264.
The Aussies gave away your details.
Yeah, we know all about you now.
Uh-oh.
You've shared their details, and they've shared your details. So
We've raked the muck on you.
Morning, Steve Metcalf. Thanks for posting in the, I think it was the page that you posted your viewing setup in. So morning to everybody that is out there and listening. So just some minor tweaks to that we need to do, but don't say the S word. But I think we may have actually sorted out our issues, the last issues that we had yesterday. So cross your fingers. And I'll just hand you this. Oh no, it's still going, isn't it? What is that coming from? I don't know.
I don't think that's my cable.
Well, it stopped just then. No, plug it all the way in so it clicks. Say something.
Silence. I don't hear any buzzing.
I don't know. Yeah.
Just roll with it.
Yeah.
At this point, just roll with it.
Yeah. Just don't roll over the cable on
No.
your thing. So maybe I'll wind it up properly because you don't seem to be able to wind up cable at all.
I can wind up cable.
There was a big clump of yellow cord on the desk yesterday.
Along with the many other clumps of cords we have on this desk, to be fair.
Yeah, but they're all stretched to sort of length. Hello, Brendan.
Invitation.
Thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat. Please, just one of many times I'm going to say this today, but please, if you have anything you'd like to say to us live on the stream, please, well, even if you're watching this in the future, recorded, the recorded version, please ask in the YouTube stream, not on the Facebook page or group, because we're not going to be able to check those locations all day. So the YouTube chat is much quicker for us to talk and reply and respond to you, and especially to follow your mates. So yeah, I'm just going to go silent for a moment and be right back.
Frank is going AFK for a second. As we continue on, we've got about 2 minutes to go in the session. He's now trying to wind me up. Or should I say, wind my cable up. Yeah, a little bit of ergonomics up here. Not ergonomics.
That not is you, though.
That was not me. Sorry. I'm full of the bad puns this morning. Even Jean is rightly smiling. That's what you have to do at this point in a World Championship event to keep you from losing your mind. Had that many rounds of qualifying already. You may be able to tell a little bit of contact there between those two. You may be able to tell we are kind of looking forward to the end of qualifying now, just because it has gone on for so. I mean, it's 6 rounds already, 3 across 3 per day for 2 days. But of course, with the delays on the first day, we effectively lost half a day of running. So we've had to bump the last round to today, and so qualifying really has been dragged out at this point. And the irony is, we of course pretty much know the identity. And we certainly know the identity of our TQ, because he's wrapped it up with a round to spare. That'll be one Dario Balestri, who secured that with 2 brilliant rounds yesterday, considering he was on track for 4 times yesterday. And he also won. I know. I said he won 3 rounds. I'm getting to that. Yes, I said he won 2 rounds yesterday, and then I was going to say he won the first round on whenever it was. Right. See?
I'm half reading, half listening.
There's method to the madness. But yes, he has won a total of 3 out of the 5 rounds contested. So he is already guaranteed as a TQ because no one else can match that result. At the moment, the guys in position to go into the SuperPole session later on this morning are Alessio Mazzeo. So it could be a very, very good day for the home fans. Alessio Mazzeo is in position. He's in second. Simon Kurzbuch, because when is he never not in the top positions? Dominik Greiner of Germany, of Team Serpent, and Robert Piech, also of Germany, for Mugen and Team Pico with the Protoform body. Those are the 4 guys in your SuperPole session. Now, you may be asking when said session is. I'm about to tell you. The SuperPole session is coming up at 11 a.m. local time, and that will be just after the final round of the final heat of round 6 of qualifying. So your top heat there is 10:24 a.m. local time. So that is Central European time. 10:24 a.m. is when your top guys will be out on track. For now, we have Group 6 of just Heat 6 just completed. And now Group 7 are on their way into position. And they're ready to go. Here's your lineup for that one. Good to see so many people in the YouTube chat already. Great to see you guys joining in. Guys like Tyler Rent, Harrison Anian, Brendan Sidor, BlissX264. All of you guys, great to have you on board already. People talking about the rough size of these cars. Somebody mentioning about a shoebox kind of size. That's not too bad a metaphor in terms of kind of explaining the size of these things. I'd say that's about as good as any. As good a description as any for these cars. So, we just had a question about how the SuperPole works. And I'll tell you, SuperPole is a relatively new innovation. It was first trialled at the 1/8 IC Track European Championships last year. Excuse me. It was first trialled there last year. I was at that event. And it was an amazing success. So since then, EFRA have put it in there for their on-road, or at least their Nitro on-road events. And how it works effectively is you have, obviously your TQ goes straight on into the final. That is an absolute given. So Dario Balestri will be sat pretty and comfortable watching the SuperPole session at 11 a.m. because he will not be involved in it because he'll already be in the final. But positions 2nd through 5th in the overall qualifying standings will effectively then compete in SuperPole for a second automatic bye into the final. And the way it works is each driver goes out on track on their own and has 5 timed laps. That's it. The fastest of those 5 laps then goes forward, and whoever has the fastest lap out of the 4 drivers will take the SuperPole position.
We're live now.
So it's fabulously tense. I love the SuperPole session. You may have noticed I'm a big fan of it, and I can't wait for when the action kicks off later on, because it is a marvellous addition. I think it's a great way of mixing up and concluding qualifying and transitioning into competitive terms. And what's interesting, of course, is SuperPole was due to start yesterday. It was due to happen yesterday. So what's ended up happening is that some of the top guys who may have had the day off today because it was just going to be lower finals are at the track and are ready to go because they are obviously in the last round of qualifying, which is on right now. And they're also going to be involved, well, a few of them are going to be involved in the SuperPole. As I say, as it stands right now, Alexio Mazzeo, Simon Kersbuck, Dominic Greiner and Robert Piche are the 4 involved in the 4 positions to go into SuperPole. So you've got Dario Balestri, who is your TQ as it stands. So he's fine. He's pretty much through as your TQ. So he's okay. And provisionally, Mazzeo, Kersbuck, Greiner and Piche are your 4 guys who will move into SuperPole. Each of those guys will have 5 time laps on their own on the track. It's important to stress, on their own. It is solo running on the track. Just them. Just one driver at a time, no one else. And you may think single car on one track, not much entertainment in that. Well, you'd be really, really wrong, because all of the SuperPole sessions I've covered so far at various events have been fascinatingly tense. You've got the bleachers and the grandstands are packed out. There's people lining the fences for it. But you've never seen an atmosphere like it at an RC racing event, just in terms of just that many people just silent, just watching on the edge of their respective seats, watching each guy do their laps, looking to the scoreboard after every lap. Oh, is that faster? No, not quite. And they've all been fantastically close. If I remember rightly, in Sweden, the 4 drivers who took part in that SuperPole session, including, I believe Kersbuck was in that one. Simon Kersbuck was already in that one. So he's an expert. He's got a lot of experience at this setup already. And I believe Balestri was in that group as well. Oh, my apologies. Simon Kersbuck was TQ. And Dario Balestri was in the SuperPole session. And it was magnificently tense between those 4 guys. It was so tense. And what happened was you had Robin DeHont snatch it. And of the 4 drivers, 4 top quality drivers at the very top of their game, and all 4 drivers were separated by literally about 0.05 of a second. So that's 0.05 of a second. That is about the time it takes to switch a light on. That is how much those guys were divided by, or separated by, I should say, in such a close heat. It was absolutely marvellous. What a great spectacle. And we're really looking forward to it. It's coming up in about, let's see how, an hour and 45 minutes away. So remember to lock in, set your timers, your top heat timers if you will. Set them for 11 a.m. local time, and that'll be just after the top heat of qualifying. So you see a lot of those guys out in that top heat. That'll be at 10:24 a.m. local time.
I've just been helping out our Italian colleagues next door to us. So if you perchance are a native Italian language speaker, you can check out the YouTube channel of Cinco Colli TV. Cinco Colli TV. Cinco Colli, of course, is the club. The club that we're at is actually called Club Automodelistico Cinco Colli. So I don't know what the Colli means, but anyway, it's their YouTube channel is 5COLLI TV, all no spaces, and that is where you can find the same stream that you're watching now with the live timing and everything, but with Italian language commentary. So I think this is a first for us. It's pretty cool to have dual commentary.
Yeah, that is pretty neat, gotta say. Plenty going on in the YouTube chat already. Great to have so many of you guys on board already right from the start. It always blows me away how many of you guys are not just locked in for the top heats, not just locked in for the big final moments, but from first minute to last of the stream, the dedicated viewers who are there through thick and thin, the guys who stuck with us during those rain delays on the first day, the guys who stuck with us the whole way yesterday, the guys who stick with us through any technical issues if we iron them out. Your support is much appreciated, and your loyalty is really, really, it just blows us away sometimes. So thank you very much for that. That is very, very cool. While we're here, I should also thank our sponsors, of which we owe a lot. In fact, we wouldn't be here without them. They are Team Shepherd, they are HPI Racing, and they are Runner Time Fuel, and as well as IFMAR themselves, the governing body of this event. In this session currently, it's Alessandro Brunelli who's up the top. Some good lap times being put down. This is Group 7 of Round 6, so they're moving into that high 16-second lap bracket. Rico Krober has the fastest one lap of a 16.59. So, Keisuke Fukuda is also up there as well. Most of the guys in this group are sort of nearing a 19-lap run, but not really close enough to actually achieve it. But we did see quite a few 19-lap runs yesterday. They are the sort of magical magnum opus of this track. If you can hit 19 laps in 5 minutes, you are in a very elite bracket in terms of pace. So, thanks for the appreciation of the SuperPole explanation. It can be a little bit complicated for guys who first check it out, but once SuperPole actually happens, you have to say, I mean, we have videos on our RC Racing TV YouTube channel. You open that up in a separate tab, you can find them. We have SuperPole videos from previous sessions, including, I think, that historic first one at the 1/8 European Championships in Ettlingen last year, which was a spectacular showcase of the format. And since then, it's been absolutely amazing to watch. I remember the 1/10 Euros in Izmir in Turkey had the same format. And then, of course, the 1/8 Euros had it again this year in Eskilstuna in Sweden. And just every time, it's a remarkable atmosphere. It is. You've never seen an RC track so full of people and yet so on the edge of their seats. There's obviously cheers going up when a new fastest lap comes in, but other than that, it's a lot of silence. It's a real kind of, you can cut the atmosphere with a knife. It is just, the air is thick with tension. And it is just wonderful to witness. I really enjoy the format, as you can probably tell. We are looking forward to it immensely as we finally get the qualifying runs out of the way. We're nearly through Heat 7 of Round 6 of qualifying, ticking each one off as we go. We now have 6 heats left. Goodness me, if we still had 6 rounds to go, we'd be here until October, I think.
Was that a thank you for a thank you earlier?
A thank you for a thank you?
Yes.
Oh, for the SuperPole explanation? It might have been, yeah. Thankception. We need to thank these people deeper. But we come to the end of the session now. Alessandro Balboni. His name reminds me of the story we heard once about the Lamborghini test driver called Valentino Balboni. It just sounds like one of the... Just a cool... It sounds like a comic book hero's name. Speaking of Balboni, he is at the top of the charts for this one. So a good run in Heat 7 for Balboni. And it's a good one for the Italians, as it's top 2 there. Brunelli in there as well. Keisuke Fukuda, Japan 3rd. 4th was Game Moncolfan. And then 5th is Hideki Iraguchi, Rico Krober, Daniele Agostinelli, all making 18 laps. The others not so. Francesco Maddaloni, René Pupke and Bryce Turco all have their issues. So while you're locked in with us today, it's worth mentioning the various social media channels you can interact with us on. Of course, the YouTube chat is the main one. If you're watching right now, you will see the YouTube chat is to the right of the screen if you're watching on desktop or laptop. If you're on a mobile device, it is at the bottom, and it normally is kind of like a pop-out screen, so you can do that. So you can get in touch with us there. And you can also join in with the action on our Facebook channels. We have two of them. We have a Facebook group where you can join the group, and we will induct you in, providing you are not a seller of knockoff Ray-Bans or suspicious get-rich-quick schemes. Or, well, I mean, what's the other thing? Fake handbags? Fake handbags, that's another one. As long as you are not a spam bot, we will let you in. And you can talk to your heart's content with other RC racing enthusiasts. And all of us, we're all in there as well. So it's a good way to keep up to date with the news and everything. We post the streams in there every morning when we are on the air. And all articles on our website as well, rcracing.tv. And we also have a Facebook page, which you can like and share that around. Same thing, that's a great source of updates and news, mainly on what we're doing, where we are this week. And in the last month or so, we have been incredibly busy. We've had a stint since the 1/8 Euros in Sweden, where we have had a group of events all kind of clustered together. We've had a bunch of European events, 2 on the same weekend at the end of July, and then this came together to do the IFMAR World Championship for the 1/10 IC track here in Italy. So it's been a very busy schedule. This is not our last hit out of the year either. We have one more event in Spain in September. I can't remember off the top of my head which event it is, but we do have one more European Championship event in September.
Electric 1/8 buggy.
It's the Electric 1/8 buggy, I'm reliably informed by Frank. The Electric 1/8 buggy European Championship out in Spain. So a great venue, a great event. So RC Racing TV's work is never done. If there's RC racing going on somewhere around Europe, or indeed the world, we are probably going to be there in some capacity. So you can lock in on Facebook through 2 methods, the page and the group. We also do have an Instagram feed. It was laying dormant for a long time. Morning, Javier from EFRA. He's just stuck his head around the door. Our Instagram kind of remained dormant for a long time. I think there was a brief flurry of activity on it a year or 2 ago. But Frank has somewhat revived it this weekend, particularly making use of the stories mode. I guess he couldn't get Snapchat on his phone, so hey, that'll have to do. But it's a great way of getting a look behind the scenes here. He's been posting content from behind the scenes, little videos and vignettes here and there, shots of us set up, shots of us preparing, and shots on Wednesday of the deluge of rain that we suffered. Huge amount. Pretty much lost an entire half day to it, and that's why we are still catching up. We're still catching up with the schedule. And also, I'm enjoying the fact that already people are shouting for Jeff Hammond of Australia. He's not even in this heat coming up, the heat that's on track. He's in the next one. We were telling him yesterday when we were down there with the Team Australia, he was rather bashful about it. He seemed to be surprised about his celebrity status.
What?
I'm just talking about Jeff Hammond. They're saying
Yeah,
in the chat.
yeah. Sorry. I wasn't actually sure which one was Jeff. I'm assuming it was the, shall we say, the shorter, stouter bloke. Right. Okay.
He's not one of the Crodolfa brothers who we are now convinced have their own band.
Yeah, that's what we were told, so that's what we believe. That's how it works with us. We are on our camera 2 at the moment. So yay, we have an external camera. There's our moving camera. And there's us. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Other hand.
Hello.
It's like mirror image. I'm like,
yeah.
Okay. I'm this there. Hello.
You look like you're doing a slow motion robot.
That's awful. Okay, back to normal. So yeah, we're getting things back in order. Try not to look too worried on the camera, but all right. Well, we won't use that USB cam shot very much, will we? Haven't even
true.
touched my hair today. It's probably all in a crazy wisps and whatnot. Right, so we have an external camera. Trying to figure out another camera or two. If Hammond blows another rod, we riot. Well, you'll have to talk to his engine manufacturer then. I don't think it's anything to do with him or us. Hello from Australia. It's 5:30 p.m. Wow. Good day, mates. Okay, so where are we now?
We're on Group 8.
Group 8. Heat 8.
Heat 8.
6th round of qualifying. So all the graphics are looking all right. Audio is looking all right. Might be a bit loud.
I think you should turn yourself up to counter me, to be honest.
Yeah, I suppose it's about the same. We hear, well, at least when I put my earphones in, I can hear a bit of engine noise. When I'm not on the mic, I do point this mic that I'm on at the window so you can hear a bit more of the engine noise.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're at a Nitro event. If you want to the full 4D experience of a Nitro event, just run a Nitro car at full revs next to your face so you can get all the smoke and the noise in your ears.
And the similar levels of tinnitus for about a week afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, make sure to swap ears.
Yes.
Every now and then.
You can go deaf in both. But how have Adele lyrics broken out in the chat?
No, it's the hello from the Otter slide.
Oh, from the Otter slide.
Otter slidey.
Slidey.
I'm all about the otters. Huge fan of otters.
Who isn't?
Matt isn't very taken with otters.
Really?
I love them. I think they're great. I think they're like cats, but they're like dogs, but they're like that swim. So they're like cat dogs that swim. Swimming cat dogs.
So they're basically a combination of the 3 favourite pets for most people.
I suppose, yeah.
Cats,
yeah.
dogs, and fish. Kind of a mix of all 3. We want smell-o-vision. Yeah, no, you don't.
The smell-o-vision you will have to provide on your own with your own nitro burning engine. So, unfortunately, our budget does not extend to that extent.
No. Yeah, that kind of sickly sweet smell of nitro fumes.
But, to be honest, when you're up there on the camera, because it's so windy, I mean, it's just as windy as it was yesterday.
Yeah, it's still pretty breezy.
The smell is the smoke's just taken straight into just taken straight away, so you don't even really notice it. So, yeah. How about the mid run? What's happening with Hagberg? Why is he only on 9 laps? Hagberg's having a terrible time.
He really is not having a good one.
Joe Carey's not having a good time either.
No.
It's going to be Piersante or Nar that take this one. Oh, Carey's just jumped up in there. Well, it looks like the top 7 or 8 are having swapping times, but Hagberg must have had either gone on the track late, or has he come off?
He must have done.
I see a white and green car out there, but I'm not sure if it's him because I think there's 2 in his heat. No, I think that is him. It's coming to a stop in some of the corners. 6, yeah, that's him. He's out there. He's just not having a good time.
This has been the curious case of Hagberg all week, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's a possibility that, I mean, the guys that... There's a possibility, because you never know what setup these guys are running. So he might be running a setup that's more tuned to the final he's expecting to be in later on today. So that's why when you see these setup sheets, they always note the ambient temperature, the track temperature, that sort of thing, so that they know at a particular time of day what the track is going to be like and the traction levels and stuff like that. So I don't think he would do that. Obviously everyone has their own process of how they tune their cars and change the settings and everything, but he is slow.
Interesting little comment in the YouTube chat from Frank Gradolfer, so the third Gradolfer brother.
How many Gradolfer brothers are there?
They're like the sort of big family down there. They're like the Corleones down there in Australia. I'd like to invite some of the Euro competitors to our Australian Nationals titles in Queensland in September 2016. Good beer drinking weather, we'll buy the beers.
That last line just sells it, doesn't it?
If Nick's listening, I think you've just sold it.
Yeah. Nick, we're there. We're just going to commit on air. We are there. Subject to approval by Nick, of course.
Of course. So, this session coming to a close. Joe Kerry is back on pace. Wow, Hagberg's taking it back to the pits. He didn't even finish that session. So, he was off the pace, and I don't think he was going to get anywhere. So, I think he's retiring back to the bunker. And the thing is, I'm going to update the qualifying standings here.
Extremely close qualifying, though. And where are these guys? A few seconds across. Because Martin Hootie, actually, Patrick Nair was trading times at the top. So, anyway, sorry. I'll let you finish what you were going to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a case of, as we just have a look at those results, there's about 6 seconds covering those top two. I think what we're seeing is the fact that the track is so short that any sort of small mistake really puts you behind the 8 ball. It really drops you down a lot of positions. And on the last update from qualifying, I'm just having a look here, where on earth Hagberg is. 37th coming into this round. 37th.
It's not good.
No.
Well, what he'll probably do is he'll be in the 116th or the 132nd, and he'll just have to hope to bump up.
Yeah. He's going to have to go for multiple transfers the way he's going.
I think this next heat is going to be pretty busy.
Yes, I think
We've got a lot of names in this one. We got Thurston weighing from the U.S., who's not doing all that great, but he's hopeful, of course, as all of them are. Silvio Heckler, Jeff Hammond, of course, and the Turkish crowd hasn't jumped in yet to ask for Mustafa Alp. But as you can see there's the drivers who are going to be in this heat. And, of course, we're going to follow Jeff Hammond. Otherwise, all you guys in Australia are going to surf over here and beat us up with your Foster's cans or something like that.
And then put us on the barbie instead of the shrimps.
Yeah. And make us play Australian rules football when we have no idea how to play the rules.
Aussie rules to me always feels like a mix of rugby and netball.
But there's the guys with the big hats. What's up with the guys with the massive hats?
I don't know.
And then they do the only thing I like about, well, I mean, it's other than it's mental. The main thing I like about it is when there's a score, the refs or the scoring guys do the thing with their hands and point.
Yeah.
Straight down the field. It's like, what's that about? But whatever, it looks.
Like, you did a goal.
It looks quite authoritative. So
yeah,
let's go with it.
I do like that. That is pretty cool. It's like that guy did a thing.
Yeah, it's like you guys scored.
You guys scored. Just how dreadful are Australian.
Good eye.
Crikey.
So I think it's
Hammond loses a rod here. They're going to ride, mate.
Are they 5 hours ahead? Someone said that it's 3 o'clock, or was it 5 o'clock earlier?
5:30 p.m. Somebody said.
Right. Okay. So they're many hours ahead. They're 8.
Yeah.
At least 8 hours ahead. Depends. Australians do not cook prawns on a barbecue. We eat them fresh. Ew.
See, that's the thing. I said that to an Australian friend of mine. I put a shrimp on the barbie, and she just glared at me and went, "You do realise that's the one Aussie stereotype that we all hate because it isn't actually true." I was like, "Oh, that one. So what about all the others then?"
Well, what about the surfing Santa on Bondi Beach on Christmas Day? What about that? That must happen.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. And their crazy loyalty to certain car manufacturers. I never understood that. Like literally,
two.
Well,
GM and Ford.
Yeah, Holden and Ford. That is it. You can't. There is no middle ground.
Yeah.
Like literally, it was even proved to me. I said to a friend, I was like, "Oh, what about the rivalry between Holden and Ford?" And she just went, well, she said a word I can't say on the air about Ford, and I was like, "There you go,
yeah,
for the proof."
V8 supercharger.
V8.
Oh, and Mad Max, of course.
They're the supercars, mate. All right, Scafey, how you doing? Okay, we're going to stop now.
Apparently, sausages are called snags in Australia. And has anyone here had a corn dog? Yeah, I used to down them by the dozen. That reminds me, corn dogs. My phone. I need to go get it from the car.
Oh, you do?
So I'll be back in a bit.
Cool. While he's off retrieving his phone, we'll wait for these guys to conclude their warm-up, and then we'll get underway for Heat 9 of Round 6 of qualifying for the IFMAR 110th IC Track World Championships 2016, which we are presenting to you on RC Racing TV live all of this week, through to the main final tomorrow, in association with our partners at Team Shepherd, HPI Racing, Runner Time Fuel, and alongside IFMAR, governing body of this event, and we are the official media partners for them for this event. So we are very grateful to be here. It's great to be invited along. It's been a tough event so far, I'm not going to lie to you folks. It's been challenging, it's been interesting. From technical issues to weather issues to what on earth is that music playing outside our window at 2 in the morning from a local festival issues. All of that's been happening. Are you enjoying good food in Gubbio? I'm going to assume that's what you mean, Sergio Benetti. Yes, we are. Gubbio is treating us well in that respect. The food has been very good. Frank, I think, posted some on his personal Instagram. I think it's at Crush Groove, Crush with a K. He's been posting various food photos on there, like the Instagram whore that he is. But he's been enjoying some really nice food. We all have, really. We've been really well looked after here in Gubbio. The hosts of our little guest house that we're staying in have been very supportive. They've been getting up earlier to make us breakfast specifically, because they're aware we're leaving earlier every day to work. They don't normally serve breakfast till 8:30 in the morning local time, but what's the point in that? Because we're already gone. So, but the owner said on the first day that she would put out some breakfast for us, and she has done. So it's various bits and bobs. Pretty useful because Frank literally is just in standby mode until you give him a cafe macchiato, I think. I'm not a coffee person. I'm a traditional Brit, so I'm all about that tea, yo. Although not on these trips normally, because my bladder and indeed my stomach this week are rubbish anyway, so tea just goes through pretty quick. So he needs his coffee every morning as a matter of prime importance. So let's find Jeff Hammond before legions of Australians come at us with flaming pitchforks and torches. Where is Hammond? What number is his car? It's car 8. And we've just found car 8. It's the white car with the green wing. If you just drop one car back, Jean, I think the next car coming into shot, coming through the running time turn now, that'll be Jeff Hammond. There he is. There's your man. That's what's happening now in Australia. Just masses of people sat in bars and clubs and pubs and around their TVs back home in Australia, cheering madly at the side of their hero, Jeff Hammond. If there was a most popular driver of the event award, I think Hammond would win it by a landslide. The amount of support he's had. Mustafa out. This is basically the battle of the most popular drivers. Harrison Onion, like Bathurst, like Top Gear says, 55,000 people turn up to get drunk, and then at some point a car race breaks out. Yeah, that's basically what I've been told, and it's probably why it's the race I most want to go to in the world. So if any of the Aussies are listening to this, and any of you have any way I can get to Bathurst this year, well, we need to speak, because I've always wanted to go to that race, and I'll just be there like, everyone will be fighting, just punching each other over Holden Ford, and I'll just be there like, oh, I'm here to support Volvo. Or Nissan. One of the others that have turned up. But, corn dogs and phone, that doesn't make sense. I don't think Frank was having corn dogs from his phone, or maybe he was ordering some. Speaking of which, he has successfully retrieved his phone now. So, life can continue as normal once again. So, once again down the main straight, we're at about 9:40 local time, so we're about an hour and 20 away now from... Well, we're about... Let's do some maths on this one. 20, 40... We're about 45 minutes away from our top heat, and about an hour and 20 away from our SuperPole session, of which we are very excited about that. That is going to be absolutely great. So car's being retrieved on the track. Hammond comes around again. Harry Sinanian says it's official for 3 years there. You want to visit the Bathurst 12-hour too? Yes, I do. I really do. Both races are great. Bathurst is probably my favourite full-scale race circuit in the world. So either one of those two, really. I'm not fussed. Hammond is doing pretty good. I know he's sounding like Clarkson there. Hammond! But he's not Hammond. He's just Hammond. He's driving pretty well at this point in time. He's right near the 19-lap bracket, just about 2.6 seconds off. Yeah, the question is being asked. Tyler Wren asking, how on earth did you get a reminder about your phone from the word corn dogs? That is a good question. I think it is literally only one that Frank can answer. I think he's just doing some Instagram stuff as we speak. He's kind of in charge of our social media this weekend.
Yeah, I was just recording you.
Oh, cool.
For the Instagram stories.
Hey.
Which is basically Snapchat.
Yes.
Corn dogs and my phone. Yeah, it's just the way my synapses work. Man, chill out. No, I had to, it was actually in my bag, so I went all the way to the car for nothing, except to just worry if I'd lost my brand new phone. And as expected, I had a couple of messages from Nick, so he is listening, he is watching.
He's omnipresent at this point.
So best behavior, everybody. Best behavior. And I noticed I plugged in, whoever set up the camera down below us, I plugged it in because the SDI wasn't plugged in.
So it's quite useful. We now actually have that camera working now.
Yeah, so we are able to switch. It's just still been twiddling here and there with things. There we are. We have picture. Just have to play with it a bit. So yes, we are there or thereabouts. You can hear our commentary friend next door going, "Fantastico."
He's fantastical.
Love it.
Good run there from Silvio Hackler and Antonio Di Prisco. Both of them very close to 19-lap runs. So a good run from those guys, both very close to 19-lap runs, and that's more the pace I was expecting to see from Hackler this weekend. Antonio Duprisky is also there too, very good stuff. Jeff Hammond, as noted, our Australian celebrity friend, having a good run as well, up in third, only 1.8 seconds off a 19-lap run. Shinya Shimazaki, fourth, and Manuel Strano, and then JJ Wang down sixth. Another guy who's struggling a little bit with these conditions in this track out here. Francesco Annunziata and Mustafa Alp complete the 18-lap club. Alex Thurston only managed 10 laps in the end. I wonder if he just wasn't on a good run. Felt like he...
Well, this being the last round of qualifying, actually, it'd be interesting. Just let's take Thurston for an example, because there are going to have a lot of people interested in how he did. What race was that? 9?
Yes.
So, quali round 6. He did 10 laps, 3:04. In his previous run, he won the heat. 18 laps, 5 flat, 0.4. Thurston, 18 laps, 5:04 in round 4. In round 3, he did 10 laps, 4:51. So that's his 2 throwouts. I'm assuming there's 2 throwouts. And then he won his second round as well, 18.502. And in his first quali run, he was second. So maybe, this is just a theory, but maybe he was trying a different engine.
Yep.
Maybe he was trying a completely different setup based on where he's expecting to run tomorrow, which would be possibly the 1/8 final. So this is about the time that they're going to be running the 1/8 final. So, the earlier finals tomorrow. So just a theory, complete speculation, and we can maybe talk to him. Well, I don't think we'll be able to catch him in the pits for the pit walk today, but maybe I can ask him when I see him walking around, was your round 6 run, was that just a test run? Because that's what a lot of these guys do. It's, they treat the whole 5 minutes, 8 minutes of running roughly, as a tester when they know roughly where they're going to be. Because he's not exactly struggling. So yeah, he's in heat 9. He's not going to be maybe troubling Dario Balestre maybe, but if he can get into the semi and give a good try to get into the final, he's a young guy. He's got many years of top level racing ahead of him. If I were him or if I was his picker, I wouldn't. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if they're worried or not, but that's just, like I said, that's just complete speculation on my part. But if you have to look back at the previous rounds of how these guys did.
Yeah.
I mean, he won 2 or 3 of them, and he was top 2 in 2 or 3 of them. So.
We'll talk about Jeff Hammond down there. I'm going to have a look, see where he is. Thurston was 34th, or is provisionally 34th right now, qualifying. Jeff Hammond now 29th, so a good jump up. And that was a really good run in that round we've just seen.
Oh, is that the ranking listing for qualifying?
Yeah.
Right.
Provisionally 29th as it stands. Obviously, other guys still to go. So we still have some heats to go, including this one, which we should probably show you the grid for. Here it is. Alessio Miniciucci and Matteo Rinaldi, one of the 39 strong Italian contingent here this week. And there's 6 of them in this 10-car heat alone. Matteo Rinaldi, Luca Piramali, Daniele Lassi, Francesco Tironi, and Matteo Menichetti are your home favourites, along with Dan Jacobs of the Netherlands, Patrick Schaefer of Germany, Sioki Takahata of Japan, and Thilo Turtman, also of Germany. And on their warm-up now, I think they're having a little bit more of a warm-up today. Frank Rodolfo, chipping in with, thanks to the 2 want-to-be Aussies in the commentary box, I will send a couple of beers.
Ah, perfect. But not Foster. We can get that anywhere.
Yeah, something...
Not to be picky about where you're going to send it for
some
free.
VB or something, yeah. Something that we can't get normally.
But just to finish up the chat about Alex Thurston, he's 34th.
Yeah.
So that is, oh geez, I can't even figure out the numbers. What does that put him in? 16th, something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, 1/8, I think.
16.
1/16 or 1/8, I think. He's in a slightly better spot than Hagberg, anyway.
Yeah.
Is he commencing now?
I'll try and get like Javier or someone up here from EFRA or IFMAR, I should say, to just explain from the horse's mouth what everyone, what we're looking at basically for who's going to bump up and all that sort of stuff. So we don't want to guess on that sort of thing.
No, of course. Suggestion of Castlemaine 4X beer in the chat. If you're going to send us any beer, that's as good as any. We don't actually have Fosters in Australia either, says Harry Sinanian. Is it one of those things where it's a bit like the thing about Guinness, where they only serve the best Guinness in Ireland itself?
Well, I'm not a Guinness drinker, but I'm assuming that, and let me just start the chat about beer, that if you're a young'un, I don't know, what are we supposed to say? Drink with your parents responsibly, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the best Guinness comes from tap.
Yeah.
So if they ship a massive tank of Guinness across the ocean to the States or to Australia or to Europe, does it
lose something?
How it works.
Lose something in translation?
I've done a tiny bit of homebrewing, but I don't know how it works like for the real stuff.
Well, I mean, the Guinness I had last night was quite nice.
Yeah, you didn't put much of a head on it, though.
Yeah, true. It was a little bit flat.
It looked like lager.
Yeah, true.
Just black lager.
just literally a pint of diesel. So I think we've had a few requests to follow Daniele Lassi. So I think
Not a bad shout.
I think we should do that now. He's car 8. If we can switch to the moving cam. Should we do that? Car 8 is... I'll keep an eye out for him.
We're on a car.
Seems if this is actually Lassi already. I think it's car 9 we're on. Just drop back one car, Jan. Just one car. The next one in line. And you've been, there's your Lassi. Down the main straight. And he's being pursued quite aggressively there. Oh, a good switchback move. Look at those two dicing through the Shepherdess. The battle that he's having is with car number 6 of Shoki Takahata. And we're getting a little bit of evidence of just how racy this track is. Especially in good grippy trim as it is right now, after getting back all that grip that it lost in those rainstorms on Wednesday. And obviously everyone's on their own session right now, on their own qualifying thing, but if you fasten the guy in front, you make the pass, and we've already seen some evidence of just where passes can be made around here. The answer is in a lot of the corners. There are a lot of good passing opportunities around here. And especially if you're prepared to be a little bit more aggressive, as particularly some of the Japanese guys, I'd say, if you're prepared to go that aggressive, then you're really going to be rewarded on this track. Particularly such a short lap. It's really got a lot to offer. And I had about a minute and a half to go, and the guys who are watching right now are two of the fastest in the session, particularly Lassi and particularly Shoki Takahata, who is actually on a 19-lap run, so this will be a huge fillip if he can see this one out. Let's see if we can just push one car in front of who we're following, John. Just a pink car. There's Takahata. Car 6, who is actually on a 19-lap run. He's the only one in this group that is. And this will be a pretty huge step, because so far, only really guys in the very top heat have been able to hit that 19-lap pace. But we talked yesterday about the rocket rounds, the first runs of the day and the last runs of the day generally being the fastest in terms of track conditions, because at the moment the track is fairly cool. The sun hasn't been on it for very long, so it's in a good state of grip, and it's very much the same story later on in the day. The last run of the day, the sun has gone down a little bit, especially yesterday. We saw some phenomenal times in the last round of qualifying from those top guys. And through the run of time turns once more. And Shoki Takahata still on that 19-lap run. He's looking very good. This will really, really push him up. This will be a great result if he can pull this one off. And this will boost him right up the standings, hopefully. This will be a great point score if he can do this successfully. He's still on that run. No one else is close, by the way. No one is even close to a 19-lap run. Takahata is in a world of his own right now, and Yalassi's actually pulled in to finish his run early. Comes around again, and Takahata, I believe, now will be on his 19th lap. So if he can finish, remember we've had issues with cars flaming out, running out of fuel, not being able to make the 5 minutes on fuel. But it looks like Takahata's going to do it with time to spare, and he has done it. So that is a really, really good run. They weren't lying when they said about the rocket session, or happy hour as it's often called as well. I mean, there's your result, our first 19-lap run of the day. We weren't expecting it to be that early in the session, in the round. But Shoki Takahata taking advantage of the rocket round. Really, really pulling out some great laps there. The only one anywhere close was Francesco Turoni and Alexia Menicucci. Dan Jacobs and Luca Peramali, who top 5, and Rinaldi, Schaefer, Turtman, Menichetti, and Yalassi, who concluded his run early. Probably a similar thing as to what Frank was talking about earlier for Alex Thurston. And that's a great drive from Takahata. I'll give him all sorts of confidence going into the lower finals, whichever final he finds himself in. Just going to have a look at the qualifying chart. We'll see where we're at as you move a step closer towards the top heat and a step closer towards concluding qualifying altogether.
Someone was asking in the chat about what the wind is like, because it was very breezy. Well, not breezy. It was just blowing really hard all day yesterday. And it was as windy earlier, but when I looked up after we got that question, and it's actually died right down. The flags are barely moving, just barely fluttering. You can see the trees in shot there. They're barely doing anything. So, but let us celebrate. We've got a second camera. That's our camera 2 on the Shepherd S.
Yeah.
And we have a third camera, which is a bit bright and needs to be toned down a bit or something. Do you know how to play around with it?
Just the lens, or is it one of the settings on the actual camera, like the color menu settings? How hard can they?
See what you can see. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's our third camera. That's on the HPI hairpin. So yay! 1, 2, 3 cameras. There's one. Whoops. There's one. There's two, and there's three. Woohoo! And there's me. Hello. So and back to the crowd. Bit more photogenic today. Right, so this is qualifying round 6 here at the IFMAR IC 200mm Track Worlds. I'm not sure what order that is. I mean, if you go to any of the media that are covering it, it could be the 200mm IC track, could be IC track, it could be track 200mm, who knows? But anyway, this is the IFMAR Worlds for Nitro Touring Car. Today is Friday. We are in qualifying round 6, as you can see on the screen. My name is Frank. I'm here with Adam Johnson and John on the camera. John Egan, not Elgin, I think is what Adam called him yesterday. And we are brought to you by Shepherd Micro Racing, HPI Racing, and Runner Time Fuels. And we are the official media partner / presenter / live coverage bringer to you for IFMAR, the world governing body. I'm not sure what it stands for, actually. Model Auto Racing, International Federation of Model Auto Racing, I think is what it stands for. Pretty sure what it stands for. Jesse Davis coming up soon. Yes. Yes. No, he's not in this run. He's not in 11, which is what is on track now. They're just warming up. I'll see Adam has various menus coming up on the screen, I can see, but you guys can't see that. You can see this. That's camera 2. Yeah, so Jesse Davis is in Heat 12. Heat 11 is about to start. This is the second fastest run of the Fast Guys. And then we're going to have Heat 12 coming up in about 14 minutes' time. And we have Heat 13, the top heat, coming on the track at 10:24 local time. That's in about 26 minutes. And then we have a brief break where we have this, before we have the SuperPole. After the SuperPole, we're going to run out and do some pit walk action for you guys. And hopefully talk to the overall TQ, who is Dario Balestre, and to also to at least the 2 or 3 of the guys in the SuperPole who've advanced themselves. Well, hopefully I suppose there's a top SuperPole guy that we'll be talking to. And then we're going to play that pit walk into the 1-hour lunch break that we have later today. And that is between, let's see, the 1/256th subfinal and the 1/128th subfinal. Wow, there's like, oh no, okay, ignore that column. Yeah, the 1/256 subfinal A. That'll end at around 1:30. Lunch break is from 1:30 to 2:30. and then we carry on with the lower finals. Right, so these guys are going. Let's get the timing on the screen. So that is, they're all jumping in with their times. So reading up the names will be exercise in futility. But we'll give it a go. We got Agostinelli, Linu, Arnold, Sahashi, D'Angelo, Yokoyama, Lapini, Morganti, LaRue, and Sirigupta. LaRue and Sirigupta have not checked in. And they're already 2 laps down, so I'm assuming they're not running. It's cars 1 and 7. Let's see what car we're on now. We're on the car 0 of Alessio Agostinelli. Let's see if we can find the Japanese driver in car 8 of Shinosuke Yokoyama. Where's he at? So it's very squirrely coming into the HPI hairpin. John, Yokoyama is about to come. He's the first of these 3 cars on the main straight now. He's just about to come into the runner time bend. Now he's all alone now because cars have crashed behind him. Come onto the grass. So there's Yokoyama going through the Shepherd S and the HPI hairpin. You see it squirming a bit under braking. Very interesting, that. I suppose, yeah, looks like he's locking up a bit. Ooh, oh, it's very sideways. That comes from clipping the second part of the chicane. That very fast chicane coming out of the Shepherd S. It'll be the corner he's hitting right now. Just took it a bit too tight, caught a little bit of air, unsettled the car, and went sideways. And luckily, nothing was there for, nobody was falling behind him to hit him or anything like that. So that is Shinosuke Yokoyama, currently 4th or 5th thereabouts. He is on pace to do 18.503. We have 1 driver at the moment on pace to do 19 laps. That is Timu Lino. Let's see if we can find him. Car 5. He's got a white, pink, and blue. He's in the Shepherd S right now, Jan. And coming through the HPI hairpin, about to cross the start-finish line. And we're on him. I can see John has already caught him before I finish saying all that. So it's Timu Lino. As many of you will know, former electric touring car European champion. Used to do 1/8 buggy racing as well when he was an HB driver. Now he's with the Creation Infinity team alongside Andy Moore and Jillis Grosskamp. Also former HB drivers. A lot of those guys have migrated over to the Japanese manufacturer of Infinity. It's a big team of them here. Lamberto Collari, another Infinity driver, was here yesterday. Lamberto Collari, of course, very huge, famous world champion in 1/8 Nitro on-road. He was here yesterday with his buddy Luca down from Bologna. Not too far of a trip, so I do wonder if they're going to be here for the finals day tomorrow. I imagine he is. So the team is still holding that top spot. Still on pace for 19.514, so that's faster, I believe, than the guys in the last run. Briefly swapping top spot with Yuya Sahashi. It's better than it was.
Do you want to switch to Jean on camera for the next heat, by the way? So we need top 2.
Do you want me to, or does he want to?
I thought it was the plan.
Oh, yeah.
So you then meet in the bits that... I'll just flip the screen back around.
Yeah. All right, sorry, I should have turned the mic away. So I'm going to, John, I'm going to swap with you after this run. And if, I'll try and catch you if you come. Is all we're all just sorting out all this backroom stuff on air. But if you come the club route, just got a couple things to tell you. So, this run is finishing with Team Ulino finishing with 19.514.8. A lot of 18 lap runs finishing. Let's get the timing on the screen. How about that? So there you go. There you can see the top finishers. And of course, for whatever reason, LaRue and Sir Gupta did not start. So the next run is Heat 12, and then we'll have the top heat, race 13. So, yeah, as soon as Adam gets back, John, go ahead and start making your way over, John. Yes, the club route, yeah. Sorry, cafe, come the cafe way. There's a couple ways to get to the camera from where we're at. They're about the same length of time to get there, because the short way you have to walk through all the pit areas and everything. It's quite busy, as you can imagine, with drivers waiting, marshals, coming on and off the track, and people watching the racing from the pit areas. But the quicker way is the longer way. Well, it's the longer way. You would think is longer, but it's physically longer, but it's much more clear of people. So it's much easier. So as soon as Adam gets back, I'll hand over the mic to him, and he's back. So I will make my way over to the camera.
I was just caught up catching up with one Alex Thurston, talking about his last run. He just said he caught the curve that he's been trying to avoid all week.
I'll have a listen while I put the mic down and start walking.
Cool, go for it. But yeah, we just had a quick word. He was just in one curve. I think it's in the runner time turns. One rumble strip that he's been trying to avoid all week, but he clipped it once in one of the earlier sessions, and since then it's been kind of fixated on trying to avoid it. So that's become his issue, and he was a little bit annoyed with himself over that, but he was hoping to make the quarterfinal. He might not be there now, but we'll see. Either way, very personable young man from Britain representing Team Serpent and doing a good job out here this weekend. His pace has been there or thereabouts. He's been pretty good. He's not too far away, and you get the feeling his time will come. Will it be this time? Not sure. There's a long way to go, and there's a long way for him to go. But, I'll say this again, because it's so bizarre, he's running in a better position than Alex Hagberg. So we are now into the penultimate heat of qualifying for the entire event. We're that close to the end of qualifying now. Celebrate good times, come on. You may have guessed that I'm kind of done with qualifying now. There's been a lot of it. As I say, it's been stretched out across an extra day. So it's been a little bit annoying in that respect. But hey, it can't be helped. And we are nearly there now. We are so very nearly there now. And it's great to see. So let's have a look at the grid for the next one. It's the penultimate heat. And it looks like this with Tony Gruber ahead of Jesse Davis of Australia. Everyone's going mad now. And the crowd goes wild. Jesse Davis is here. And the crowd goes wild again because Jean is here. He's come back for a little break off the camera. We're going to also be setting up to do a little pit walk after qualifying's over. In the little space between qualifying and SuperPole. So we also have Mario Spinelli, Carmen Raiola, and Andy Moore of Great Britain. Then the Netherlands is Julius Groschkamp. Thailand's Mean Vedrak, or Mean V, as you know him as. Takehiro Tarachi. Dirk Wisniewski and Carl Branson, another one of the Brits, leading the charge as we get ready to get this heat underway. So here we go then. Are we ready? Let's throw some live timing up for you. So they're out on track and they're underway. This is the penultimate heat, of course, of round 6 of qualifying. I just realised we don't have the aircon on. You can tell it's now getting warm because we have now noticed that. Last few days it's been a little bit cooler, so we haven't really noticed it so much. Whoa, big weave on the straight. We just saw the car that was just facing a sort of, it was just recovering as it came into our shot, and another big slide there. Now, who is that? It's hidden by the hedge. But really, coming down the straight, things didn't look good right from the off there. I think there is some steering damage on that car. Well, it seems to be back underway though. Now, which car was that? That was car 9 of Dirk Wisniewski, one-time former European champion. At the moment, does not look confident in that car at all. Did not put full throttle down on the straight. You could tell. Just was not in control of that at all. Let's see if we can find either Mean V or Jesse Davis. That was following right now. Hard to tell. Such a flash of speed. As they fly beneath us through the runtime turns once more. As they come into this end of the track, I'll be able to tell you. It's car 7 of Mean V. So, good pick up there, Frank. He's now on the camera for a little stint. Down the main straight again. Through the Shepherdess once more. It's very clean and composed. While a lot of 19-lap runs potentially on the board here. You can tell the track has got faster, and so have the drivers. They're starting to step their game up here massively. So this is going to really show us kind of just how fast this track can be potentially, especially at this great strong part of the morning. Worth pointing out as well that quite a few guys have really stepped up in the last 2 rounds. We've got Tadahiko Sahashi up to 6th spot as it stands. No, excuse me, he hasn't run yet. Tadahiko Sahashi is in the top heat, but Shoki Takahata has run and is at the moment provisional 7th. So looking really, really good for semi-final spots there. The competition for the semi-finals is intense. So Mean V through the final turns again. Mean V is one of those on a 19-lap run, and a very, very good 19-lap run, down at 5 minutes 13.4. So that is one of the very fastest we've seen all weekend. I think the peak time we've seen is a 19-lap run in 5 minutes 12 seconds. So really quite remarkable. And what a great run to do. The speed is just something else from these cars. You really have to see it to believe it. On the main straight again. He's just looking so composed at this point in time. So smooth. And is, if anything, getting faster and faster. So through the runner time turns again. I wonder if that was where, that was the rumble strips that Thurston was talking about. It may also be the IFMAR turns at the end of the track, at the end of the lap. Coming up here, clip through there, you're at high speed. If you clip one of those rumble strips the wrong way, it can all go horribly downhill very quickly. But not so for Mean V, you got to say. He's running some really good laps right now. Still on the fastest run of the session. Jilles Groschkamp is up there as well. Looking for a late charge at a semi-final spot. He should be in a semi-final spot as it stands. We'll have our top two and then just working out who will be where. I mean, these semi-finals are going to be as competitive as anything you'll have seen. The intensity is going to be off the scale, including the fact that we do also incorporate the fact that 3 of the 4 guys from SuperPole obviously will descend into the semi-finals if they do not make SuperPole. And we've seen so many times, Silvio Hackler was the big example I saw in Sweden. He was in the SuperPole, missed it by such a slim margin, and then had an issue in the semi-final, and that was it, game over. So it was all over after that. Through the final turns, we have a car stopped on the inside of the track. It's car 3, Mario Spinelli, who I think was on a 19-lap run. Not anymore, he won't be. Car is still going. That's not a case of a flame out. On a half spin, got stuck on those rumble strips that are pretty fierce, it has to be said. They are very, they're a lot more kind of raised than you might think. And they have a big impact on the car's chassis. As the final turns continue on. And they come in. Here's the result of that one. Oh, in fact, Frank's just shown it on the screen there. There you go. So Mean V wins out that session. 19 laps in a 5 minutes 13.87. That's a really, really good run. Jilles Groschkamp also up there as well. In fact, Groschkamp was only 0.03 of a second off. So really, really close there. That was a great run. Tony Gruber 3rd, 4th for Carmen Riola, 5th for Takahiro Terauchi. So there's 5 19-lap runs there. Andy Moore and Dirk Wisniewski only running a limited amount of laps. So that was disappointing for them. But we get ready now for our top heat. Any second now. This is where things get very serious. We're about to have our final run of qualifying for the IFMAR 110th IC Track World Championship 2016.
We're just working on getting the pit camera functioning for you guys. We've got 3 cameras running, but it'll be nice for you guys to see the pit and the cars lined up. So just working on that.
Cool. Cheers, John. We're doing our best. We've been working through a lot of stuff going on. Where's some wood? I need to touch some wood quickly. Touch wood. Some more issues from the previous few days. Gone away for now. But we're getting ready. Warm-up is about to start for the top heat. We're ready. And a lot of talk in the chat about the smooth driving style needed in 1/10 racing. You're absolutely right. Little to no margin for error. And it amazes me just how quickly these cars are going, the reactions needed, and the precision needed. It is absolutely, it's like fighter pilot levels of precision driving these cars around, especially where they are so far away comparatively from them. Another question from the chat, from yours to Groot. Actually, Balestri is not running his last Q6 with the TQ already in place. Incorrect. He is there. I can see him. Distinctive, stylish sunglasses. One of the most stylish and kind of glamorous in the RC racing pit. I thought this back in Sweden. He kind of looks like he could be playing as a centre midfield for Juventus, with the sort of glamour that he kind of holds himself with down in the pits. And he's one of the very finest in RC racing. A lot of talk about Jilles Groschkamp as well. So Balestri is running here. He doesn't have to. Guys in the chat, you're absolutely correct. He probably doesn't have to. He has TQ locked up. But this is more track time for him. This will be his last time on track today. So may as well take that opportunity while you can and get some time out there. So, yeah, Luis Cortez saying he'll make it a test run for the final. Absolutely right. Any sort of data he can get out of here, anything he can sort of get his eye in, he's at the track, he may as well. But the pressure is on everyone else in this heat, really, to compete for those SuperPole spots. And I'll just show you, before we cut to our starting grid, I'll just show you, hopefully, who is in the provisional SuperPole spots. That's what we're really watching for here. That's what we're looking for. It's the guys who have everything to play for in terms of that SuperPole position. That's what we're looking for. So, at last count, it was Matseo, Kurzbuch, Greiner and Piche are those 4 guys who are provisionally in that spot. I don't think any of them are fully locked in. Each of them could compete. And the guys just behind include Tadahiko Sahashi. Gilles Groschkamp has moved himself up to 7th, but he's obviously been already. Shoki Takahata as well, Luca Rodelli. Bruno Coelho could move himself up there with a good run. So, all still to play for. As warm-up is about to conclude. Let's lock a good statics shot. And let's run you through the starting grid for the final heat of qualifying for the IFMAR 1/10th Icy Track World Championship 2016. So here it is. That's how they'll roll off. Dario Balestri, who's been number 1 pretty much since we unloaded here earlier this week, and since his team unloaded, there's not really been anyone who's been able to hold a candle to him on raw pace. This has been a dominance on a similar level to Simon Kurzbuch in the 1/8 European Championships earlier this year. Takaki Shima of Japan rolls off 2nd. Bearing in mind for this heat, guys, Balestri is already confirmed as TQ. He has won that spot already with 3 round wins already. So he is there. What these guys are competing for, what the other 9 guys are competing for, is those 4 precious SuperPole spots coming up soon. So Takaki Shima, Luca Rodelli, Dominic Greiner, Robert Piche, Alexio Matseo, Simon Kurzbuch, Bruno Coelho, Tadahiko Sahashi, and Mark Green are all competing for a spot in the SuperPole showdown. Let's do it now and do it proud on RC Racing TV. The final round of qualifying, the final heat of qualifying for the IFMAR 1/10th Icy Track World Championships 2016. Our coverage of this session brought to you by Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing, by Runner Time Fuel, and by IFMAR. So straight away we picked up on Dominic Greiner. He is one of those guys who's in the provisional SuperPole spots. This is one of the guys we have to watch. Remember, none of these guys can knock Dario Balestri off of his TQ spot, but these guys can secure a spot in the SuperPole session coming out about half an hour after this session concludes. Greiner is one of those in the top spot, and he has been supremely fast. Remember, this was the guy who took TQ in the last 1/10th European Championship in Turkey last year. He was mightily fast in the hot conditions out there. So far, he hasn't favoured the hot conditions out here this week. A little bit of a surprise for the man who came so close to glory last year in Europe and was super fast for the entire week we were out there in Izmir. So far, I mean, it's not been slow by any stretch of the imagination. And in fact, he has jumped right to the top already on a 5 minutes forecast of 5 minutes 12.6 for 19 laps. I would expect almost everyone here to be on 19 lap runs. Although Balestri has not completed as many laps, I think Balestri is indeed using this as a glorified practice session at this point in time. He's exactly entitled to. He's got that TQ sewn up. So that's exactly what he's going to do. And I'm just looking now. I think Dominic Greiner has slid down out of the 19 lap bracket just for now. I tell you, someone who's going great guns is car number 10, Mark Green. So I'm going to keep an eye out for him whilst we continue to follow Greiner. Mark Green is doing a great job out there. Mark Green is in the white and kind of mint green car. He'll be coming out of the final corners onto the main straight now. Down the main straight. He's being followed by one of the orange cars. He comes into the runner time turns. There he is. There's Mark Green of Great Britain. Probably Britain's best hope so far. And he was going pretty well, but I think he made a mistake on his last lap. So he's tripped up just a little bit. But just behind him, I think, is Tadahiko Sahashi, who's still going very, very well. Those two, it's a full reverse grid, so Mark Green would have rolled off first of those guys off the pit road through the chicane. Yeah, that is Sahashi right behind, and Coelho is chasing them as well. So Coelho is not in the SuperPole positions at the moment, but he's one of those guys in contention. So as we watch these guys, we'll spin off the final corner for Alexio Matseo. That could cost him. He's in the SuperPole spots right now. He's second overall going in, so he needs a solid run to lock in to SuperPole. But Green is recovering after a little mistake earlier. Yeah, Balestri's showing us 2 laps down on everyone already. He's the car has been brought in. I think Tadahiko Sahashi's just had to bring his car in. So some of these guys maybe resigned to not making SuperPole and thinking, you know what, let's tweak what we have. So let's just have a look at who is running fastest so far. I think these guys are not going to be the fastest we've seen out here so far. We have seen some quicker ones, but let's see if we can pick up Simon Kersbrook, who I think is just 2 cars behind the car we're following, Mark Green. So that car is Coelho. The next car you'll see is Kersbrook. The orange into yellow car with the white nose. There's Kersbrook. Remember, this guy is the reigning 1/8 world champion, and he's gunning to be one of the first, if not the first, driver to hold both the 1/8 and the 1/10 world titles simultaneously. Feet on the level of some of the legendary names of RC racing like Lamberto Collari and others as well, as Kersbrook continues on. He just looks so smooth and so razor sharp. He was dominating the 1/8 European Championship in Eskilstuna for the entire weekend up until 5 minutes to go, when a big problem on his final pit stop took him not only out of contention for a surefire win and a European Championship to add to his world title, but it also knocked him off the podium altogether. So he is going to be determined as anything. He is one of the sharpest and one of the best nitro on-road drivers in the world right now. That 1/8 world championship proves it. You can add a 1/10 title to that as well. That would be something very special. Now let's just see for the final 50 seconds if we can move 2 cars forward from Kersbrook. So you'll see the orange car leading that pack of 3. That's Bruno Coelho, the Portuguese driver who is the reigning European champion of the 1/10 discipline. We were talking earlier about that event out in Turkey last year. Coelho is the man who won that event. This very, very talented young Portuguese driver who's also something of a real star in the off-road disciplines as well. He's like a sort of RC racing Shane Van Gisbergen. Put him in any sort of car on any sort of surface on any given Sunday, and he is incredibly fast. And he's doing it once again a little bit loose off the final corner though. That'll cost him down the main straight. That's how important those final turns are. The IFMAR turns, they are very important. Coming through these corners again, he's very, very tucked in, very nicely done. He and Kersbrook will have duelled all over the world already, but he's left Kersbrook a little bit behind in the last few laps. A good end to the session for those guys, and a fair few guys on 19-lap runs here, including Kersbrook and Coelho, and I think Greiner in there as well. Balestri did indeed treat this as a test session in the end. He wasn't too fussed about taping for a pit walk that you'll see later on today. So in the meantime, keep it locked on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented by Team Shepherd, by HBI Racing, and of course by Runner Time Fuel, which has seen one of their representatives up here as well. And of course by the guys at IFMAR who have organised this entire event. We are the official media partners for them. So keep it locked on RC Racing TV, folks. just saying some random crap for a second. Some stuff's going on.
this in now, Frank?
Not right now.
So basically, the camera's working now.
One. Sorry, that was just a random number generator. No, we're checking audio on one of our other feeds. Right, okay, so we're back. So, let's just test our hot new pit camera. Boom. There's our pit camera. So we're going to show you, don't shake the table too much. Our pit camera starts shaking. Yeah, so we've got, in addition to our moving camera, which is the normal thing there, we got camera 2 on the Shepherdess, camera 3, which is very bright. Yeah, Adam fitzed about with it, but I think the sun's come in a bit more, and also it's showing more of the shadow underneath. Yeah, so if you can futz about with that. And then we've got our pit camera, and then we have our us camera. So hi, Adam. Say hi. Hello. And we're back to that, because we don't want to see too much of us, do we? Okay, so yes, we're back. SuperPole will be starting in about 20 minutes. And we just had a very interesting chat. Well, Adam just had a very interesting chat with our pole man, ultimate pole man, Dario Balestre. That's your cue.
Hello. Yes, I did have a very interesting chat with Mr. Balestre, who was, as I would say, very relaxed, but that's kind of how he is all the time.
He is so cool.
He is. I said on the commentary, he looks like he could be playing like centre midfield for Juventus. He has that sort of footballer rock star glamour.
He probably does.
He probably what he does is just like, I do RC racing as well. It's a hobby, and I'm really good at that too. But I mean, really, for me, Frank, there's just no one's really been able to get close to him on a good lap. But with the margins being as close as they are, anything could happen in the final and really kind of cause problems for him. And that's literally, I think that's the only way people are going to stop him. He is that quick.
Yeah,
he gets it right.
He's very quick. But we were warned that he was going to be the quick man when the heat came up. But now, when there is no heat, he's still fast. So
yeah,
just need to do a play around with some of the graphics. And
in the meantime, what we can do is update you on who will be our SuperPole drivers. Nothing changed in terms of the names going into that final round. The 4 drivers in SuperPole will be Simon Kiersbuck, Alessio Mazzeo, Dominic Greiner, and Robert Piech. So the names didn't change after that last round. Mazzeo got knocked down a position. Doesn't matter. He is still locked in. The guys just missing out, the guys who will go straight into the semi-finals, include Tadahika Sahashi, Takaki Shimo, Bruno Coelho, Julius Groschkamp, and Luca Rodelli. That's the top 10, along with Shoki Takahata, Jesse Davis, Mean Vedrak, Timu Lino, and Mark Green as the top 15. Other notables outside of the top 15, Andy Moore 22nd, Wisniewski 23rd, Hackler 26th overall, Thurston 31st in the end, Hagberg 34th. He has got a veritable mountain to climb. For the Aussies, favourite son, Jeff Hammond, 40th. But Jesse Davis is much further up. Jesse Davis is, in fact, in the top 15. He's in 12th, so that should get him a semi-final spot. So being in a good position, he will probably start as Australia's best hope of bringing home the IFMAR 1/10th IC Track World Championship. So, SuperPole coming up. A little reminder of the rules. 4 drivers, 2nd through 5th in qualifying. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th after qualifying will head up onto the driver's rostrum, one at a time, and have a little warm-up and then 5 timed laps each. the fastest of those 5 goes forward, and the fastest out of the 4, the best lap out of the 4, wins SuperPole. It is really that simple, and it really is that tense. It is knife-edge racing, and something of which you don't really see in other forms of, not even other forms of RC racing. This is a fairly unique one for on-road nitro racing, and it really ups the tension. And it acts as a great transition from qualifying into full racing, into full race mode, which is what I kind of enjoy about it. It's a real fast and furious atmosphere, and those 4 guys are all experienced in it. I believe, if I remember rightly, Kurzbuch was the SuperPole winner in Turkey last year in the 1/10 Euros. He is the reigning 1/8 world champion, of course, and he's in a very, very good spot to add the world 1/10 title to his 1/8 crown. He came so close to adding 1/8 European glory to it about a month ago in Sweden. That fell through in the end. Only late on in it was only late on in that final in Sweden that things really came crashing down for him. But Kurzbuch is probably one of the finest all-round nitro RC racers in the world right now. His form is absolutely red hot for the last year or so. He's been in contention in almost every single event he's been a part of, and has either had the pace to win the thing outright or be a lock for the podium. So he would start as probably the favourite for SuperPole, bearing in mind he got TQ in the 1/8 Euros this year. But Alessio Mazzeo has shown good form, as has Dominic Greiner, of course, the TQ from the 1/10 Euros last year. So he's been fairly rapid on pace as well. And Robert Piche is also an incredible driver as well, and has a great record at the top end of major qualifying and race results. You never normally seeing him outside of the final roundup. So we will very shortly have a little pit walk, a little chat with Dario Balestri, who we caught up with after qualifying. And we had a brief chat with him. So it was great to get his thoughts. He's very laid back. He's the coolest cucumber in that pit area at the best of times. And we will have a little chat with him for you to play in just a second. Yeah, in a few minutes' time. In the meantime, keep it locked on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented to you by Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing, and by Runner Time Fuel, along with IFMAR, the organisers of this event. We are the official media partners for them for this event. It has been a long, pretty big round of qualifying so far, but that is concluded. In fact, our timing screens have just updated to show you the SuperPole lineup, how they roll off. This is going to be nerve-wracking tension. And bearing in mind, in the SuperPole in the 1/8 Euros, what happened is the main SuperPole session in the 1/8 Euros was really, really tense. Which had some guests around the door. Was really, really tense. And bearing in mind, we had the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th guys, and each guy, with the exception of 5th place, went faster than the previous one. So just because Kurzbuch goes in as the top seed doesn't mean he's actually going to nail the fast lap. It's all about nailing it when you're up there on that driver stand, and it is so difficult to do.
Okay, so we're going to play in the Dario Balestri interview in about 3 minutes.
Okie doke.
So it's a few minutes, quite insightful. I thought some really good info.
Yeah, very much so, particularly about the preparation for tomorrow now, because effectively he's not going to be on track in anger until the final now, which is over 24 hours away. So how that preparation goes, it's up to him. That's probably why he took the opportunity to run in round 6, even though he didn't have to. He, of course, already had that TQ sewn up. But he took his opportunity to run out there. Smart move, in my opinion. That's the way to do things. And He has every reason to be calm and collected. He's pretty much been the fastest driver all week so far. And to be in a dominant position in such a strong field is really quite remarkable. So in a few minutes' time, we'll have our little chat with Balestri to play in for you. I'll have some insight for you from the guys down there. So, I mean, Balestri, it seems to me, I think he may have been playing a little bit of a bluff in terms of wanting it to be hotter. He seemed to be stronger in that condition, but it appears to me that no matter what the track conditions since that really hot final day of practice on Tuesday, it doesn't seem to have mattered what the conditions have been since then. It's kind of pretty warm, pretty breezy conditions have suited him and his car down to the ground. And since running that final heat of round 2, yesterday, along with wins in that and then win in round 5, Balestri has locked this up and has been on searing form ever since then. Really scarily good form. So, meantime, we are waiting for SuperPole, and we will have that interview to play in for you very shortly. Keep it locked on RC Racing TV and the IFMAR 110th IC Track World Championships. SuperPole coming up shortly. I'll chat with Balestri. All of our coverage from here on out is presented to you by Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing, and by Runner Time Fuel, alongside IFMAR and EFRA, the organisers of this event, which are the official media partners of EFRA for season 2016. We are very proud to be a part of it. So, you know, I've learned not to question a lot of the things that it's a bit sort of set up. So, coming up now is the interview with Dario Balestri down in the pits about the coolest customer around. No real surprise, really. He's just got TQ for the World Championships. No biggie. So he decided to have a wander down there and have a talk to our World Championships 2016 TQ. Hello, folks, and welcome back to our coverage on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 110th IC Track World Championships. I'm down in the bear pit that is the main pit area. Qualifying has just finished, so we will know the identities of the guys going into SuperPole, including, I think, that guy there. But, most importantly, before anyone turned up at the track this morning, we knew the identity of our TQ. This guy. Is it any surprise, really? This is the guy who's been on top pretty much since the start of festivities. Dario Balestri. How good does that feel to take TQ?
I'm super happy. Nothing more. I'm happy of all. The work, the package, the feeling with the car, with the engine, the work of my mechanic, the work of Massimo for the engine, Patrizio for the car, all the factory at home, and all guys work for this result.
It's been a great drive. I mean, we spoke to you the other day when there was a big rain delay. You spoke to us. You said you wanted things to get hotter. The temperature has been improving. Has that been playing into your hands, or have you got just a good package in general?
No, I changed nothing. I was only a bit more difficult for me to try to drive a bit different than with hot condition. But I think for the final will be more hot than I changed nothing also yesterday in the car. So it's okay like this.
All very calm, all very collected, just what you'd expect. So you had that last round there, you knew you had the TQ spot. What was your approach there? Just try something a little bit different, try some different changes on the car?
I ran the conrod of the engine. So we have another engine selected for the final, and we will try another for the practice, for my practice. And I ran 2 diff, a little bit more fresh and new, and nothing.
It's all good after that. When you have a setup that good to start with, it doesn't really need much changing at all. Now, of course, you're locked into the final. The others have got the SuperPole coming up. You've got a little dedicated practice session tomorrow, just sort of in the mid-morning. What's your approach going to be until then? Is it going to be a case of head home, relax, get in the zone, continue watching what's happening on the track?
Now I will go to watch SuperPole. After I come back and I make all the car with calm and relax. I check all. I try to make my best in the car. And tomorrow I will relax in the morning. I have to check out what time I start for my practice, and in base of this, I will decide what to do.
And just how confident are you now of taking that world title? You've got to be feeling good about your chances.
I have a good feeling, and my engine is regular, so we hope in a clean race, and we will see when we arrive in the end without problem. I hope only this.
That's pretty much what every driver hopes for when they're in such a strong position. A good, clean race, no mistakes, and he'll get the world title. For now, Dario, the one thing we are certain of is that you are TQ. Great effort. Best of luck for the final. Thanks very much for speaking to us. Well, that's our word with our TQ, and we better get back upstairs because SuperPole is about to kick off. And you heard it even from him. Even he, the TQ, is going to be watching with interest that SuperPole session. So we're going to be bringing that to you live on RC Racing TV. Our coverage presented to you, of course, for the whole week here by Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing, and by Run and Time Fuel. Let's get back up there and get back into business. And indeed, we are now back up here. Get ready to go into business. Got about 7 minutes to go before the SuperPole session. That was a great chat with Dario Balestri. Thanks for having a word with us, Dario. And for now, for the rest of the day, he can afford to relax a little bit more. And he can really soak in the atmosphere here and soak in the anticipation of the SuperPole session coming up. Worth pointing out that the bleachers are pretty much almost exclusively half full, especially along the top 2 rows. And they're filling up all the time. SuperPole is the session that drivers, teams and fans all want to lock in for. It is something quite remarkable. It's been a wonderful addition to these championships. I've had a few comments on the chat about it. Why is Lamberto Gloria not driving 1/10 IC? He's a specialist in 1/8 of what I do, or what I understand. Discussions on the dynamic of the SuperPole. For me, I really enjoy the SuperPole format. I think it's something that adds something very special to these events. As I say, it acts as a real nice transition between qualifying and full races starting up. It gets the top guys on track. It puts them in a really tense format. It's a great way of deciding a second entry into the final. It's not a gimme. You know, you've got the TQ, who has earned his way in, really got there, and then second, third, fourth, fifth have a second chance to fight for that second precious spot in the final. So in that aspect, I really like it, and it's an atmosphere thing. For me, it is like nothing else you will see in racing, in RC racing, or really in full-scale racing. There's nothing like it across the world. So in the events we've seen it done, it is something else. And we're getting ready for a special session here. We've got about 4.5 minutes to go before they get going. Robert Peach is stood on the driver's stand. And he is ready to go. This is the session where even the drivers sometimes betray a little bit of nerves. Not that you know it from looking at them. They're all master poker faces. Peach laughing and joking with some of his crew. And ultimately, it's not a disaster if they don't win SuperPole, but it is another hurdle that they have to overcome. Just ask someone like Silvio Hackler, whose dreams of a 1/8 European Championship faded after missing out on SuperPole and then having an issue in the semi-final. Dominic Greiner is also up there now sharing a joke with Peach. All these guys know each other very well. They're a lot of experience from the European circuit, and they'll have raced against each other competitively for many different events over many years. For Greiner and Peach, obviously, they are both German, so they have encountered each other as well at national events on the German circuit. So what is about to unfold here could very well determine the destiny of the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships 2016. Bearing in mind the SuperPole session we saw in the 1/8 European Championships in Sweden was won by Robin de Hont, who ended up chasing Simon Kurzbuck home all the way in the final and pounced when Kurzbuck slipped up and was able to claim a maiden European Championship in some fine style. So the SuperPole winner can often be the one who jumps up and scares the top guys. Can come from kind of not so much left field, but can be almost on a similar pantheon as the TQ in terms of pace going in. About 2.5 minutes to go now. He's just getting ready. It'll be a reverse order, so 5th place in qualifying will go first, then 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. So, as we just heard from Balestri, he's going to be watching this session with interest. Out of a bit of interest, and of course, out of wanting to know just who the first opponent he will face in the final will be. And about how they approach this. 2 minutes to the start of the session. I can see Michael Salvin down there in the pit area. A lot of experienced faces, a lot of crew members down there. The tension already building up. The bleachers are almost filling up massively now. We can get a shot of those just before we get going. But they're just behind the minicam that we're on right now. There we go. There is a shot of the bleachers. And just before we get going, here's a last reminder of your lineup for SuperPole. It'll go in reverse order that you're seeing on screen. So Robert Peach will go first. Then it'll be Dominic Greiner. Then Alessio Mazzeo, home favourite of Italy. Imagine the cheers if he takes this one out. The home fans have already got Balestri as the TQ. If they can add Mazzeo as the SuperPole winner, they'll go home very happy tonight. Simon Kurzbuch of Switzerland completes the lineup. The 1/8 world champion. So let's get ready as the marshals head out onto track now. The bleach is almost entirely full. This is probably one of the fullest, one of the times that the bleachers will be at their fullest for the entire weekend outside of the semi-finals and final. That for me is why I really enjoy the SuperPole session. It adds a real big match dynamic and intrigue to the event. I think I can also see Julius Groschkamp has just taken his spot in the bleachers as well. So a lot of the drivers sitting back and enjoying this one. These RC races, you've got to admit, they are RC racing fans first and foremost. They love the business. They love what they do. And the amount of hard work that they put in for them isn't work. So for moments like this, they enjoy being fans again. And we really enjoy being the broadcasters. So, are we ready? SuperPole is about to commence. So here begins SuperPole. Any second now, SuperPole will commence live on RC Racing TV. A SuperPole session for the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships 2016. And a hush descends across the venue. That's what's fascinating to me. It's an atmosphere like no other. The officials and the referees down there concurring. We have what looks like 3 of the 4 cars there. Which one are we waiting for? We're waiting for Kurzbuch's car by the look of it. But he'll be going up last, so that's no worry just yet. And away goes Piche. These laps won't be timed straight out of the gate. So Piche will have a couple of minutes of warm-up before going into his time laps. There's 1 minute of warm-up, I believe, and he'll normally time it so it ticks down straight into the session. Through the HBI hairpin. Through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap. And away we go. Still on warm-up at the moment. Hasn't started his first laps. With the HBI hairpin once more. This is the silence and the hush that falls across the facility in SuperPole is something else. It's the circuit commentator ramping up the energy as well, but the silence in the crowd is something else altogether. So Piche is coming around. He's still on warm-up at the moment. Just put 102.4 kilometers an hour on the speed trap at the end of the straight. No worries about top speed whatsoever. Flying down the main straight again. 30 seconds to go.
Those of you racers can actually hear the the car shifting into second gear. It's actually into second gear now, just before he gets actually onto the main straight.
It kind of shifts it up into second in the second part of the IFMAR turns at the end of the track, at the end of the lap. So that's the top speed they're onto. I think this time around will be the start of his timed laps. Oh no, he's in the lane. So he'll come around this time and start the laps. He's just getting some fuel in the car, and he's set up changes. Some any adjustments there? Doesn't look it. Fuel goes in, and fuel is now going in. So these guys have 5 minutes to complete their laps, but they should easily do that. So 6 laps for Robert then, for Piche. And he'll start the first of those this time around. Away we go. I'm loving the circuit commentator here. He's ramping up the enthusiasm as if there was any need. He's really getting into this. No question. But here comes Piche then for his first lap around. What does it look like? It looks pretty good, a 16.775. But that's a good, off the top of my head, 4 tenths slower than anything we've seen, than some of the fastest laps we've seen around here so far. Normally the first lap acts to get your eye in. You start to come good around the third or fourth lap. 16.778, so not improving that time. He's using these early laps to get his eye in. Normally the best laps come in your final 2. It's the trend I've seen. Including lap 3, 16.8. He's actually going in the wrong direction, Robert Piche. This is not what he wanted. He needs to find some additional speed from somewhere. Oh! And he gets out of whack. That lap's going to have to go in the bin. So that's lap 4 done. And still not the best we could have seen from Piche. He'll basically throw that one out. On his current pace, I just think the guys behind him are just going to be quicker. Going round for lap 5 of 6 then. Under the timing board, a big slide. 16.891. He's actually going in the wrong direction, is Robert Piche. Something doesn't appear right on that car. I don't know if they changed something for SuperPole to go for the outright fastest lap. They seem to be waiting alongside. What's this final lap look like? This is his last chance. Oh, and he crashes off the final corner. Goes down in style, and it's a 16.749, so that's his best lap. Still in the 16.7s, though. So there's Piche's lap on the board. 16.749. That's his best run. And that's the figure. That's the benchmark that's been set. Dominic Greiner is straight up on the driver's rostrum, ready to go. The bleachers are packed almost full. And people lining the fences here. But, so Dominic Greiner, ready to go. The TQ from the 1/10th European Championships in Turkey last year. We know this young man's got a huge amount of pace in that car. We know he's got a huge amount of drive and energy. He's conferring with his crewman down in the pits. He'll have a few minutes of warm-up, of course, just like Piche did. And then get going. And he'll know exactly what the benchmark is. And I'm fairly certain he'll be confident at least of beating that. As I say, some of the fastest one-lap speeds we've seen out here this week have been down in the 16.3 and 16.4 bracket. We may have even seen faster than that. But 16.7, I just don't think will be fast enough. I think guys will find a way to be quicker than this in this SuperPole session. Piche will be waiting nervously. He'll be waiting with bated breath, as will everyone. As the legendary Michael Salvin moves around in the pit area. Team Serpent head honcho. Ready to watch one of his top guns out there. Probably his best. The guy he has the most confidence in taking home the World Championship for Serpent. Greiner makes his way out onto the circuit. And away we go. He'll have a few laps of warm-up to start with. just as Peach did. And the sun's kind of flitting in and out at this point in time, as there's very, very light clouds just blowing through. There's not a huge amount at all. Through the HPI hairpin once again. Onto the main straight once more. Wide line out of the final corner. 102.4 kilometers an hour down the main straight. Love the addition of that speed trap on the main straight. Greiner just being a little bit cautious in these opening laps, these warm-up laps. There's no need to use up all your stuff straight away. He's just getting his eye in, just building up the intensity. He's being very neat and tidy. He knows exactly where every apex is and just how much to kiss each one. Nice tight lines. Real contrast to some of the Japanese drivers we see out here, are very exuberant. They don't mind having the tail out on their car a little bit. The European style can be a bit more dogmatic, a bit more about hitting every apex right on the button, being neat and tidy and very compact with your lines, making sure no additional tenths of seconds go begging. And in a session like this, you need every single hundredth and thousandth of a second. Peach clouts the Greiner, clouts the apex there. A little bit too much. Just I'm talking about him being very neat and tidy. He comes through the Shepherdess. And he should be about to start his laps. And he's second now. He'll have one more lap of warm-up. He comes into the pits. That seems to be the strategy. Come in just as the timer ticks down to 0. So the timer starts. Greiner is back out. Didn't look like he needed any setup changes. He's underway on his time lapse. So here we go. This is where it counts. This is where it really matters. A shot, a guaranteed spot in the finals at stake here. What's Greiner's opening salvo like? Now his time lapse start. My apologies, I got ahead of myself. And he got out. Now he completes his first time lap. Of course, now he's triggered the trap. So what's his opening salvo look like? Oh, it gets a little bit skew-iffy in the final few corners, but he's already faster. He is already quicker than Robert Peach. Greiner assumed that spot. I told you that Peach's 16.7 laps would just not be enough. As the Italian commentators here at the circuit are really ramping up the energy. Not a good lap that time from Greiner. He does not improve. But a 16.557 is his opening salvo. And it's a very good one. He's getting more and more aggressive with those apexes. He needs to be careful with those. He's just hanging the rear end out just as much as he can. A 16.469 is improved further. Another tenth of a second off. Greiner hammering home his advantage. We knew that Peach's benchmark probably would not be enough. Greiner smashed that within a lap. And is now setting about moving the benchmark ever higher for the two drivers still to go. What this time around? 16.5, not an improvement. But he's got that 4.69 in the bank, which is a really, really good lap to have out there as a benchmark for the others to try and hit. Greiner comes around. What about this lap? Is it any better this time? Oh, he got loose out of the final corner, but it's the 16.467. He's improved by 2 1,000ths of a second. And trust me, in these SuperPole sessions, that can be all the difference, Frank.
Yeah, that's a scary moment there. You wouldn't want to be in the car for that.
No, of course not.
That's
and
what Nick calls a tank slapper.
Indeed. And, well, that caused his final lap to kind of go awry. But in the end, a brilliant run from Greiner, and he sets the new standard for this SuperPole session on a 16.467. Remember that figure very closely, because that's what everyone else here, the final two guys still to go, Alessio Mazzeo and Simon Kurzbuch, are going to be aiming to beat.
I've been a bit busy making some things for later in the day, but why isn't Peach's time showing on the timing?
It tends to be deleted after each one goes away. It's a bit disappointing. That's why I'm having to write them down.
Right. Okay.
But I have them all to hand as Mazzeo.
Writing them down with your swank new HPI racing pen?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. They are very nice pens as well.
On the notepads provided by Shepherd Micro Racing.
Indeed.
And, of course, we're being fueled today by Runner Time Fuels.
Yes. Although we aren't literally drinking fuel.
No.
That would be kind of strange. We'll wait now for Matzeo's warm-up to begin. 16.467. That's a good standard, I have to say. I never thought that Peach's time would hold up, given the fastest we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've been looking at other things, so I haven't been following exactly who was going to be in the SuperPole. So I'm a little surprised that Peach was in there, but yeah. Yeah, Greiner's time is gone now. So unfortunately, the live timing isn't really being all that helpful. Yeah, someone's noting in the comments, my RCM doesn't solve the problem of SuperPole calculation. It's true. It's I suppose it's something to do. They'll have to fiddle around with something, but we are getting the computer timing. It's just the timing that's showing on my RCM. Which is replicated with what you see on the screen now. It's not really showing all the information that we'd like, so I'm sure they'll be sorting that now that there are two classes running SuperPole.
As Mazzeo continues his warm-up, they have about, I believe, about 2 or 3 minutes of warm-up. Same as in the qualifying rounds. And Mazzeo was second in qualifying overall before being bumped down to third with a poor final round. But Mazzeo's definitely been on it this weekend. It's been, I tell you what, the home fans would go berserk if they got 2 of their guys into the final. 1 through TQ and 1 through SuperPole. That'd be quite something, really. So Balestri will be watching on as his countryman aims to join him in tomorrow's final. This avoids all the pratfalls that can fall these guys. Of course, these guys don't make it through SuperPole. They have a semi-final to get through, but any number of things can happen in that semi-final. Problems on pit road, problems, incidents with other cars. A lot can happen. So these guys can win SuperPole and get straight into the final. It is a major fillip. So into the pits then. We'll just have a little bit of a top-up of fuel. Or really, doesn't even need a top-up. Checked and goes away. So this lap won't. He'll come around and start his time lapse. So through the HPI hairpin then. He'll come through the IFMAR turns and start his run. And away we go. The theatre and theatrics of the Italian circuit commentator really matching the spectacle that we're being provided. Alessio Mazzeo in the bright orange car starts on his time lapse. What's his opening salvo look like? A 16.513, straight on the pace. Great start from Mazzeo. All he has to do now is find about half a tenth. A tenth, if possible. And he goes into the provisional SuperPole with a big spin off the final corner, but it did not affect his time. He still went fastest. He spun off the final corner and he still went fastest. He puts a new fastest lap on the board of 16.399, going backwards across the timing line. There's Italian flair and flamboyance for you. Brilliant. Absolutely marvellous. That was wonderful. He comes around again and does not improve that time, of course, because he was recovering from the spin. But, oh my goodness, that was wonderful stuff. What a way to go fastest. He wins the style contest, I've got to say. Very flamboyant driving style. The tail wiggling all around. It is great, great stuff. He's coming around to complete lap 4 this time. He does not improve that time. 16.565. It's because he was going the right way across the timing line. That's clearly his issue. But absolutely marvellous stuff. Frank, do we have a replay of that?
Yeah, we'll do it after his
Yes.
After his run.
Here we go.
So we get everything.
5 laps around, 17.858. It has not improved still. I think that 16.399 is the best we're going to get out of Mazzeo, but it still sets the benchmark ever higher. His car is moving all over the place. It's dancing through the corners.
It's on a knife's edge.
It
Looks
really
like.
is on a knife's edge.
And it went off
and another
again.
crash across the line. But another improvement. He's done it again.
Amazing.
How does he keep doing this? This is remarkable. He goes faster still with a 16.302. Backwards and upside down across the line again. Spectacular.
Let's see that first replay.
Here we go. Here's the VRC Pro replay of the first fastest lap. And he just clipped the inside apex. Oh, he just spun there. Backwards across the timing line and goes fastest.
That's like a Gran Turismo move right there.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Remarkable, remarkable stuff. And I'll tell you what, Simon Kurzbuch beat that. Because that was a brilliant lap. And everyone has improved so far. And Mazzeo, the fastest so far. Each of them putting a good few tenths on each other. That's been, after levels of beatdown, normally SuperPoles are so close. But so far, there has been actually gaps in the sort of tenths of seconds between each driver. Will Kurzbuch continue the trend? Do you know what? I think Mazzeo's time is almost a bridge too far. But if there is anyone here who's going to be able to beat that, it's going to be the reigning 1/8 world champion, Simon Kurzbuch, who was also our TQ in the 1/8 European Championships in Eskilstuna in Sweden. And he was also a TQ last year in one of the 1/8 or the 1/10 European Championships as well. I can't remember which one. I think it was the Turkish one, or he won the SuperPole there. He is experienced, ice cold, super cool, and made for these kind of big occasions. So away goes Kurzbuch. He knows exactly the task ahead of him. Flips over the rumble strips and the apexes. Is he driving for our sponsors, Team Shepherd? Clipping the apexes and the IFMAR turns. We'll have a few minutes of warm-up here before getting on with the business at hand. He's very much like Groiner. He's got a nice sort of aggressive edge to the compactness of his lines. Very precise, but just knows when to push the envelope. And really, after Mazzeo's balls to the wall efforts we've just seen, Kurzbuch's going to have to produce a lap of the gods here to take SuperPole away. Mazzeo's time was one of the fastest we've seen all weekend. And Kurzbuch's going to have to go some to beat that. 1 minute to go now for the warm-up. Simon Kurzbuch, the 1/8 world champion, has big game experience on the biggest stages of all. Looking to add a 1/10 world title alongside his 1/8 world title. If he wins this SuperPole, he takes a big step towards achieving that goal. Can he do it? A minute of warm-up to go. His laps will start anytime soon. He'll probably come back into the pits at the end of this lap, just as the timer reaches 0, and then head out and start his time lapse. A little bit wide through the chicane there. Just needs to be a little bit tighter to the apexes. He keeps going. He keeps going. He obviously has time to spare. Who would have thought single car qualifying would produce so much tension and nerve-shredding action? And I've got to say, when Mazzeo put those 2 fastest laps on the board, the whole of the bleachers off to our left, the left of our commentary box, absolutely exploded. Everyone on their feet, everyone applauding, huge cheers. Can Simon Kurzbuch be the home favourite heartbreaker? We'll find out in about 30 seconds' time. Through the chicanes, he will start his time lapse when he crosses the timing loop, which, just to remind you, are right there, right under the green scoreboard. Those are the timing loops. So Kurzbuch is on his time lapse now. He has a 16.302 seconds to beat. In the hands of Alessio Mazzeo. Oh, very loose through there. It won't be done on this first lap. Very loose in the rear through the chicane. That's quite unlike Simon. His cars are normally very planted, and he's loose again. That's very unusual, you know. The rear end of that car is not cooperating right now. It is slipping around a lot. So that first lap's a bust. 17.487. You feel like Kurzbuch just has to get it together quickly, because the rear end of that car looks like it's moving around far too much. It just doesn't look stable at this point in time. That's the main straight. What was that lap like? 20.6, but again, he had to slow to a stop on the first lap. So now he only has 4 laps. He's effectively lost his first 2 laps. So Kurzbuch only has 4 bullets left in the chamber. What's he got this time? This looks like it will be his first fully clean lap. Coming through the final corners. What's that like? 16.555. That's a lot better. He's right up there in the mix now. He goes 3rd fastest. He needs to still find 2.5 tenths to knock Mazzeo off and progress into the final. Can he find it this lap? What does he do? Onto the main straight. 16.498. It's another improvement. He has 2 laps to go. He's really still got to find a lot in comparative terms, but he is moving ever closer to that mark. Has any of his final 2 laps got enough to knock Mazzeo off the board? What about this lap? 16.824 going the wrong way. He's got one more chance. The home fans are getting ready to cheer. If Kurzbuch does not improve, Mazzeo is going to be the SuperPole winner. What's Kurzbuch's final lap looking like? This is it, all or nothing. Across the line, 16.467. It's not enough. It isn't enough. And it's a dream for the home fans. They have 2 of their representatives in tomorrow's main final for the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships. Dario Balestri through as TQ and Alessio Mazzeo as their SuperPole winner. What a time to be alive for the Italian fans. And the bleachers all cheered as soon as Kurzbuch came across the line. And also, what's worth noting is that Greiner's best lap was exactly the same as Kurzbuch's best lap, down to the 1,000th of a second. So how they settled that particular tiebreak, I'm not entirely sure. But Frank, once again, SuperPole delivers the goods in spades.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. I was kind of busy with doing some graphics and stuff like that. But yeah, it was pretty good. I've got a Kurzbuch's second lap. I've got a replay of that.
Okay, let's see
replay.
it. The VRC Pro
just
replay.
him coming onto the under the main straight. Here he goes. He's not even hitting anything. He's just getting the rear end is just stepping out, and it kept happening in the runner time turn as well. The first corner, the big sweeper at the end of the main straight. So, yeah, quite interesting. I wonder if that was down to a setup change or what. I mean, he wasn't appreciably slower in his final run. I don't think so. I don't think he would do a setup change, but it could be possibly down to, I don't know. Maybe possibly down to just a different diameter on the tires or something like that. So anyway, yeah, we'll be cutting this clip out and making it into a YouTube clip that you'll be able to watch in actually just a few minutes. So over to you.
Cool. And once you've done that, I'll be heading out to write up the report from qualifying. A lot to speak about and a lot of good reading for the home fans. I've got to say, they'll be enjoying themselves a lot right now. And Alessio Mazzeo, a fabulous run. Just really, really good. Also, I'm having a look here on the timing screens, and there's only 4 cars showing up for the first of the 512th finals. And we just need clarification. Normally, it's the top 3 that go through from each lower final. And I believe that is the same case here. We'll get some clarification on that as soon as we can. But the guys showing up so far, there's 4 cars showing up for the first of our finals as racing gets underway in earnest. Henrik Christensen, Massimo Loreto, Peter Spratley and Juha Soderholm. There's 4 of them. There were 8 in the bottom heat of qualifying, so I don't know if some guys, their events have ended early. But if there are only 3 going through, then it's going to be like the bronze medal matchups in the Olympics, where you have a match for bronze where the losers don't get anything. At least if you're in the gold medal match, you still get something. Just ask the Great British Rugby Sevens teams. The men's team at least made the gold final, got a silver. The women's team made the bronze medal match and came home with nothing. So it's going to be kind of like that in this group. If there are only 4 cars out there and 3 transferring up, if it's more than that, then they're fine, basically. They're all good, but we are fairly certain it's 3 that move up. And they'll be rolling off. They're scheduled to roll off in about 3.5 minutes' time for the first of the lower finals. Qualifying, any mention of qualifying is out the window now, folks. Qualifying has officially ended for the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships 2016. From here on out, it is nothing the raw adrenaline of competition. And we have today 6 rounds of lower finals, moving all the way up to the 1/16 finals, effectively the last 32. So we've got a lot of racing to bring you here on RC Racing TV, as well as some additional chats with hopefully the guys involved in SuperPole. See if we can get a word with Alessio Mazzeo. What is a phenomenal run, and what a reaction to get in front of the home fans. Just remarkable. I'm just looking down in the pits at the moment. There doesn't seem to be that much activity, given that we are scheduled to have a race in about 3 minutes' time. So I wonder if people are just late getting up there.
Can hear engines warming up.
Yeah. Doesn't appear to be that many entered here. I wonder if it's just a case of how the lower finals have worked out, that we've only got 4 here, or whether some of the bottom guys have headed home early. So,
Unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely. But are you good with the YouTube clips, by the way?
Yep.
Cool. Would you mind if I departed
Yep.
and did the report for qualifying?
Go ahead.
All good. I will leave you in the very
Yeah.
capable hands of Frank McKinney for the first round of the lower finals.
The interview that we did with that we cut with outside. Sorry, the interview we caught with Dario Balestre, what was that? Half an hour ago. That is now a separate clip on the YouTube page. And the SuperPole that we just watched is also going to be available on the YouTube channel as well. We've got a playlist just for this whole week of events. That is, you can watch everything as much as you want. So we're meant to get started in less than a minute, and I don't see any. Well, there's one driver on the rostrum. Track officials are out on the track. Marshals are gathered around and getting ready. So this is the these are the finals. Well, not the main final, but the finals. Officially, they're called the sub-finals. First one up is going to be the 1.5/12 B, and then the 1.5/12 A. Each race is 20 minutes, starting every half hour. So 3 drivers from each race will be bumping up, and if you've watched our coverage before of Nitro Racing, you'll know that we will follow the first few guys away from the starting line for the first couple of laps, and then as the race settles down into proper racing, we will start to concentrate on the battle for third, because that is the final bump up position, and these guys will have a pretty good idea of where they are racing for. These aren't podium spots, but they are spots to bump up. So the battle for third and fourth. Sometimes, well, we've seen if you've watched the coverage before, sometimes it's an absolutely thrilling race with many drivers going for that third place. Sometimes it gets a bit stretched out, and we kind of have to look for the battles on the track. But we'll be doing our best to bring you the best action here live from the IFMAR Worlds. And let me get some graphics up here. Didn't realize. Oh, this is fantastic when the mouse just completely disappears. Oh, I see what's happening. It's a little bit of a lockup with our software. So we'll get some graphics on the screen as soon as we can, but just waiting for everything on the computer to respond. So we've got a 20-minute sub-final B coming up, well, any second now, really. Meant to be starting actually about 2 minutes ago. So not sure. I don't think they've changed around the schedule. So just as puzzled as you are. So we are kind of past the point where we can take requests to follow folks, unfortunately. If you are following anyone in particular, we are just going to be following the top 3 drivers from each of these sub-finals, because they are the ones who can really affect things for the sub-finals that follow. They'll be the ones bumping up. The first place finisher in the sub-finals will start in 8th place on the next sub-final on their side of the Christmas tree. So, for example, the first, second, and third finishers in this 1-5-12th sub-final B, those guys will start in 8, 9, and 10 in the 1-2-5-6th sub-final B. And the same goes for the guys on the A side of the final listings, and so on all the way up to the 1/16th finals. So the first pair of races are the 1-5-12th, and then the 1-2-5-6th, the 1-128th. Those guys will start after the lunch break at about 2:30, and then it will be the 1/64th, the 1/32nd, and the 1/16th subfinals will round out the day, and those will start at 17:30, 5:30 p.m. local time, the Central European time here in Italy, and finish at 6:20. So what I am hoping, and it does need to be said, because you never know. What I'm hoping is that we won't have any delays called, because those are more likely to happen in the semifinals. As I'm desperately wondering what has happened to our computer here. Not power to that. Is it on? No. So while we're waiting, just let you know that we are, of course, RC Racing TV. We're here live from Gubbio, Italy, at the 1/10th Nitro Touring Car World Championships. And try not to get in shot of the camera. It is moving around a little bit, but as the cars are getting started, and they're starting to appear in pit lane. So we'll get some information graphics on the screen as soon as we can. But in the meantime, just to let you know, we've got the timing for this group, and this is one of those really rough ones. I think I wasn't listening to everything Adam was saying earlier, but this does look like one of those rough finals where there's only 4 drivers in this one, and 3 will be bumping up to become the, as I said, cars number 8, 9, 10 in the next final on their side. So that is car number 1 is going to be Henrik Christensen from Denmark, Massimo Loretto from Monaco, Peter Spratley from the UK, and Juha Soderholm from Finland. So, John, just let them roll out. You don't have to follow the warm up necessarily, but unless you really want. So Okay. So we've got the live timing up there, but there's going to be a few minutes of warm-up here. I believe it's going to be 3 or 4 minutes, and then as you can see on the clock there, 20 minutes of racing. So we are going to see quite a lot of fuel stops here. I imagine these guys are going to come in at about the 4:30 mark, maybe the 4, because the lap times are about, for these guys, are going to be about 17, 18 seconds. Yeah, about every 4.5 minutes or so, roughly. So we're going to see maybe a splash and dash or so, something like that at the end of, towards the end of the races for these guys. So we're going to try and use our pit cam as much as possible. Couple minutes before they line up on the grid, you can see on our main camera there, you can see the grid positions. Pretty sure they're going to use, because this is a nitro race, they're going to use those slanted positions, the Le Mans style. As a car's coming off the track, going into our vehicle recovery system. Well, not ours, but the track's awesome vehicle recovery system. That little metal bridge that goes across the track and allows turn marshals to return cars without running across the track, trying to dodge cars coming at them at about 65 to 67 miles an hour. These cars not going quite that fast. That one, last one did 77 kilometers an hour, which is about 40. That's not all that quick, really. So let's see how fast it goes this time. 71.8. Wow, it's... Oh, and I think the car that just flamed out before has flamed out again. He's in the grass. Marshals are retrieving him. He's in the... you can see him there on our Shepherd S-Cam. And that marshal's running back to the vehicle recovery system again. I'm not sure what number that is. There we go. We got a little bit better speed now, 96.6. Still trying to figure out what is happening. Just trying to get the information. We got the race graphics, as you can see. Those are on the screen. You see the names, the first 3 letters of each name anyway, of each driver, and the race time, the number of laps that the leader has done, and the number of laps behind everyone else is. And that will swap around every now and then. And here we go. So I'm still trying to figure out, get the graphics on there. It's a few minutes, a few seconds before we go. And the horn is sounded, and they are off. The first 2 off pretty quickly, but that number 2 car, that is Massimo Lorenzo. He's the one who was flaming out a couple times, I believe. Number 4, Juha Söderholm, already falling behind just a bit. A little bit slow in the acceleration. Doesn't quite have that top speed. Oh, and Massimo has come to a halt at the IFMAR. Sorry, at the runner time turn. That's the first corner, so he's going to be a lap down by the time he gets out. The marshals are recovering him, and that's the leader, Henrik Christensen from Denmark. He is off and away. So 3 cars to bump up, 3 cars driving. It's going to be a fascinating race. So actually, no, it's not. It was a. Yeah, Massimo is out. So running orders, Christensen, Spratley, and Söderholm. These guys are at the moment bumping up. And let's... that there in the pits, you can see Massimo Loretto's pitman and another person, helper, getting him out. So he's back out now. But he is going to be 3 laps down. That is not going to be very helpful for him and his chances to get into the 1:2:56 final. So we are with the leader as he comes through the Shepherdess. And you can see the HPI hairpin. They're actually still quite bunched up together. Massimo is mixed up in there. He shouldn't be. The car 4 of Soderholm is several corners behind these guys. Massimo is just behind Peter Spratley. So even if he is faster, and he might be, well, technically by qualifying standards, he is just the tiniest bit faster. But I believe the referees will allow him to unlap himself, but they're not going to require Spratley to move over. So Spratley can hold him off as much as he likes. And judging from the way Loretto's car has been acting in the warm-up, I'll be surprised if he is able to make it through the rest of the race. And it looks like Spratley's actually catching up to... Let's try and keep both cars, both the lead cars, this yellow car and the white car in the same frame there. Well, as much as you can. They are going to start closing up, I think, because it looks like visibly Spratley's catching Christensen there. As Adam is typing the qualifying report for IFMAR on the tiniest keyboard. Well, no, his tiniest keyboard is his BlackBerry. Yes, he uses a BlackBerry. But I think Spratley's lost maybe about a quarter second, and he's fallen back into Massimo's clutches a little bit more, as Soderholm he's struggling coming out into the straight, so he's falling well behind. He's about a half a lap behind now, so he is due to be lapped in several laps' time, but Spratley has started catching up to Christensen again. Can't really tell where he's faster, so you can see him there. Both cars on screen coming through the start-finish line. And that is Henrik Christensen from Denmark in the lead. And let's drop back one car. Let's focus more on Spratley, because he's the man on the move. Yeah, he's very close now to Christensen, especially in those. He loves those slow corners. So maybe his car's just set up a bit better in the slow, twisty bits. He's definitely much closer now. So last laps for these guys were 18.0 and 18.0. Just 0.03 of a second difference. And this time, Spratley much faster, 0.2 faster this time. As Christensen has come in for a pit stop. Well, I was looking at the screen, so let's see if Spratley is as well. There we go. It's got some pit stop action. As Spratley's car being fueled and away. There we go, coming out of the pit lane. Sorry, John. We're gonna have to work out this pit camera action. But look at how close. If you zoom out a bit, John, and you can see after the first round of pit stops. This is really interesting. Of course, this is the battle for the lead, so this is the only battle on track. So after the first round of pit stops, first Christensen came in, and then Spratley came in, and you can see that the battle between the race between the mechanics and the refueling has been, well, it's still quite even. So you can see how critical it is for the pit stops to go absolutely flawlessly, and ideally maybe a slight mistake for either coming into the pits, out of the pits, merging with any traffic that's on your in-lap or out-lap. There's a host of factors that could really affect what happens in the pit lanes. And it looks like Spratley's dropped back about a quarter second or so. He's catching up. 17.8 that last time for Christensen, so that's why he had a fantastic lap, and that's why it looked like Spratley had dropped back. It was just because Christensen put in a storming lap, and then Spratley responded with a 4/10 second faster lap, as that is Soderholm getting lapped. And and a problem for Christensen. What's happened with him? He's dropped back and given up the lead, basically. Soderholm getting in the way of Massimo, and then able to move aside for Christensen. So now that puts Spratley in the lead. He's in that number 8 position in the 1:2:56 final, as he's coming through the HPI hairpin and across the finish line right now. Down the main straight and into the runner time turn. 86.8 kilometers an hour, so not really troubling anybody on the fastest speed. Of course, the guys in the fastest heat, of course, they're not only sponsored by various fuel and engine manufacturers. Those actual manufacturers are here present to help those drivers win the World Championship and do the best they can. So they're going to have the best of the best, and presumably these drivers will have to. They might have a little bit of sponsorship here and there, but generally they're going to be paying, basically street price for the engines that they're using. So you might not have a hand-tuned engine from the top engine tuners. So because of that mistake, Christensen is now several seconds behind. He's about 3 seconds behind Spratley. So if we drop back from Spratley 2 cars, John, to the yellow and white car, that is Henrik Christensen from Denmark. We're going to catch him going through the HPI hairpin now on our swank setup. Oh, as that Massimo crashes in front of him, so he's gotten out of the way yet again. So now there's a clear path between Christensen and Spratley. Still a couple of corners. It's a straightaway and a sweeper lead that Spratley has. So now it comes down to just driving calm, trying to ignore what the other guy's doing, and hope that your mechanic gets everything perfect from the timing of your fuel stops to the actual physical fuel stop itself. And that includes picking up the car, pulling it away from the driving area of the pit lane, refueling it properly, getting as much fuel in there as will fit in the fuel tank. I believe these are going to be 75 cc fuel tanks. And then setting the car down and then taking it easy down the pit lane as Christensen is coming in for his second pit stop. The mechanic quite blasé about putting his car back down. I was like, well, there we are. As Spratley comes in on the very next lap. So slightly better fuel running. This is a very long stop. What is happening here? That's a terribly long stop. So Christensen, his lead has been cut in half now because of that long stop. I wonder if that was an engine tuning stop, because it looked like they brought the car up to shoulder level, which is generally where the mechanics do the tuning. You have a very long and thin screwdriver that reaches all the way into the engine, which is mounted sort of midship on the car. So these are mid-engine cars, basically. Think of like where the engine would be on, say, a Ferrari real car. And now Massimo is, or is that? Yeah, that is Massimo. That is between Spratley and Christensen. So that white, blue, and orange car is not featuring. He's presently still fourth. So he is basically running and hoping that one of these guys will break or flame out fatally. so that he can get the bump up position, because there's only 4 cars in this. 3 cars will be bumping up into the 1-256th. So let's drop back a couple of cars to Christensen. Sorry, John. Yeah, they're going through the S now. So we're following. No, drop back 1 car. There we go. And drop back 1 more car to Christensen. There we go. This is Henrik Christensen. And he's dropped back from Massimo Loretto for some reason. Is he going to settle for second? Or is he going to try and make a charge? If I were him, we're about halfway through the race, or over halfway through the race. If I were Christensen, I would potentially just hold back, accept the second place, and not brake, basically. Just keep running, because you don't want to give up a position to the driver who is in front of Christensen here. You can just see him there in shot. That's Massimo Loretto. If any of these cars break out, by break out I mean not finish the race, that means that Massimo is going to bump up. So just so you guys know, the next round of subfinals starts at 12:30. It's also a 20-minute race. All the races for the rest of the day are 20 minutes. So at 12:30 is the 1-256 subfinal B. Then we have a lunch break from 1:30 to 2:30. But we will be playing in a video of as many of the SuperPole men as we can catch. Hopefully they're still going to be in the pits at that time. We do have to stay on camera and talking to you through the lower finals. As I just reminded, the graphics still not come back. So at 2:30 is the start of the 1/128th subfinals. 3:30, so you kind of get the idea here. 3:30 is the 164th subfinals. 4:30 and then 5:30, that's the 132nd, and finally the 116th subfinals. All of these are 20-minute races. At the top of every hour, there will be a new round of races starting, and then at the bottom of every hour, the subfinal B of that round will start. So we're still with Henrik Christensen, as it looks like he's settling for second place here. I think what Massimo is hoping is that actually the car ahead of Christensen is the third place man, the presently third place man of Juha Soderholm from Finland. So he's going to be put a lap down by Henrik here. What Massimo is going to be hoping, as Juha looked like he was going to give the place up, and then he's just almost come to a stop, and then just doesn't get... Oh, Christensen's off. Oh, no, he's pitting. Sorry. Let's go into the pit lane and watch this third pit stop for Christensen. Now, I said earlier, his mechanic looked a bit kind of bored. Okay, as Spratley has now come in, so now their times are synced. Is this another tuning, another long stop as he's come down? Let's go to the pit exit, sorry. First corner, running time turn, John, to catch the white car, the leader of these two cars. That's Peter Spratley, who had another long stop. It looked like another engine fiddling session. So let's see if he maintains his lead. I don't think he has. So times have updated. No, I guess he has. Somewhere along the way, I missed that Christensen is now a lap down in my babbling. So how has that happened? I wonder if, because Spratley showing with 51 laps, Christensen showing with 50. The interesting part here, though, is if we, let's see, find car 2. Spratley's crashed. Spratley's come off, so is that going to give... Okay, so I think what's happened here is that Spratley's come across for his 51st lap. Christensen has come across for his... Sorry, both on their 52nd lap. So the lead is still maintained. Right, okay. So I was just a bit turned around on the positions where they're at. However, the interesting part here is we need to find car 2. So the car going through the HPI hairpin, well, he's coming through chicane and the HPI hairpin now, John. That is Massimo Loretto, presently in 4th, but he's catching Juha Soderholm. So it doesn't look like anyone's shouting up from the pit lane to anybody in particular. They're all just standing there watching the cars go around, basically. But now it is down to Massimo to catch Juha, who's about a half a lap ahead. And remember, he started 2 laps down. So with 2.5 minutes, roughly 2 minutes 40 seconds left, can Massimo do it? So let's reposition to coming down the main straight, the yellow and whitish car going into runner time turn now, John, is Juha. And behind him is... Yeah, okay. Now, see, this is why the Massimo is able to catch him. Juha's doing these really... His car just doesn't look happy, basically. So he's driving an unhappy car. I don't want to say it's bad driving. It could be anything, but let's just say it's an unhappy car. Actually, that's Christensen. Let's drop to... Just wait there at the next corner, and the next car, sorry, John, is the white and pink car, is Juha. That's the one. And just about 4 seconds behind him is Massimo. So this is the battle for 3rd. So he's only about... It's 3 seconds behind now. With 1 minute to go, the pressure is on Juha. And that's it. There's a crash on the main straight, and that's a pass for 3rd by Massimo. Now it's a battle. So going into the side, the Shepherd S's, that's the battle for 3rd. Massimo has managed to overcome the odds over 20 minutes of racing. And those 2 cars right there, they're now battling for 3rd. So there's 45 seconds left to go. That's about 2.5 laps left. So Massimo, he's already pulling away from Juha. So right at the very end, and Juha, he's got a hurt car. He may have chunked the rear tire or something. He's not getting very good drive into the left corner, or coming out of a left corner, and this track is probably about 70% left corners. So we are watching the drive of Juha right now. I don't think he's going to be able to make it up, as there's only 8 seconds left. No, he's come through. There he is, yeah. 2 seconds left. That is the race finish now. So Massimo is going to come across in 3rd position as he finishes his run right now. Spratley and Juha just finishing now, and then Christensen is going to come across in 2nd. So, finishing order for that one is Spratley, Christensen, and Loretto. Those guys are going to be happy and bumping up. And the racer that started in 4th position, he was already struggling from the beginning, but a 2-lap pit stop by the man that started in 2nd meant that he had a chance, and it came down to the last 2 minutes of the race. So, there we go. That's the first of the 1-5-12 subfinals finished. As still curious about what is happening with our on-screen graphics. We can change the cameras, but not the graphics, unfortunately, at the moment. There's still plenty of chat happening in this stream. Everyone just saying hello and good day to each other, I guess. But while we're waiting for things, let's just see if we can get this SuperPole video. Live on YouTube. So apologies for the delay in speaking. As the next racers are already out. This is the 1/5/12 A final. And the drivers in this, the timing hasn't updated. There's a lot more drivers in this one. Our timing has not updated for some reason. It's 4 minutes. I think that was 4 minutes was the announcement. So I'm just trying to multitask here, which never ever works, no matter what anyone says. Still waiting for the timing to update. What is happening? Meanwhile, though, just updating the SuperPole video. That is now live on the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to catch that. Watch all the excitement from the SuperPole with Robert Peach, Dominic Greiner, Alessio Mazzeo, and Simon Kurzbuch. So it was a pretty enthralling race. Of course, the hometown fans, I won't spoil it for you, but the hometown fans were, of course, cheering for the lone Italian in that run. And when I say hometown fans, we do have plenty of obvious local people here. So it's really, really interesting when that happens. It's always nice to see that. The local townsfolk actually taking an interest. And of course, the local council helps out with a lot of the financial means for the track. Which means that the locals are quite involved and aware when big races such as this take place. So here we go. We've got the main straight. The starting grid is going. And we've got the countdown. Okay, so here is, we do have finally timing position. And there's our leader. That is Antonio Fattigati, followed by Fabrizio De Persio, and then Tom Limkild from Denmark, our friend Joe Evaristo from the Philippines, and Rui Completo from Portugal, rounding it out. Rui's already gotten past Joe, but we're with just following the lead. If you drop back to the next two cars, okay, well, one car. They were closer. Sorry, John. So this car here is De Persio. He's going to be challenging for the... There he goes. What happened there? Antonio just gave it up. All right, so if we drop back to the orange car again, let's see what happens here. So two Italians in the lead. I wonder if the Antonio's gonna let Tom have it. He does. What's going on there? Why would you give that up? He made that pass very, very easy for him. So we're gonna stick with these two guys because obviously looks like De Persio he's starting to run away with it. Very strangely. Was he just very, very slow, Antonio, as it goes through the HPI hairpin there and across the finish line, complete another lap and into that runner time turn. Now he let Tom get past him very easily. Maybe he just had an ill-handling car for a couple of laps there and just let him go past. So, yeah, Tom, sorry you missed the SuperPole. It is on the YouTube channel, though. So sorry, guys, if the sound was low. We were fiddling around with some of the settings earlier, just trying to improve things, and obviously we didn't. So, any apologies for that. The SuperPole is available on the YouTube channel, though. So we're with this third place car of number 1, Antonio Fattigati. He's trying to get back up to Tom Limkild, who he let pass on the second or third lap. And it looks like he's just going to... Well, obviously there's 17 minutes left in the race. So there's plenty of time for him to come back. So hopefully that sound is better now. Maybe has very good confidence in his pit men and mechanics. Maybe he's able to run an extra lap or two on his fuel than the other drivers around him. Who knows? Running order at the moment is De Persio, Limkild, Fattigati, Completo, and Evaristo. I can tell you that Rui Completo from Portugal and Joe Evaristo not really running anywhere near each other. In fact, one of them just went off the track, and I want to say it was Evaristo, unfortunately. And I think De Persio is well ahead. Oh, no, that was a crash. Sorry, that was a crash for our leader. That was De Persio crash. Now it's Limkild and Fattigati. And this is, I believe that's De Persio coming out. So he's dropped down to 4th, the number 2 car. Stand up and see what, just make sure the numbers. No, that was the number 1 car. Yeah. very close with the, I think that was Joe Evaristo letting the leader go past. So let's see the running order. Let's reset just a tiny bit because, yeah, it was the first round of pit stop, so it was a bit of a move around and shuffling. So Limkilled in the lead, DePercio second, number 2, and the number 1 car, Fatigati, in third. So we'll try and spot where they're at. It's the 3 in the lead. So the car 2 is gone missing again. Oh no, here he is. Just come around. He went off briefly. So is that going to allow Evaristo to catch up a bit? Well, it will, but not enough to put him on the same lap just yet. So we're staying with these 2 cars that we're on at the moment, although even though there's more cars on the track, this is actually a slightly less interesting race. We're on the car 1 of second place, Antonio Fatigati. We're following him most of the race. Ahead of him is the car 3 of Tom Limkilled, who's got a pretty good gap. Behind this orange car is the car 4 of fourth place man Joe Evaristo. Car 2 of third place man Antonio DePercio is about a half a lap behind these guys, and fourth place is nowhere near him. So really, not a lot happening yet in this race. We might get some more drama like we did in the first run. The final 2 minutes, it was 18 minutes of cars going around the track, and then about 2 or 3 minutes of, hey, it's gotten interesting suddenly because fourth place man has been able to catch third place man after being off the track for 2 laps. I actually expected him to not even finish, judged on his performance in the warm-up. But just goes to show it's racing. You never know what can happen. It looks like Limkilled is going to be lapping DePercio soon. We're still with the number 1 of Antonio Fatigati. Well ahead in second. So the car we're following, and the car ahead of him, and the car ahead of him are the top 3 runners. And Jan, if we can move up forward 1 car to the white and blue car about to come on the straight, that car is the leader. The car ahead of this car is third place man, DePercio. Yes, 2 and then 3. So the car behind the car, as he went a bit wide there. So he lost some time, but not enough time to really, he didn't shorten the gap much. So DePercio is coming in for his pit, so catch him. And we're back with the leader. So he did. The gap is coming down just very, very slowly from Tom Limkilled to Fatigati. Who's just come in for a pit. Let's catch him on the pit. Stay with where you are, John. We're just catching the pit. And then we're back with the leader. So does that mean Limkilled is going to be coming in soon? Probably. It's 10.5 minutes to go. And there we go. Some pit action. 2 cars in the pits at once. It's a race, but not really. Oh, that was kind of a pass. A bit faster movement there from the mechanic in the X-ray shirt. So let's give it a lap or so. Let's let everyone cross. Everyone's all in one area of the track now. So let's let them cross the finish line and let it all sort out. Let the computer do the sorting. That's what they're there for. So Lim killed in the bright orange car still. No, he's not. That's not the bright orange car. Okay, so John, sorry, the second car in the line of cars. He's going through the chicane now and going through the hairpin now. That is our leader, Tom Limkild, car number 3. Car number 1 of Fatagati is across the finish line now, and then behind him is 4th place man, Evaristo. So still, unfortunately, our friend Joe from the Philippines has come all this way. And it looks like this is going to be his last run here at the IFMAR World Finals, World Championships. In this, the 256th subfinal. There's a Marshall taking care of car 4. That was Joe. So Joe getting. Last bit of glory on the screen. Was that a pass? I think Joe just made a pass. Go on, Joe. Yeah, he made a pass on Tom Limkild, second place man, who is probably just driving safe just to make sure that he finishes in the top 3. Top 3 guys are still out there. We have a car in the pits. We'll swap to him very quickly. It's a very long pit stop. Looks like he flamed out during the refueling, and he's back out. I want to say that was Rui Completo having a not very fun time. He is actually 8 laps behind Joe, so I'm pretty sure this is going to be the last run for Rui Completo from Portugal, as Joe has now been passed by Limkild. So, and another run of pit. No, that's just a weird pit stop for, I think that was Limkild, who's now getting passed by Fatagati, who was in the lead. No, sorry, that was Fatagati that came in. No, it was Limkild. Yep, sorry. Yeah, so we've got the car number 1 of Fatagati going into runtime turn now, John. He's about to go into the S. The orange car is our leader. You can punch me later if I'm making you jump around too much. I'm trying to make it easy. It's so now after everything, the running order is back to 1, 2, 3. That's very interesting. After Fatagati, who we're following now through the HBI turn, he let second place man, or the second starter, car number 2 of Fabrizio De Persio, he just literally, it looked like he just pulled aside and let him by. And then about a lap later, did the same for Tom Limkild from Denmark. But now, I don't know, my guess that his fuel strategy would pay off in the end, maybe that was actually correct. Could I be actually correct in something regarding racing and timing and stuff like that? I'm not the greatest at looking at these timing screens, but it looks like his strategy has paid off. And Fatagati is coming to the pits now. He's getting presumably his last run of fuel. He's come out. Let's see where he ends up, because it is 5.5 minutes to go. Is he actually going to last? He's come in at 5 minutes 45. So I will keep you updated on, because we're not generating the drama here, but this is quite interesting actually. He's come in at 5:45. The qualifying races, people were struggling to make even 5 laps in many cases. So does he have that much pace? So we have 2 cars coming in the pits. We'll One's come in as he's just come out. So those are the other second place man has just gone into the pits. So DePercio. So that's why Limkilled is now in the ahead. So no, sorry, he's dropped behind. So we're waiting for DePercio to come through for his final pit stop with 4.5 minutes left now. So we're sticking with Fatigati to see if he comes in for a last-second splash and dash, as Limkilled is just one corner behind him now. Thank you. So we've got Fatigati. And then directly behind him is Joe Evaristo. And behind him, not far, is Limkilled in second position. Okay, and your guess is as good as mine as to what just happened to the screens. Everything has gone dark. Okay, so we have graphics back. I'm just going to... all the screens have gone to very, very dark. That's not very fun. If it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? Right, this is annoying because it takes my attention away from what's happening on the track, which is De Fatigati is still in the lead. DePercio, the car number 2, is still in second, or back into second, I should say. We've got a last-minute stop. Where's our timing gone? I think something is happening with our timing system, which is something's definitely happening to our timing. Well, like I said, if it's not one thing, it's another, isn't it? This is all quite interesting now. Hey, okay, I don't know what happened, but we have the timing back and the screens have cleared up. So, here we go. Here's our last second pit stop for Fatigati. We've got 2 minutes remaining. And he's back out, but he's stopped. He's stopped. Is that giving up the lead? He's stopped now. I have to apologize for this ridiculous turn of events with our cameras. We can't see what is happening out there. Fatigati is back out on the track, so we have the moving camera. It's obviously everything's quite dark. But was he? He's still counting. He's still showing in the lead. No, he's dropped down. Okay, so DePercio has come across the line, so has taken the lead away from Fatigati. Is Limkilled going to come across before Fatigati is able to? No. Limkilled is actually a lap down. So the running order now is DePercio, Fatigati, and Limkilled. Evaristo from the Philippines is he's actually not far behind Limkilled. So if Limkilled were to have a problem in these last 40 seconds, it's still trying to figure out what's happening with. It's something to do with our. I'm going to have to take a look at something here. Okay, so we have timing back. That is nothing I did. I'll just take it. So it looks like the finishing order is going to be De Percio after all that. And again, it's another slow burn. A lot of these lower finals are like that. Seemingly nothing happens for 15 minutes. And then suddenly things just start ramping up out of nowhere. Right, so I'm just going to go see if I can find the remote for the AC, because it's actually just a bit too chilly. Hello, everybody. So I'm just going to bump up the temperature, hopefully, if I can get it. No, it's not moving. So the beeps you might hear, those are, oops, that's the air conditioner replying to, responding to commands.
Ma nell'ambito dello scoppio utilizzare ed essere anche cercato e ben voluto per la professionalità.
And we're back in the room. Hopefully at some point Adam will return with drinks or something, so I can actually have a little a moderate break and then let Jan have a bit of a break. All right, okay. So sorry for the very weird turn of events there with the video feed. I believe that was something to do with the timing system, because as that was going away, that's when the that's when everything was starting to sort of happen with the night racing. So apologies about that. And yeah, as someone mentioned in the chat, we are doing this live. This is all live. Literally just me in front of 3 computers and John on the camera. So just to remind everybody, we are RC Racing TV. We are glad to have you along watching all of this fantastic coverage for free, thanks to the generous sponsorship of Shepherd Micro Racing, HPI Racing, and Runner Time Fuels. So, of course, we are the official EFRA media representatives for this week here at the IFMAR IC 200mm Worlds in gorgeous Gubbio, Italy. Absolutely gorgeous. So let's see if we can get the correct timing going here now, finally. So we've got Daniel Jones starting in the number 1 spot for the UK. Dan Credolfer from Australia. Stefan Fischer from Switzerland. Mathieu Delfour from France. Ricky Credolfer from Australia. Simone Canoni from Italy. Roberto Riboli from Italy. Peter Spratley bumping up in that previous race from the UK. Henrik Christensen and Massimo Loretto finishing out the 10 riders and runners in this race. So you can see everybody coming out on the grid now. So we've got 9 cars. Number 9 car is missing. Where is Henrik Christensen? Looks like he's not starting. Oh no, there's mechanics in the pits trying to get the car started. He's going to have to start from pit lane though. And they are off. So we are sticking with just follow the general lead of cars. Second and third are door to door. Fourth and fifth right there with them. Fifth place, number 8 car is Peter Spratley. Not far behind either. So we got 4 cars breaking away, and then a group of 2. And then a group of 2 more. And the final car, Henrik Christensen, starting from the pit lane, way down the order. So let's stick with these lead 4 cars. As the car 7 and another car I can't see come to grief. Going way down. And there we go. He's already lapped that number 9 of Christensen. So we've got the 1, 2, 3, and 5. Number 9 has lost his wing, and he's... I think the referees are telling him to pull off. So we got Daniel Jones, Dan Credolfer, Stefan Fischer, and Ricky Credolfer in that first 4 cars. So it's going to come down to Fischer and Credolfer at the moment. So let's drop back to the white and orange car. The third in this group. There we go. Sorry, John. One more car. Drop one more car. So that is, okay, sorry, that's 4th place, Ricky Credolfer. And he is trying desperately to catch up to Stefan Fischer. He's presently in 3rd. He's coming across the start-finish line. So it's down to Ricky to catch him. There might be a bit of grief if Stefan is able to catch Dan Credolfer. The Credolfer brothers in this one. We talked to them yesterday. But it looks like Spratley is going to come up and give Ricky a bit of a hard time. It's going to be Australia versus UK. Oh, we've got a car number 6 upside down on the main straight. We've got someone who's come into the pits from the top 3. That's 6 car. Someone's screaming at the marshals. That is not good. But tentative marshal.
I think car 6 is either flamed out or...
Yeah. I don't know where this marshal came from, but it doesn't look like he's a racer. He's just... That's that race finish for that car, I think. So let's reset. Daniel Jones, Dan Credolfer, and while we were watching all that, Ricky Credolfer has gone past...
Mathieu Delfour of France. So both Credolfers in the transfer spot right now. In fact, Dan Credolfer's just scored as the leader. I think Daniel Jones may have had his first pit stop of the race. Looks it. So continue to follow car number 5. That is indeed Ricky Credolfer, who's still in the transfer spot. And he's in a good position right now. Remember, folks, we focus a lot in the lower finals on third spot because that's the last of the transfer positions. And that is where most of the action is in any given race because, of course, the guy immediately behind is on the outside looking in. And Matteo Delfor is not that far behind Ricky Crodolfo at all. So Dan Crodolfo's in a good position. He's in the lead. His brother Ricky is coming under a bit of pressure from Delfor right now, who did hold that third spot up until about a minute ago and then lost it. I wonder if... I haven't seen many pit stops as of yet, so it must have been a change on the track. At the moment, a few guys have fallen by the wayside early on. I think R6 is back out there, but obviously he's laps down, so he's going to have to pray for some sort of miracle to get him back into contention for this one.
Okay, so just a bit of housekeeping. John, I'm going to come and spell you for the after this race, and then I'll do the complete following round. So I'll do 3 races once this race finishes. I'm just going to run around, get some pictures so that they can go on the EFRA Facebook page and get a picture of Balestre, very happy Dario Balestre, and his car, and see what else I can get on my way to you.
Brilliant job, Frank. Our work is never done around here. And I concluded the qualifying report back in the hot seat and watching a really, really good battle evolving here as Ricky Crodolfo, Delfor is closing in. Both of them in the pits. Now, this is going to be fascinating. Crodolfo comes into pit first, and he gets out first. And I think he actually makes a net gain there, especially as Delfor had a little bit of an error on the pit exit. That was a good pit stop for Ricky Crodolfo. Really, really good pit stop. I think Daniel Jones has repassed Dan Crodolfo up front. So, but at this point, both the Crodolfo brothers up in the transfer spots, so that's exactly where they need to be. So they come through the Shepherd S once more. There you see the gap between Ricky and Mathieu. So that gap reaching out a little bit again, but this is certainly probably the closest at this stage of the transfer battles that we've had so far. Through the top corners. Once again, through the chicane. Crodolfo just looks to be really smooth at the moment, really nice, under a bit of pressure. And there's also more pressure coming from behind. In fact, some of the cars behind Delfor are actually laps down. So it is Delfor who's his main opponent right now. That's the only guy he needs to worry about. And worry about him he probably should, because Delfor is still within touching distance. That's why that first round pit stop was so important. So massively important for these guys. They needed to get that one right. And Delfor actually lost a little bit of ground to Ricky Crodolfo, which would have been so frustrating given that he made that time up on the track. He was right there or thereabouts. And now has all that work to do all over again. And a big incident at the final corner. Now, who was that? That was car 8. That was car 8, Peter Spratley. One of our transfers up from the earlier rounds. And good work from John to pick up Ricky Crodolfo again in amongst all that. A flipping car out of nowhere. Suddenly, everyone was on alert. But Crodolfo was able to survive that. He came through okay. He's actually pulling out a little bit on Delfor now. Just by a tiny amount, but he's starting to eke out them gains on every lap. We have about 12 and a half minutes to go of this 256th final B. First of the 256th finals. Pit stop, I think, for our leader, Daniel Jones. That should be on schedule. No, I think he's not been. It was Stefan Fischer of Switzerland, actually closing in onto the back of Delfor. So we might have a 3-way battle for third spot before too long. In fact, I see what's happened. I think Daniel Jones on a slightly off-sequence strategy compared to Dan Crodolfo, because he's fallen behind Crodolfo again, and by some way, Crodolfo is now tangled up in traffic. That'll be Dan. Ricky, meanwhile, is dealing through with some cars. That was an instant again for car number 7, who is Roberto Riboli, who's many laps down. But it is still Ricky Crodolfo. And Delfor's closing in again. This seems to be what happens. Delfor seems to have slightly better ground speed, but it's just not by enough. And then he lost that time in the first pit stop. He needs a better pit stop this time. And he'll know that. Ricky is once again under pressure. Oh, and a big slide for that corner. That's a big moment for Crodolfo, and he loses the position, but he gets it right back. 2 instants for 2 cars battling for the position in consecutive corners. That's absolutely incredible. I've never seen something quite like it. Just as Delfour snatched the position, he lost it right back again. That is quite remarkable. Let's see if we caught that on the VRC Pro replay. Yes, you can see the slide there from Godolpher. He slides in the first corner, and I wonder, did Delfour clip his car as he came through? That's what it may look like. As the VRC Pro replay plays out. So, what a great shot that was. What a great illustration of what just happened as the battle continues unabated. And that now, I think, is someone else. That's Stefan Fischer who's now riding the battle. He's got past Delfour and all of that, and he's chasing down Ricky Godolpher. He's burning a hole in the back of that car with the stare. Godolpher again losing the final few. Oh! Delfour just went a little bit wide. Fischer. My apologies. Fischer went a little bit wide coming onto the main straight, trying to go around the outside of Godolpher off the final corner. Bounced off the wall, keeps going. These guys have pit stops coming up too. Delfour has actually fallen down to 5th. He's got a car in between him and Fischer as well. But this is the battle we're watching for. This is absolutely nerve-jangling stuff. This is a great battle playing out in front of us. Marvellous stuff. As they come onto the main straight again. Has Fischer made the pass? I don't think he has. Pit stop's happening now. Godolpher still scored 3rd. They're coming up on car 10 and Massimo Loreto, who is not in this battle. He's laps down. And they all come into the pits at once. So once again, Godolpher is going to be tailed into the pit lane by his nearest rival. They're pitting almost back-to-back with each other. Once again, Godolpher, great stop. Once again, a great stop from the Australian crew. Next car coming through. We just wait for that blue and white car. There's Ricky Godolpher. Once again, he gets the job done in the pits. He'll need more nerveless stops like that if he's to make it through this one, because he still has Stefan Fischer breathing down his neck. A great stop from Fischer as well. He got loose in that corner. They are literally nose to tail right now. This couldn't be more close. And Godolpher is going to be under all sorts of pressure. His brother Dan is leading this race, but he is under all sorts of pressure to make it 2 Godolphers through into the next round. Fischer is just absolutely, that's a bit of a punt there as well. I think they're just behind Daniel Jones in 2nd as well. Suddenly, the complexation of this race is changing again, because if Godolpher can get past Daniel Jones, that gives him a buffer. And he tried there. Big dive bomb. He was looking for the move. Through the HPI hairpin. Godolpher a little bit wide. Now he's in a rock of a hard. He's between a rock and a hard place. What does he do now? Does he go on the offensive to try and pass Daniel Jones, to give him that buffer? Or does he sit back and defend? He tried to go on the outside there at the start of the Shepherd S. He just can't do that. But Godolpher is certainly faster now. Oh, a little bit of contact there. He went up the inside again. But Daniel Jones, something is off on that car. This is the car that led for a long time early on. As Dan Godolpher is now in the lane. That's going to put him down positions, but of course it's all on cycle. So Daniel Jones, this is fascinating, because Jones was out front for a long time. Lost the position to Dan Godolpher. I wonder if he's got some damage on that car. The right front looks bowed up on the bodywork. And he runs. Oh, he's whirling down the front straight. Look at this battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all together. Only 2 of these 3 will go through. Who will it be? Great pass from Ricky Godolpher. Really good pass. And Daniel Jones, distracted by that, has flipped. And I think his chances are all over. You just see the marshal retrieving him. He's lost a ton of time there. What a frustrating moment for Daniel Jones, who now drops down to 4th. As Ricky Godolpher, from 3rd place and under huge pressure just a couple of laps ago, has now scored as your leader. And I think that's because Dan Godolpher was slightly on off strategy. In fact, Dan has dropped down to 5th now, so Dan Godolpher could be the Godolpher brother in trouble now. Both Godolphers trying to make it through for Australia. They are 2 of the friendliest guys you'll meet in the pit lane. And Fischer is all over the back of Ricky Godolpher. Ricky Godolpher can afford to play this a little bit cooler now, though. Oh, and he goes wide! That's not what I meant! That's not what I meant! What a disaster for Ricky! Cars are flying past him. And he's sort of buried in the wall there. He's stuck under the wall. What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. Oh, no. You've got to be kidding me. He didn't just run wide there and clip the wall. He got stuck under it. Let's see on the VRC Pro replay. The impact has already happened. Have a look here as the marshal goes to retrieve him. You'll see the car is actually stuck underneath the wall. It's actually bowed in under the wall. So that's a big problem. Oh, and it takes a long time. The master's having to try and retrieve it. Agonizing seconds being lost. Ah, that's a real shame. That is a real shame. But Ricky Godolpher continues on then. He has currently scored. Where has he scored now? 4th, just ahead of his brother Dan Credolfer in 5th. So suddenly, neither of the Credolfer brothers are in position. In fact, who that's helped out quite a lot is Daniel Jones. So let's find Daniel Jones now. The white and green and red car. He's coming through the final turns now. Onto the main straight right now. Down the main straight. He'll be right in front of Jean right now. In fact, if you drop back one car from who you're following, Jean, the next one in your picture will be Daniel Jones. So Jones now up there. Fisher and Delfour are 1st and 2nd. Jones now 3rd. And the Credolfer brothers on a comeback trail. And they really need something to go their way now. What a shame it will be if neither of these guys make it through. Continue their march. Delfour, Fisher and Delfour are your top 2. And then Daniel Jones here we're watching for 3rd. He's your third place man right now. And the last guy to transfer through. And right now he holds about a 3-second advantage over Ricky Credolfer. 2.9 seconds, which on this track is a very, very big advantage. But I have noticed that Jones and Dan Credolfer have been on slightly contrasting strategies. So I do wonder whether Dan has still got something up his sleeve. Ricky, I just think, has got to somehow find a way to get this back. There's still mistakes to be made, of course. There's still chances for these guys. But Jones is clicking off some good laps here, and he's looking solid. Although Ricky was faster than Daniel Jones last lap by about half a second. If he keeps that pace going, we have an instant near the end of the lap. That's car 10. That's Massimo Loreto. We don't need to worry too much about him. And the steering is skew-whiff at this point. He does get going again. Daniel Jones continues on and into the pits. So pit cam then. There's Daniel Jones. And you back out again. Ricky and Dan Credolfer both in at the same time. So the brothers in just behind. And I think Ricky's going to have a little bit of a stall on his stop. Dan's going to beat him out. But the inter-sibling rivalry is not going to matter too much. Because the big... Oh, Daniel Jones, a flip there. A half flip, and he gets back going. Oh, my goodness. This is nervy stuff. No one is still secure in the next round yet. Fisher and Delfour look pretty good. They've got the advantage. But Daniel Jones has been a little bit erratic in this round. Car doesn't seem to be running quite where he wants it to be. And the Credolfer brothers are both lurking in wait to pounce on any mistake from the front 3. Jones... The car does not look very quick in a straight line. I say that, still managed 99 kilometers an hour through the speed trap. The car was a little bit wonky. It's just the right front of that car looks like it's bowed up a little bit. It doesn't look like a natural fit. And I'm just looking here. In fact, Dan Credolfer was up 0.7 of a second over Daniel Jones on the last lap. What about this time through? Faster again by 1.3 seconds. Suddenly, the Credolfers are back in business. Dan Credolfer is on the charge. This has been the battle they've had most of the race. Dan Credolfer and Daniel Jones. But bearing in mind, this has been for the lead and for the win for most of the race. Now, it's for the most important position on the track, the final transfer spot. And Dan Credolfer determined to at least get one of the Credolfer brothers through into the next round. And he's chasing down Daniel Jones at a huge rate of knots. He's really closed up. You see the orange car there. Car number 2. He looks up the inside and he gets the move done. He gets the move done. Daniel Jones gave him room. That was very sporting from Jones. He could have closed the door and forced a contact, but he did not. He saw that Dan had the line, and he gave him the move. That was really, really well done. So, let's just see. I think we can't get a replay on that because it's the move had already happened, but it was a great, great pass. So, Dan Credolfer now in position. Dan Credolfer now in position to at least get one of the Credolfer brothers up into the next round. Ricky's also trying to look to pass Daniel Jones. But unfortunately, that'll only be for 4th. And Ricky does pass at the same corner his brother did. Daniel Jones looks for the switchback, doesn't get it. Now, it's a sibling rivalry. Now, which Credolfer brother is going to make it into the next round? This has been a fascinating duel. They've got 2.25 minutes to go. Which Credolfer brother is going to make it through? It doesn't look like it'll be both. Ricky up the inside of Dan. Oh, you've got to be careful here, lads. You could sacrifice the chances for both of them. But hey, it depends on the strength of the sibling rivalry. Ricky's made the pass. He's through. He's back into 3rd. Dan a little bit wide. Daniel Jones is still sniffing a chance for a transfer here. Just looking behind as well. Car number 3 is behind them. No, he's the leader, in fact, Stefan Fischer. Has to stall out there. That's car 10, and Massimo Loreto has had a disastrous race. So that is okay. I think Dan has repassed Ricky in amongst all that. Dan has repassed Ricky in amongst all that. So it's now Dan back in the front. So if you move one car in front, Jan, to the orange car. Coming onto the straight now. There you go. There's Dan Credolfer. It's Dan back in third spot. Ricky on the outside looking in. This sibling rivalry is going to be an epic feud. I mean, the Aussie lads have been very friendly to us so far. We may not want to check in down in their bunker during the lunch break during our next pit walk. It might be a little bit tense down there, but the battle is hard and respectful so far. There's not been any contact between the two. Ricky put a firm pass on Dan to get the position in the first place and then lost it back. Ricky and Dan, the Kradolfa brothers, battling for the final transfer spot. Oh, Dan runs a little bit into the apex. He cut the final corner short there. Ricky trying to take a tight corner. There was a damaged car in front of them, weaving all over the place. Ricky and Dan come to blows. Oh, they bang wheels as Ricky goes back through. No quarter are still given. This is a proper sibling rivalry. I love it. This is great now. So it's Ricky in the 4 of his shot. Dan we're focusing on. Oh, Ricky runs a little bit wide again. Oh my goodness, this is like musical chairs. Who's going to be in front of the music stops? Ricky loses a bit of momentum. Dan's right there. I think they're coming around to the end of the lap now. No, I think they'll have one more lap around. Ricky and Dan still going at it. They're side by side down the main straight. This is brilliant for the final transfer spot. Ricky versus Dan, the Kradolfa brothers going at it. Who's going to get there? Dan's trying one last move. Has he got something with the HPI hairpin? He squares that corner, tries to set up the move. I think Ricky's just going to hold on. It's going to be all or nothing for the final corner. Ricky just holds on. I think that was the final lap in the books. Whew. Wow, that was good. A bit of contact there. I think they might still be coming home to finish, but even so, just marvellous racing. And Ricky Kradolfa will be the Kradolfa brother that advances after a marvellous contest. Really, really great battle between the two of them. Just wonderful stuff. Great to watch. Great to enjoy, and we hope you enjoyed it up here as well. So Stefan Fischer and Matteo Delfort, we kind of forgot about. For a long time, those are the guys on the outside looking in. But they were able to make the step up and make it into the next round. And the chat is going crazy about the battle, rightly so. What a great matchup that was. But Stefan Fischer and Matteo Delfort are the two who transfer through. Just ahead of Ricky Kradolfa, who is the final transfer. And he battled all the way to the line. He was just 2/10 ahead of his brother Dan Kradolfa. Dan's event ends here. Ricky's continues. And we'll see what the atmosphere is like down in the Team Australia container when we head down there later. Could be a little bit awkward. So Daniel Jones then came home 5th. Bearing in mind he was leading for a long time in that, but he struggled a little bit. Had some issues. Peter Spratley 6th, and then Simon Canoni, Massimo Loreto, Roberto Riboli, and Henrik Christensen complete the 10. Christensen's race only lasting 1 lap. What a disappointment. But what a great, great run. It's just to clarify what the transfer rules are right now, it is the top 3 that advance up until semi-final time. In the semi-finals, it's the top 3 that advance from each semi-final, plus the 2 fastest losers, if you will. So whoever's fastest out of the 4th and 5th place finishes from either semi-final. There's 4 of those guys. The 2 fastest of those 4 goes through to the main final. So this will be the 256th final A coming up now. Just before we head to our lunch break, we'll have a mooch around the pits as well, have a chat with as many of the SuperPole guys as well. We may stick our head around the door of the Team Australia container, see if brotherly relations are still intact. But for now, we do have one more lower final race to do. We complete the 256th final. And I can get my marker pen of doom, cross off the events that we've done already. My fairly stylish HBI Racing pen. So marvellous contest between those two there. The Kradolfa brothers lighting up this lower finals day. The sun is out and basking down. It's lovely conditions here, you've got to say. And we now have the second of the 256 finals about to get underway. Here's your grid for it. Giorgio Latera, Tatsunosuke Hagimoto, Kenji Taira, Singapore, Filippo Ferrari, Levin Kirsten, Bo Nielsen of Denmark, Klaus Reiskov, also of Denmark, Fabrizio De Paseo, Tomlin Gildek, the third Danish driver in this race, and Joe Evaristo of the Philippines. His adventure continues. His tournament continues. And he was so proud to be here representing the Philippines, the one Filipino driver here. And his tournament will continue on. And I've just been told by Jean, who's just returned from the camera pod, Frank's done the switcheroo. The reason why Joe Evaristo has transferred up is because you may have noticed that he didn't actually finish in the top 3 in the last race. One of the guys who did finish in the top 3 has failed the technical inspection. So he's been demoted and Evaristo is up in his place. So Evaristo's fairy tale continues, not in the way he probably would have expected, but the plucky Filipino driver will march on and continue to light this tournament up. You might want to tap the top of that Coke can before you open it. Chance to set down, he's just knocked over an unopened can of Coke, luckily. But you ever heard of that trick? Tap the top of it with your nail and it stops the fizz. I once had someone to test that theory, held a Coke can in front of me, shook it violently, did the tap the nail on the top of the lid where you open it trick, and he opened it and I was fully expecting both of us to be covered in Coke. And it wasn't. It was just like you opened it normally. So ever since then, I've been a believer in that trick. It's worked. So warm-up then underway for these guys. They'll get a few minutes of warm-up and then they're underway. Now, which 3 drivers are going to continue their quest to advance up the rankings in the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships 2016. Whatever is about to happen in the next 20 minutes, our coverage all the way is being brought to you by Team Shepherd and by HPI Racing and by Runner Time Fuel, also along with IFMAR, of which we are the official sponsors, official organisers of the event, and we are the official media partners for them. So, mentioned in the chat, Harry Sinanian saying about Joe Evaristo being bumped up after a disqualification from one of the guys who did transfer. Also saying, so don't count down out just yet. That'll be that'll be interesting. I think as it stands, Dan is out of the picture. Ricky isn't, though. He's still in. He and his rockstar swagger. He does. He looks like he should be in a 90s Britpop band, which is ironic given his Australian persuasion. It looks like he should be in like Kasabian or something. If he looks like that, then Dario Balestre looks like a Serie A footballer. The sort of glamour, the way he carries himself, which is a big confidence, by the way. Oh, we have a car for the vehicle recovery system. Ding. That's a bit early for that to be used. It's only the warm-up, so you really don't want your car to be on the vehicle recovery system TM this early on in the going. So, the warm-up is continuing. John's doing the tapping on the top of the Coke can. And it worked. We're not shouting Coke. Wonderful. So, report's also done. So, thanks very much everyone involved in the YouTube chat. Keep your comments coming. We love having you guys along to add that extra bit of colour to the event. Keep us company as well. There'd be no point us doing this if it was just pure silence out there. So we thank you guys for joining in. You can, of course, get involved in the YouTube chat, which is off to the right of the YouTube screen if you're on a desktop or laptop. Or, if you're on a mobile device, it is underneath the YouTube player screen. So you can get involved there. You can also get involved on... on Facebook. We have 2 ways for you to get involved on Facebook. Number 1 is the Facebook group, which you can talk to and interact with. All of us on there, you can join, as long as you're not a seller of fake aviators or handbags and other things like that, then you're allowed in the group. or you can also, or you can like the Facebook page. That's more for our news and kind of individual updates from us. And you can also join in with us on Instagram if you are on Instagram. Frank has been updating and keeping that fresh all weekend. Plenty of stories, plenty of action, plenty of video from the event. And I'm liking the fact that we're seeing more video of cars going around the track. Earlier in the event, it was just a lot of video of a track being flooded. So that wasn't so great. But for now, we're about ready to get our fourth race of the day underway. Starter's position. When the flag drops, they'll be underway. Cars set down, and then they're underway. And it's a solid start from Giorgio Laterra. Guys from second on back already on the offensive. Oh, that battle for third, picking up straight away. A little flip there. Giorgio Laterra has not been knocked down a few positions. He caught the apex a little bit hard there, and now he's had to settle into second. It is like musical chairs from third on back. Goodness only knows who on earth's in third when they crossed the line that time. But your top two across the line were Tatsunoke Hakimoto and Giorgio Laterra, who are now dueling fiercely for the lead. They're having a great battle between themselves, but that's not what they need to do. We are now following the battle for third, which has been Filippo Ferrari and Levin Kirsten. It's a great duel in these early laps. Starting out, any track position you can gain this early on is vital, but of course, great smooth pass there in the Shepherdess, and a pass straight back. This is like ballet between these guys. Car 5 has now moved himself up. Levin Kirsten's now in third. Fourth is car 4, Filippo Ferrari. Bo Nielsen's also in the action, as is, I think, Klaus Reiskov. This is a really good duel here. And Giorgio Laterra has regained the lead and he's pulling away a little bit. And now Levin Kirsten is trying to gap those guys behind him because there's an absolute pain train behind them. Nose to tail all the way. So if he can clear the Hornet's Nest away, if he can leave them behind, then he's in a good spot. There's third, fourth closing in again. So this time it's car 5. And now it's Bo Nielsen in the spectacular black and kind of flame-coloured car. And Bo Nielsen is still on the charge. Has actually lost a little bit of time that time. It's Klaus Reiskov who's moving up. Reiskov looking for the pass. He gets underneath Bo Nielsen. Really nice. Reiskov up from 7th place, remember. Fabrizio De Paseo is just behind him. He's the highest of our transfer runners. So, and Joe Evaristo is down in 9th at the moment. Grateful for a second shot. And that his World Championship gets to continue for another race to represent Philippines once more. Meanwhile, we continue to follow. This is 4th place Klaus Reiskov. So if we just move one car forward, Frank, they are dueling down the front straight. They're in the runner time turns. They're side by side almost. This is your battle for second. This is second and third. Tatsunoke Akimoto and Levin Kirsten having a duel. Kirsten's actually made it through. Big crash for Bo Nielsen just behind them. Big instant for Bo Nielsen. Doesn't affect these two. Hagimoto gets the position back down the main straight. So these two having a good battle. And closing in from behind is Klaus Reiskov in the all-orange car. So if you see Reiskov come into your picture, there, just you see the flash through, that's your 4th place runner. There's your guy we need to pay attention to. Well, we are paying attention to the right people right now. Your 2nd and 3rd place runners. If you just see an orange car start creeping into shot, then you'll know that's where our battle for third is really coming from. Right now, this is the duel for 2nd, 3rd, 4th that you're seeing on the screen, although 2nd has cleared away a little bit. Hagimoto is gapping Levin Kirsten. That's Klaus Reiskov in 4th, who is just marginally closing in. It's very, very tight between those two. Certainly, this has got plenty of time still to fluctuate, but it's that car there right in the middle of his shot. It's gone through. That is our 3rd place runner. So let's lock on to Levin Kirsten of Germany, who started 5th and has really moved up well. The 3rd place starter, Kenji Taira, is actually down in 6th place, so he had a disaster. Oh, Hagimoto down the main straight, veering wildly. Had a bad exit from the final corner, veering wildly, seemed to get into the wall, and has now fallen to 3rd. So it's now Hagimoto in the hot seat. Oh! Gets back up the inside, an aggressive move on Levin Kirsten. Good sportsmanship there. That was a bit physical. And he didn't even wait for the referee to call a decision there. Very sportingly, Hagimoto gave the position back to Kirsten. I think he understood in his own mind that that was a little bit reckless. But he will now try and get the move by fair means, not by foul. He has to do it quickly because Klaus Reiskov is waiting. It's just waiting in the wings as they go through the Shepherdess once more. So this is, on your screen right now, is second and third, in the middle of your shot. Levin Kirsten and Tatsunuka Hagimoto. Both benching. Giorgio Laterra has sodded off at the front of this field. He's already put 8 seconds on these guys. Oh, and Hagimoto got a little bit caught up there on the inside grass, so that'll bring Ryskov back into the play a little bit. Not really what Hagimoto needs. And bearing in mind, they'll have pit stops to contend with soon. Around 3 pit stops to race for these guys. Someone has just been in and out of pit lane. And a good battle there. Is that Giorgio Laterra, who I think has just been on pit road? Yes, he has, and he has now fallen third. Looks back up the inside of Hagimoto. Gets it. That's a good move. That's a smooth move right there. Really nice. And that's car rate of Fabrizio De Paseo, who's also in the shot, so we don't need to worry too much about him. That's Fabrizio De Paseo. So, Tatsunuka Hagimoto in the pits and back out again. Hagimoto, that felt like a bit of an eternity of a stop. Giorgio Laterra scored as the leader once more. Let's just see how things play out here. Levin Kirsten still scored second. Hagimoto in car 2 is coming through the final corners now. The white into pink car. He still scored third right now. He has dropped down as he comes across the 9. So we're now following Bo Nielsen, who's in 5th place. Filippo Ferrali's actually moved up. So where is car number 4 of Ferrali? Ferrali is the all-green car coming through the final corners right now. He is just behind Giorgio Laterra, in fact. Lime green car, he'll be on the straight right now. There he is. There's your... was your third place runner, is now pitted again. This is the pit cycle for you, folks. This is how quickly things can change around. So, let's look instead for the orange car of Klaus Ryskov. He's coming through the runner time turns now. He's in the Shepherdess. There he is. Ryskov, right in the middle of your picture there. Down through the HBI hairpin, and he's got Bo Nielsen for company there. So it's Klaus Ryskov. We finally found our third place guy. It was like a musical chairs. Just as we got to the car that was in third, he suddenly wasn't anymore. Nobody wanted to be in third, which is strange. I think you'd want to be in this sort of race. So it's Giorgio Laterra and Levin Kirsten who are in good positions. They're in first and second. Third is the battle we're currently watching, which is Klaus Ryskov trying to fend off the attentions of Bo Nielsen. Runs a little bit wide in the final corners. Nielsen trying to get an attacking inside line. And they come. They have a little bit of traffic to deal with. That's Felipe Ferrali. They both navigate that car well. Through the HBI hairpin again. Through the IFMAR turns. Nielsen just losing a little bit of time that time. Ryskov continuing well at this point in time. They're matching with each other almost stride for stride in terms of lap time, so they are definitely right on the pace, but it's the sort of gap where they can't really afford to give up much time to each other. Giorgio Laterra, by the way, is 9 seconds up the road from Levin Kirsten. A monumental gap. At the best of times, through the chicane. 9 seconds around here is over half a lap. 8 seconds is roughly half a lap round here. So we continue to follow these two battling away. Klaus Ryskov in the orange car is third. Bo Nielsen in the black and yellow car is fourth. Through the Shepherdess once more. Nielsen with a big mistake there. Nielsen with a very big mistake. He fell off the road there. We caught it on the camera. And let's just see if we can get a replay of that, a VRC Pro replay. Whilst that's setting up, we continue to watch Ryskov, who's now going to be coming back under pressure from Tatsunosuke Hagimoto, who is about 3 seconds up the road. Let's see if we can have another look at that on the replay. Here we go. As they come through the Shepherdess, we watch on the minicam. Watch Bo Nielsen. He runs wide, clips the grass with the rear end, and it flips up and over as it regrips on the track. And that could be absolutely disastrous for him. A good shot there on the VRC Pro replay. So, as Klaus Ryskov continues on his way. Ryskov navigating the Shepherdess pretty well. He's okay. And he's now got a little bit less pressure to deal with. Great saga, the disappearing mouse on our screens again. But Ryskov has now got pressure of a different kind to come under. Ryskov has got some traffic to deal with here, but it gets out of the way. Ryskov is now, I think, immediately behind Giorgio Laterra, which tells me Laterra has just pitted again. That'll be the safe bet. If I come across this time, that's Laterra. Yeah, that is indeed Laterra. Come across the line. Hagimoto getting very squirrely out of the final corner. Or maybe, even more than that, I think Laterra has actually just lapped them. So I think that's more what the likely situation there. But Ryskov is still our third place runner, so we continue to follow Ryskov. Tatsunosuke Hagimoto is about 3 seconds down the road. 4 seconds now. These guys are in the pits. Laterra and Ryskov are in the pit lane, so that won't affect Laterra too much. He's a lap ahead of these guys. He's actually lapped that far. So he's on his own lap at this point in time. That's how dominant he is at this point. But Ryskov in the orange car will continue to follow as they cycle through the pits, because he was the one in provisional third place and should be still in third once they cycle through. Ryskov scored 6th for now, but bearing in mind we have the pits to cycle through. Pit stops to cycle through. I think Hagimoto I've just seen take his stop. They'll look for about 3 or 4 stops in these ones. And Ryskov should still be scored provisional third once the pit stops conclude. I think he was just behind Kenji Taira, who has now pitted. So I think that would put, at the moment, Filippo Ferrari's being scored in third, but Ryskov should be back there once Ferrari takes his stop. And line straight again. Ferrari still third, so I don't know if Ferrari's playing a little bit of a different strategy here. I'm going to keep my eyes... We're going to continue to follow Ryskov. I'm going to keep my eyes open for what Ferrari's doing and to see what's going on there, because I'm a little bit curious as to what Ferrari's doing. I think Ferrari may have just pitted now. So Ryskov coming around. It wasn't like Ferrari was much further ahead of Ryskov, but this could be important if Ferrari is playing a different strategy card. Now Ryskov shuttles back up into third place. Oh, the big car, the big tank slapper down the main straight, just off screen. That was Kenji Taira, having all sorts of handling issues out of the final corner. A big issue and a big crash down in front of us. That's a big crash. That's featuring cars 1 and 7. That's Giorgio Laterra, and that's Klaus Ryskov. That could have blown the fate of this race wide open. Ryskov's in big trouble. If he can't get back going, I think the handling on his car's gone. Laterra's car's damaged as well, which is a big game changer. Laterra's crawling through the final corners. This is a massive game changer. So Laterra's car is weaving all over the place horribly as it comes into the pits. Meanwhile, Klaus Ryskov's car is being delivered back on the vehicle recovery system. Wow, this race has suddenly, in a split second, been blown wide open. Giorgio Laterra, repairs are desperately trying to be made. Down in the pits, you can see it there at the start of the pit bunker. They're trying to make repairs, but surely it's all over. Surely it is all over. They're desperately trying to fix that car up. But there's no way. I don't think there's any way. So the big beneficiary in all that looks to be Kenji Taira, who's had a low-key race so far. Let's see if we can find Kenji Taira whilst they're out. Running repairs are being made to Giorgio Laterra's car still. Kenji Taira is coming through the first few corners now and into the Shepherd S. He's the white, red and blue number 3 car. Going through the HPI hairpin now. There is Kenji Taira, who's now scored third in an amazing turn of events. He was nowhere near the transfer spots up until a few moments ago, and a spectacular collision between Giorgio Laterra and Klaus Ryskov appears to have eliminated both of them. Laterra's car still in the pits. I don't think it's going anywhere. No, I think they're taking it to the back. It's all over. It is all over for a man who was a lap ahead of everybody in this race. A lap ahead of everyone. He was dominating, and it is all over. The frustration has got to be palpable right now. So, let's reset. The man we're watching right now, Kenji Taira, is third. The green car you might see occasionally in the back of shot is Filippo Ferrari, who is fourth. So the battle for position is there. And the 2 cars in front are Levin Kirsten leading this race and Bo Nielsen, currently first and second. With the HPI hairpin once more. A little bit of contact between Filippo Ferrari and a lapped car. That's not going to help Ferrari's scores at all. As Klaus Ryskov, is that Ryskov who's gone back out on track? It might be. The all-orange car might have finally got going again. But at this point in time, yeah, it is car 7, Klaus Reiskov. Car still weaving all over the place, though, so it does not look happy at all. And at this point in time, Kenji Taira is actually pulling away from his closest rival of Filippo Ferrari, and is actually, if anything, starting to make a challenge for second on Bo Nielsen. That seems to be what he's trying to do here. This race is going by in the blink of an eye, and it has been turned upside down by that massive drama between Giorgio Laterra and Klaus Reiskov. What this has also meant is that Joe Evaristo is up to 7th. Plucky all the way to the end. Imagine if some more incidents like that, he could be up for a double transfer. What a fairy tale that would be. I think Reiskov's car back on pace a little bit, but it's all over. I mean, it is all over for him now. He's 9 laps down on these guys, and with laps going by as quickly as they do here, it's almost impossible for him to make that gap back up. So now, Taira is competing to try and challenge for 3rd place, well, 2nd place, which he now has because Bo Nielsen's pulled into the pits. Levin Kirsten is running solidly, so Kirsten is your leader. Kenji Taira is 2nd right now, scored overall 2nd. Remember, we have a cycle of pit stops to go through here. So we are going through that. Nielsen has just pitted. More pit stops happening. That's Hagimoto's car. Taira is back out. Taira is out. And Filippo Ferrari, I think, will have moved ahead of him provisionally. But Ferrari has been running this longer pit strategy. So, as they come round this time, let's see what they're scored as. So, Levin Kirsten scored as your leader. Filippo Ferrari 2nd. Kenji Taira, who we're following right now, still 3rd. So, Filippo Ferrari's moved himself up into a transfer spot, but how long can he last? Is he trying to go longer on fuel? I don't think he's going to be able to make it without making one more stop. So that'll put Taira back into position. And in fact, there goes Ferrari to the pits. So there was his attempt over. So Taira is now up into a net 2nd. So if we drop back 1 car from Taira, the black and yellow car in the middle of his shot there is Bo Nielsen, who's now your 3rd place runner. And is he coming under a little bit of pressure? And Tatsunosuke Hagimoto, yes he is. So this battle for 3rd has constantly evolved throughout this race. Just at the exact points where it looked like it was largely going to be settled in favour of one driver, it swung completely the other way. So Bo Nielsen will be keenly aware of that, and will also be keenly aware of the battle between the Crodolfo brothers in the last round for that final transfer spot. He just needs to get his head down and focus. If he can pass Kenji Taira in front of them, that'd be very useful. Put a buffer between the two of them. Right now, there's Nielsen. There's car number 2, Tatsunosuke Hagimoto. He's just in behind. So Bo Nielsen there. In fact, I think that may well be a little bit of a false alarm for Bo Nielsen. I don't think he does have to worry about Tatsunosuke Hagimoto. He's actually scored as a lap behind. So I think Bo Nielsen can relax a little bit. He has time and space over Filippo Ferrari. Yeah, that doesn't give you carte blanche to do things like that. But Nielsen certainly now has a bit of a comfortable gap. He is up about 8 seconds over Filippo Ferrari. That's about half a lap round here. So he's in a good position here, as are Levin Kirsten, who's led large parts of this race, or has been 2nd for large parts of this race, until Giorgio Laterra's unfortunate demise earlier, which has put them... By the way, Giorgio Laterra's on to finish 9th in this race. Klaus Reiskov, to add insult to injury, is going to finish ahead of him. But Bo Nielsen navigating these final few laps really well. Levin Kirsten is kind of out on his own. He's about 3.5 seconds up on Kenji Taira, who is incidentally about a second and 1.1 seconds up on Bo Nielsen. So Bo Nielsen has got time in hand. All he needs to do is be careful and see this one out. If he believes he's that much faster than Kenji Taira, then he makes the pass, or he tries to make the pass. But if he doesn't, he consolidates, knowing that where he is right now is good enough to make it through into the 128th final. It's Nielsen looking through the Shepherdess once more. He is closing up on Kenji Taira, you know. So this could be a battle for 2nd in the late stages. Coming through the HPI hairpin. They can just switch. It's interesting seeing the dice and trying to see the contrasting lines, those two going through there with those switchback corners. Kirsten still leads this one comfortably. Taira holding off Bo Nielsen for 2nd. Nielsen gets a little bit on the rumble strips though. So that will probably halt his attempt at getting 2nd place. He will definitely have to consolidate now. Still has 8 seconds or so over Filippo Ferrari. So he's in no immediate trouble. But he has lost out to Kenji Taira there. And to be honest with you, I'd back it down. There is no sense in still trying to chase after Kenji Taira here. When you have that big of a gap over Ferrari, your nearest rival. So it looks like it'll be Kirsten, Tara and Nielsen will be joining the guys from the last heat and transferring through to the next round, which you'll see at 2:30 local time here, live on RC Racing TV, with our coverage of the entirety of the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships presented to you by Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing and by Runner Time Fuel. Nielsen is concluding this race well. I think he's caught back up to Kenji Taira, actually. Yes, he has caught back up to Kenji Taira, so he clearly has the pace, but it will not matter. He comes across the line to finish the race. So, Levin Kirsten, Kenji Taira and Bo Nielsen will be how it finishes. With the conclusion of this race, Nielsen back home, makes it safe, and there's your 3 transfers. In what was a hectic race in the middle part especially. Really hectic race there, but in the end, after it looked to be the most nailed-on transfer ever for Giorgio Laterra, disaster struck when he and Klaus Reiskov had a big incident, and that opened the door for Levin Kirsten to take the win in the round. Kenji Taira to salvage what had been a little bit of a mediocre round up until then, and then Bo Nielsen to take 3rd. 4th was Filippo Ferrari in the end, wasn't able to get on terms. That's Sunosuke Hagimoto. Looked like he was close for the middle part of the race, but just faded as the race went on. Fabrizio De Paseo and Joe Evaristo, who managed to get a second shot at this World Championships. His run does end here, unfortunately, for the very personable Filipino driver, but he would have been grateful for a second shot at this event. He would have really enjoyed having another run out there. Klaus Reiskov and Giorgio Laterra are involved in that big incident in the middle part of the race, which took both of them out of contention. Both of those could have been nailed on transfers to the next round. And Tomlin Kilde did not even make a lap in the end. So right now, we have a bit of a break coming up for you. Not so much for us. We have some people to talk to down in the pits. But we have a little bit of a break now for about an hour. The racing will resume at 2:30 local time. But we will be back slightly before then to give you a little bit of an extra treat. I'm going to try and find some of the people from the SuperPole session earlier. And we're going to have a word with some of them, whoever's around. I also want to see, if we have time, if we can stick our head around the door of the Australian container and have a chat with the Godolphin brothers after their huge battle in the first 256th final. Because that'll be very entertaining. Maybe a little bit awkward, but hey, who knows? They knew this was going to be something they'd have to deal with. But I don't think they quite expected it to be quite this intense. So we'll be back very shortly on RC Racing TV. Please keep it locked with us. Keep us locked in. Do continue to chat away in the YouTube chat, in the comments just off to your right there if you're watching on desktop, and below the YouTube screen if you're watching on mobile. Get involved on Facebook in the group and on the page, and follow us on Instagram as well at RC Racing TV. So we'll be back very, very shortly. We'll be back very, very shortly as we go and have a bit of a chat with the guys from the SuperPole.
I've already grabbed Alessio. So. Yeah, he's the main one. Can't find Peach. And then the other two.
Reiner I've seen around.
Well, yeah, but I don't know if Alessio's about to go eat, so we have to.
Yeah.
We don't want to hold. Well, we have to hold him up.
Yeah, we got it.
So we have space on the card and. Is that correct?
Yeah, SuperPole information. Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure I put the correct time.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
That was you. He really didn't seem like he wanted to do any commentary on his pro tour.
Not a blame.
It's alright. Well, I figure he probably paid a couple $1,000 to get here. This stuff. I think that's the timing again.
Yeah.
I've tried messing with it because when if you click off of there, it seems to go away completely. It could be conflicting with this. We'll delete this shot. I don't think so though. Delete that. Delete this. Files, lunch break, finals break, we don't need that. Round 6.
We're going with the Siggy, Frank.
Yeah.
This is all ready to go though, just has to press play.
Okay.
I'll be back before.
What's that?
Just going home.
Wanted to fix something to do with this cable.
I think it's the timing computer,
Yeah.
or the timing connection, or Thank you. Thanks. Goodbye.
Feeling anything for lunch? Me and Jan just gonna pop down there.
Yeah, just something similar to yesterday's fine.
Cool.
I need to make the more graphics. 1, 2. Test, test, test. Oh, thank you very much. You guys aren't getting very much.
I'm playing it safe.
We made the graphics for after the interviews.
Brilliant.
Is that mine?
Well, it might be gone.
I think that's not. Don't know. I have it.
It's on open, so.
Well, that was in your
Yeah, yeah.
in
That's
your
yours.
thingy.
Mine was over there, so.
So just I can talk in the interview if you want. I don't mind. Okay, is that ready to play in? I'll give it another minute or so.
It's about 14 minutes.
Okay. And then we'll just go. When we're playing music, we can't have ambient sound because YouTube will shut down the
True.
well, we're not. everybody. We are returned for the moment, anyway. Just let's get some sound levels going. Okay, so what we've got now is, well, we're calling it a pit walk, but we are doing. We talked to most of the drivers that were in the SuperPole. You'll have to watch to see who exactly we got. And we also talked to Patrick Schaefer from Shepherd Micro Racing. So what we will do is feed that in for you in just a moment. Find the... And here we go.
So hello and welcome back to the IFMAR 1/10 World Championships, the IC Track 200mm, here in Gubbio in Italy. Our coverage on RC Racing TV presented to you by Team Shepherd, by HBI Racing and by Runner Time Fuel. And as you can see, we're back in the pits and it's still an absolute hive of activity down here. As you'd expect, nothing less. Sorry, Andy Moore entrance through. And we are going to have a speak and a quick chat with the stars of the earlier SuperPole session, including, hopefully, the man who won said session. And I think Frank has found just the man right now. It's a little bit of an odd atmosphere down here because for the top guys, they're not on track again all of the rest of today. So they are now fettling and working hard. Well, I guess for this guy, he's done a lot of the hard work. He's into the final as the SuperPole winner. Alessio, welcome to RC Racing TV. How good does it feel to have won that SuperPole session?
So now the sensation is amazing. So I'm really, really happy. And I've done, I think, one of my best lap when I'm coming Gubbio. And this is amazing. So I haven't a lot of work. So the sensation is strange. For me, it's the first World Championship final. And it's arrived with this in this style. So it's a great sensation.
How good does it feel to achieve this SuperPole win at home, on home soil, along with your countryman Dario Ballestri? Just how cool is that? And you had the home crowd going wild. How cool was that?
So I don't know, but I think that you can speak slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Just tell us how cool, how great it was to have the home crowd behind you and them cheering there when you made that. Just how cool was it to win SuperPole on home turf?
Come è stato vincere la SuperPole, poi dietro a Dario, così, volevo sapere un po'.
So I think that one of the best moments of my life for now. And so to start tomorrow morning behind Dario, it's an honor for me because Dario is, I think, one of the best drivers of the world. I have a little bit experience of Dario, but I will try to pass him, and we are very friends with Dario. So it's we'll see tomorrow.
Well, it's great for these two close friends, these two countrymen, to be in the final together. Alessio, congratulations on winning the SuperPole. I would shake your hand, but you have the car there as well. But thanks very much. Thanks very much for speaking to us as well. So there's our SuperPole winner. Let's have a word with the other guys involved in that SuperPole session as well. It's a little bit congested down here. Let's have a word with Dominic Greiner, who was joint second in that session. Dominic, talk us through that SuperPole session. It was obviously very close. We know SuperPole sessions are, but do you feel like you could have was there anything left out on track there, or was that the maximum you had?
Yeah, the lap from Alessio was really perfect. My car fared not so good yesterday, or in the first or last qualification. But yeah, it's very strange here because the loop is on a difficult position. Then you can push over the curb, and when you think you have a good lap, then you can push over the curb, and then you have a really good lap. And I thought in my fifth lap it's very good, and I pushed over the curb, but not so much. So Alessio was 2/10 faster in the second section, or in the third section. So yeah, very close, but can happen. It was a new adventure, and yeah, exciting.
Just talk to us about the actual experience of competing in SuperPole. It's very unique. Obviously, one driver on the driver stand at a time. Just talk us through the kind of emotions and stuff you feel out there, because it must be, most of the other time you're driving, you've got other guys up there with you.
Yeah, it's the first time you heard the engine, the first time you heard how it's drive and how it's run, and then you focus just on your car and not on the other cars. So yeah, and we're really nervous because everyone is looking at you. So if you crash the car or make a mistake, so yeah, I was really nervous, but after 2 laps it was okay. But Alessio was still faster, and yeah.
So this means obviously you move into one of tomorrow's 2 semi-finals. Does this change your outlook at all? Do you change the setup at all? I mean, the car is still very quick, we know that. Is there anything going forward, or are you feeling confident about the semi-final?
Yeah, the car feels really good at the moment, but I have a little bit. It's a little bit too difficult for the long run, so I will change some things that makes the car more easier. And we tried it in the practice, so it's not much slower, so much more consistent, and that's, I think, the key for the final. It's half an hour with very high tire wear, so also the strategy is very important. So everything can happen tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, no change in the strategy for the semi-final. Just make the car a little bit easier to drive. Not about the 1-lap speed anymore. But Dominic, we're still got a pretty good chance of making it through to the final. We'll see you there tomorrow. Here there in the semi. And we've found another one. They're in close proximity. This is the reigning 1/8 world champion, the man trying to add the 1/10 world title to his collection, Simon Kersbrook. Simon, just talk us through that SuperPole session. You were very, very close. Obviously, the margin's very tight. It looked to me like the rear of the car was a little bit loose, a little bit slidey in the corners.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe, I don't know, we just had 2 minutes for a warm-up, so maybe it was causing a little bit of this, because I couldn't really break in the tires enough, but yeah, at the end we are all very close together, and I'm happy. Yeah.
So, I mean, just talk us through the actual experience of being in SuperPole. You've done quite a few of these sessions now, and you seem to be very good at it. Just how hard is it to kind of block everything else out when you're the one guy on the driver's stand?
Yeah, it's really hard. It's completely different to a normal qualification round. It's not only the old people look at you. It's also you are there, you hear your engine, your second gear. Maybe you hear your clutch is a little bit too tight or a little bit too loose. Yeah, you hear everything. Yeah, and then you look. You know you have to make one good lap. You are a little bit wide on this lap, and yeah, it's really hard for the driver, I think. Yeah, and for sure, very very excited for the viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, it was thrilling for us to watch and thrilling for us to commentate on as well. So you're now into one of tomorrow's 2 semi-finals. Does this change your outlook at all? Does this change your strategy going forward, or is it the same regardless had you made it to the final?
Yeah, for sure there is a little bit different strategy now, because we have go through the semi. We have to make everything perfect, that nothing happen in the semi. But for sure it's also for our team, for me and my brother, a good experience for the final if we can made it. So we have a little bit experience for tire wear, engine and everything to be maximum prepared for the final if we get in.
If we get in, he says. This is a guy who's been so strong in the 1/8 and 1/10 class in the past year. Got to still be feeling confident about getting that 1/10 crown, right? It'll suit next to the 1/8, won't it?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Thanks very much for speaking to us, Simon. Good luck in tomorrow's semi-final. Who do we have over here? We have Patrick Schaefer of Team Shepherd. Good to have you on. Welcome along. How is your experience of the World Championship so far? How's it been going for you guys?
Yeah, for our team it's going quite good, because Simon showed that our car is working really well here. It extremely good performance. In the SuperPole session, yeah, it's some bad luck. Maybe he was a little bit nervous, but all in all we are very satisfied for sure. Yeah.
You guys have been very, very strong so far. It's been a very competitive field. Have you guys brought anything new to the table in terms of setup and chassis and parts for this event, or is it kind of a tried and tested setup?
No, we were here for the warm-up session earlier this year with Dirk Wisniewski, who is our main test driver. And we test a lot, and we found out that some new parts, we had some prototypes with us, and they work really good here, so we produced them and brought them for all the people, so it's available for everybody, which is very important for us, because we don't want to have some special parts only for the team, so it's important that everybody can use them.
So it sounds like that test session was really valuable in getting you guys some data, especially on the new parts. Can you just talk us through some of those special new parts that you brought through that test session and now the guys are running this weekend?
Yes, of course, for sure it was very valuable. I can show you my car, which is taken apart a little bit. But for example, we introduced this brace here in the rear, which stiffens up the rear end, which makes the car much more easier to drive and more stable. Then we changed the position of the front differential. We put it further back to have more weight in the center of the car, which improved the steering. The chassis plate was updated, the radio plate. So we brought quite some stuff for this important race here.
Well, you always want to bring your best stuff here, and take a look at this, folks. This is cutting-edge RC racing technology from the guys at Shepherd this weekend. So it's great to have you guys along. It's great to have you guys on board with us for this weekend. Just how confident are you that one of the Shepherd guys can bring it home this weekend?
Yeah, it will be a tough final. 1 hour final is always very long. Everything depends also on fuel strategy, tire strategy. I think Simon has a very good package. We are confident that he can make a good result, but his opponents are also very strong, so we have to see what happens in the final. But yeah, we are confident that we have a good result, and hopefully he will be on the top, but we don't know yet.
There's a lot of unknowns in these sort of big events, but you guys have got a great chance. Thanks very much for speaking to us, Patrick, and good luck for you and Team Shepherd for the rest of the weekend. So let's head out. We've got a lot to crack on with. Sneak through here. It's very tight down here in the pits, you can always tell. Whoops. There's barely room to move. It's a very intense atmosphere. It's an odd atmosphere at the moment because a lot of these guys are still working on their cars if they're in the lower finals. But of course, for the top guys, this is it until tomorrow, until the semi-finals. So we just spoke to those guys, Simon and Dominic, speaking to them about how this changes their strategy for the semi-finals going forward. Doesn't appear to be too much. Just make the car a little bit more comfortable over the long runs. Of course, in SuperPole, you set it up right on the limit to go as fast as possible over 1 lap. So that's where you really want to get the speed out. But for now, it's about getting comfortable, getting through that semi-final and making it to the final where Messrs. Balestri and Mazzeo already reside. For now, hope you enjoyed that little stint down in the pits here on RC Racing TV. We'll be right back at it very soon with more of the lower finals and our coverage presented to you by Patrick Schaefer's Team Shepherd, by HPI Racing, and by Runner Time Fuel, and in conjunction with IFMAR.
Right, okay, so there we are. Let's turn this back up. Where's our sound? Ah, there we are. Sorry about that. Yeah, so there we are. That was the second of today's exclusive pit walks here at the finals, well, not finals day, lower finals day here at the IFMAR Worlds. So we'll return to you in about 18 minutes' time as we finish the rest of our lunch. Thank you very much.
So from here on out, you guys going to rotate round by round on the camera?
still going to finish it.
Yeah, of course. I was going to say, you are
Come on.
Frank, food machine. Scavenger. Of course, we just went light today with cheese and ham rolls.
How was the chicken?
I haven't had that yet.
He's building up to it.
Well, I have the antipasti first. This is the first course, and then it's the second course.
Just know that you're going to have to wait about 10 minutes for the pork to come though.
Even Dallas says the numbers are too small in the car.
So it's not just us finding it hard to spot them.
No. So, John, do you want me to come give you breaks in the day, or?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be more breaks in the schedule tomorrow.
I need to
anyway.
upload the pictures. Get some more pictures. Well, it doesn't really matter too much, as long as. I mean, obviously, I heard you were cutting.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And I was doing
when I
replays.
was up. Yeah.
Replays are really
Yeah, that
simple.
was the timing of who's up there. It doesn't matter. They'll fit listen today.
That's okay.
push out there. All good. Yeah, try not to burp into the mic.
I'm trying not to.
Do you want to swap? Because it's basically an hour on, hour off, hour on, hour off, or something like that. Or do you want to do it different?
Yeah, could do whatever you think is best. Are any of these more important than?
I mean, they just get faster. You know, the better guys are in the later heats. It's same as mine. Can't believe 210 people are watching this right now. Amazing. So I need to go to the toilet. Is it alright if you do the first one and then the 132nd? I mean, like the next two races, and I'll come on, and then you come back out, and I'll do the last bit.
Welcome back, folks, to our live coverage of the IFMAR 110th IC Track World Championships 2016. Our coverage presented to you this week by Team Shepherd, which you spoke to the head guy, Patrick Schaefer, in our pit walk earlier. If you missed it, you can catch it as a standalone on our YouTube channel. We also had a chat with some of the guys featured in the SuperPole session. And it is also on our Facebook page. Further emphasis for you to like the Facebook page if you haven't already. We are also sponsored this week by HBI Racing, by Runner Time Fuel. We are here in conjunction with IFMAR, world governing body of RC racing, the official media partners for this week and for this event. We're about halfway through lower finals day. The event's starting to really move forward now. The marker of doom is being deployed on the schedule. And we have 4 rounds of lower finals still to come today. The first of which is warming up now, including one of the guys involved in probably our best on-track battle of the day so far. A magnificent dice between the brothers Crudolfa from Australia. And just in case you didn't think there was any sibling rivalry going on, we did have a chat with them after. Dan was struggling to contain the disappointment. But Ricky and both guys were in overall good spirits. And a great battle for position. And the brothers are part of the passionate and several strong Australian team. They'll come over here and having a really fun time. And they'll be out there cheering on Ricky in this next race, which they're warming up for now. So we'll show you the grid for that. It's Jean-Baptiste Guenot of France that will lead this lot off, ahead of Milan Holthuis of the Netherlands, Maurizio Di Simeone of Italy, and then Dominic Schoffel, ahead of Dominic Mundjak of Switzerland, Roman Mystery of France, Yannick Nemislo of Germany, and our 3 transfers from the 256th finals earlier. Stefan Fischer, also of Switzerland, Mathieu Defour of France, and Ricky Crudolfa of Australia. Incredibly intense battle with his brother Dan to make it to this round. At one point it looked like neither brother would make it all together, and then it came down to a straight fight between the two of them for a place in the next round. Dan just missed out. It was desperately unlucky on his part, but Ricky really put in a great stint as well. So Ricky will move forward. Can he do the unlikely and gain a double transfer? I haven't seen many of those today. We have plenty of rounds to potentially have that happen. That's where one driver will transfer up from one round and then do it again, and then maybe a third time. I'm thinking four times are incredibly rare, but hey, not unheard of. And they're about to take their spots on the grid, so we'd best get ready to rumble as they're taking their spots. Full grid of 10 for this one. 3 transfer up, remember. In every single round, it is the top 3 that advance. That only changes in the semi-final. I can see Simon Kersbrook pitting for someone. I believe that'll be his countryman in car 8, Stefan Fischer. He's out there at the moment. Obviously, his duty's done for the day. I can see Jeff Hammond is pitting for Ricky Crudolfa. The countryman working in tandem there. Strategy will be all important. We've got 20 minutes coming up, and for these guys, it's 20 minutes where they compete for the chance to stay alive in this World Championship. For 7 guys here, their World Championships will end. For 3 more, it will keep going, and away they go. Now, car number 4, Dominic Schoffel, appeared to move out of the grid slot pretty fast, but stopped. So I don't know if he'd be penalised at all for a jump start. He stays clean, stays in 4th. Oh, and one car gets completely taken out, almost burnout style. Out into the outer barriers. Doesn't appear to have too much damage. Keeps going though. Most of the guys clean around the first lap. Milan Holthuis got a great start. Has taken the lead. Jean-Baptiste Guenot second. Maurizio Simeone third. The top 3 trying to break away a little bit. That's not a bad strategy. Obviously those are the 3 that will transfer through. And if they can get away, then of course it makes their lives a lot easier. So let's drop to the 3rd car in this queue. 1, 2, and then 3. That's Maurizio Di Simeone of Italy, who is now 3rd after Baptiste Guenot and Holthuis swapped positions on the start. Simeone still in the third spot. Nearest competition is Yannick Nemislo, who's made a good start out of 7th place. So it's Nemislo who is De Simone's closest opponent so far, but De Simone's got good ground speed and is already trying to clear away from those guys. Car 4 of Dominic Schoffel appears to have had a pretty bad start. Actually, he's fallen right down. Rudolph has made some gains early up to 8th. So a lot of shuffling on the start. I wonder if it was, in fact, car 4 that suffered that big impact out of the Shepherdesses. Bit of a collision there. But at the moment, De Simeone looking pretty smooth across the ground. Just trying to keep with those leaders. If he can keep on that pace, then he starts to pull away from anyone behind and pulls himself out of trouble. If he has a problem on the pit stop or makes a little mistake, buys him a little bit more insurance. In fact, he is now trying to attack Jean-Baptiste Guinot a little bit more for second. You never like to just be in that situation. Meanwhile, back in the field, I can see Crudolfo is battling his way up. He's really working hard for this. I guess if he's thinking that if he's going to annoy his brother that much, then may as well be worth it and continue on in the tournament. Continue the Crudolfo name here. So, for the moment, this is the guy we're watching that Crudolfo and everyone else will be trying to chase down. So, in fact, Ricky's just gone off and is stuck in the grass, so he's had a bit of a problem there. In fact, he's going to be lapped here as they come round. That marshal you see there has just retrieved Ricky's car. So De Simeone continues on his way and is hanging onto the backs of Jean-Baptiste Guinot's coattails. And that's a good strategy indeed, because Yannick Nemislo is just not able to keep with these guys. Holthuis is starting to pull out a lead. And De Simeone is putting pressure on Guinot. Down the main straight once more. He's closing in on Guinot. Guinot's the dark orange car. De Simeone is the lighter orange car, the almost kind of skin-coloured car, if you will, with the black markings on the back. Ricky is just in front of those guys. So, as they go down the main straight again, I wonder when Dallas will pull the trigger and say about letting them through. He does now. He does now let them through. So, through and around and back onto the main straight. Through the Shepherdess. And through the chicane. Through the final 2 turns then. Down the main straight. De Simeone has actually lost some time. Has lost some speed. But Simeone is still in a pretty good spot. That car immediately behind is Ricky Crudolfo, who lost a lap early. So he's all right. De Simeone's closest competition now, and this might be after some pit stops, is Roman Mysteri. So, as they go through the Shepherdess, through the chicane once more, around the HPI hairpin, the IFMAR turns. Should also pick up a little bit more of the atmospheric sound coming through as well, through the chicanes. And onwards, De Simeone has closed back in on Jean-Baptiste Guinot again. It's a good little scrap they're having here. Good little battle through the run of time turns. That was good behaviour from that lap car there. So he's okay. Seeing them march on. 15 minutes and change to go in this one. Through the IFMAR turns again. And De Simeone. Milan Holthuis, by the way, has kind of pulled away somewhat now. Starting to gap these guys quite handily. They are lapping traffic here. That was car 5 of Dominic Munchak that they just navigated past. So laps already been put on the board, and Jean-Baptiste Guinot has just come into the pits. So brief fuel stop is happening. Some stops happening early on here. And they're back underway. So we can continue to follow Maurizio De Simeone. Here comes De Simeone to the pits. De Simeone in. That's a pretty good stop. He had a little bit of traffic to deal with on his way out. He's okay. He gets back out. I think he's actually jumped a position there. Was that a battle for position he was in there? Let's have a look as they come round. 3, that's car 1. Yes, so he has jumped Jean-Baptiste Guinot in the pits. That's a good pit stop from De Simeone. And it buys him a little bit of an insurance policy. Effectively, that's what he's doing there. So if you drop back 1 car, Jan, that darker orange car is the one we're now following. Jean-Baptiste Jeannot. And who's that immediately behind? Is that Romain Mystery, I wonder? That's not Ricky Gradolfo's car that was behind him for a long time. That's definitely someone else. That has a number 6 on it. No, it's number 4, which is Dominic Schoffel, who's a lap down or so. So he's okay. And if Jeannot has any sense, there's no real point letting Schoffel slow him down. If Schoffel's faster, let him through. And he does. He cuts back in. But now is that car behind now, Mystery? It is not. That is car 2 of Milan Holthuis. He's actually lapped up quite a way. He's actually lapping through. So Jeannot continues on. But Jeannot's been able to let those lap cars through without much problem. Jeannot is, in fact, what's his advantage over Mystery? It is 3 seconds almost exactly to Mystery. So he's got quite a comfortable gap. That round here is a pretty big space to have. A pretty big advantage to have. Mystery, I'm going to keep an eye out for. Mystery's car I've clocked, and I can see how he is far behind. But we'll continue to follow Jeannot, who's right up behind Di Simeone again. So this has been the best battle of the race by a distance. The battle for second place has one that's been really hard fought so far. It's been a great one to watch so far. Really enjoyable. So they come through the HBI hairpin, through the IFMAR turns, and around again down the main straight. Di Simeone still staying ahead of Jeannot. It's been a pretty comfortable run so far through the chicanes. And back round again. We have some pit stops to attend to, or maybe a car has flamed out. And in fact, the number 6 of Romain Mystery I've just seen off to my right has flamed out and has come back to the pit. So that's going to help Jeannot's case no end, because it means Yannick Nemizlo is now in 4th spot and 4 seconds back. So his closest rival has faded somewhat. And this battle for second can continue on. These guys are effectively battling for a better qualifying spot for the next round. They're both in the next round as it stands. So what these guys are basically fighting for is a bit of pride, a bit of confidence, and a slightly better starting position. With the Shepherdess. Jeannot just shadowing Di Simeone a little bit. These two fairly equal on pace. But Jeannot just slightly... They're matching each other almost stride for stride. It seems like Jeannot's car has the better in the tighter turns. But Di Simeone's car has good acceleration off the corners, and that really helps down the straights. And it's really useful in that regard. Milan Holthuis, by the way, still comfortably leading. Di Simeone and Jeannot, the battle on your screen is still the battle for second. And Yannick Nemizlo is still 4th. Closest challenger. 4 seconds behind Jeannot, who's still in the hunt. So we're keeping an eye on this battle right now. Through the chicane again with the HPI hairpin. And we are looking for, as they come down the main straight again, they're coming through the runner time turns now. The orange car right there. The chicane again. This is the two we need to follow for now. These are guys we need to stay locked onto. Nemizlo still 4 seconds back. I'm looking at Nemizlo's lap times. He's just not really, he's just about a tenth or so off these two. So he's just losing out by little increments per lap. It's not much. He's running almost comparative lap times, but it's just that tenth or so that's costing him. And when you're already 4 seconds down, you need to not only be faster, but decisively quicker. You need to be making big chunks of time up. And at the moment, these guys aren't doing that. Holthuis is lapping the fastest of everyone in this race. Nice move there from Jeannot, who moves through on Di Simeone. Looked like he went right. Di Simeone comes back again. But a good pass from Jeannot in the end, just as he comes into the pits. So he's on pit road now. We'll see what Jeannot's pit stop is like. It was down and away. It was that looks slightly better than the first one, where he actually lost the position to Di Simeone. So we'll continue to follow Jeannot, who is our provisional second place runner right now as the fuel stops cycle through. Yannick Nemizlo is 4th. 5th is Stefan Fischer. So he's the top one of our transfers. And was that Disimeoni just coming out of the pits? It was. So Jeannot has kept his second spot, and I think has actually made a little bit of ground up. So he's had a slightly better stop this time. So if you just drop one car back, John, literally one car, there he is. There's Disimeoni. There's the third place runner for now. With just under 9 minutes to go. Through the Shepherdess once more. Disimeoni is still a good 4 seconds or so up on Numislo. He's the closest contender, really. He's 6 seconds up on Stefan Fischer in 5th place. And through the Shepherdess, anyone wondering, an Aussie update if you want. Ricky Godolpher is running 7th right now. After that early incident where he got stuck in the grass, having gone off. That really kind of put pay to it, but he's still out there fighting hard, as you'd expect, from Australian competitors. But Disimeoni right now doesn't appear to be in quite as much of a rush to keep after Jeannot. He knows exactly the gap that he has behind him, and he knows what he has to do to keep it. And in fact, he's closing back in on Jeannot a little bit, probably just waiting for Jeannot to come back to him. These two have been running comparative lap times for the whole race. They both understand that they're just not on the pace of Milan Holthuis, but they are running on a good pace nonetheless, and it's more than enough to keep them ahead of their nearest opposition. Down the main straight once more. Disimeoni lapping, and now I think Jeannot is starting to step on the gas a little bit more, eke out those tenths of seconds. Numislo is actually faster than that than Disimeoni, but only by a tenth. And as I say, when you're upwards of 4 seconds down, you need to start pulling out big chunks of time. With 7.5 minutes to go, that may be less likely than ever to happen. Now we're in the middle of the day now, though. The sun is pretty much at its highest point. And you navigate through those IFMAR turns at the end of the circuit over the timing line once more. As you saw Alessio Mazzeo demonstrate spectacularly in his SuperPole run, just whereabouts those timing loops are. He was able to fly across the line backwards in mid-air and still win the SuperPole session, still put a fastest lap in. Italians, eh? IFMAR turns again for Disimeoni. Speaking of Italians, Disimeoni is looking to continue his tournament, to continue his World Championship through the Shepherdess. He is looking to be still up about... Oh, actually, the gap has come down a little bit between Disimeoni and Numislo. Numislo is now... See what the gap is this time around as they come through. It is 2.9 seconds between Disimeoni and Numislo. So I wonder if Disimeoni is just losing a little bit of pace here. Numislo still about equidistant on pace, still fairly similar on speed, but as I said before, Numislo needs to start taking big chunks of time out of Disimeoni's lead, and fast. It doesn't matter to Disimeoni that Jeannot has largely run and hid up the road, put about 2 seconds on him in the last few minutes. Doesn't matter to Disimeoni, all he cares about is what laps Yannick Numislo is turning. And the answer is Numislo is turning laps just not quite fast enough. It's very frustrating. It must be frustrating with Numislo because he's not that far off. They work through the IFMAR turns again. Disimeoni continuing on. We're following Disimeoni because, of course, this is the pivotal position on the track, the third and final transfer spot. Up the road are Holthuis and Jeannot. We continue to follow Disimeoni in the third spot. And Numislo took some time back that time, but again, it's kind of tenths of seconds, really. And at this point of the game, in fact, the gap has leaked out again to 4 seconds. So Numislo just can't kind of string together that consistent set of laps that will really get the gap down. That's his big problem at the moment, and it must be frustrating for him because at the moment it's the difference between him staying in this World Championship and it ending early. So we have a car stopped just on the track there. I don't think that was anyone challenging for the win or anything like that. So the vehicle recovery system is deployed and Disimeoni's in the pits. A lot of traffic down in the pits. A lot of cars pitted in there. There's a car being retrieved. I don't think that is any one of our top three. But Disimeoni's back out as the kind of provisional third place runner. Oh, hang on, he stopped! He stopped! Some drama here. Disimeoni stopped in the middle of the track. They must have had an issue on pit road. Well, the car that was scored fourth was Stefan Fischer. So you'd assume it's now him that's taken the transfer spot. So the vehicle recovery system is deployed. Disimeoni, his car is taken back across the track. how frustrating he is in a very comfortable spot. They're running back through the pits to try and get his car fueled up and back out there. Try and get it refired. It must have flamed out so soon after a pit stop. I do wonder if they just didn't get the fueling correctly or something went wrong in their pit stop procedure. So we're looking for now. We're looking for Di Simeone, who's coming through the final 2 turns now. I'm also keeping an eye out for the man who is now in 3rd spot. So we come down the main straight now, right beneath you. There's Di Simeone. So we keep an eye on Di Simeone. Whilst I'm also having a look for car number 8, which is Stefan Fischer. As suddenly, one of our transfers from earlier is in position to take advantage here. Car 8 is the white into orange car coming through the final turns now, Jean. He's gone to the main straight. He'll be right beneath you right now. He's coming into the first corners. There he is. There's Stefan Fischer of Switzerland, who has leapt up and taken advantage of Di Simeone's disaster in the pits. And guess who's in 4th now? Guess who out of nowhere suddenly has a very outside chance of transferring up again? It's that man, Ricky Crudolfer. But he does have a lot of work to do if he is to pull off another unlikely transfer. He's 9 seconds down the road from Stefan Fischer. But really, that's blowing this entire race wide open. I'd also have to ask what happened to Yannick Nemizlo in amongst all that, because Nemizlo was the man immediately behind Di Simeone, but was not able to profit. In fact, Nemizlo is down in 5th now. Di Simeone is 6th, still running, but he's a good 3 laps down on the leaders, and really has lost all chance of a good result in this race, as Dominic Schoffel is just in front of our 3rd place runner, Stefan Fischer. Fischer looking to be one of the first double transfers of the day, having already transferred up from the 256th finals round through the Shepherdess once more. And they're keeping on their way. As I say, Ricky Crudolfer is going to have to start taking huge chunks of time out of this lead if he is going to pull off an unlikely double transfer. But Stefan Fischer has been solid so far. Probably was not fast enough on pure performance terms to make the transfer. When disaster befell those in front of him, he was able to profit. Through the final turns again, down the main straight once more. Into the run and time turns, keeping it nice and tight, nice and compact. Through the Shepherd S. And round the chicane. The short, sharp shock of a lap really does not give any margin for error in that respect. Stefan Fischer through the chicane again. He's really... He knows exactly what he has to do now. But I think Ricky Crudolfer has actually gained some time back on him. So I would actually say Crudolfer still has a chance here. But I think it relies entirely on Crudolfer still taking some more chunks out of Fischer's lead and Fischer making more mistakes, which at the moment doesn't look like happening. He's about 7 seconds down the road, Crudolfer, which is still an improvement. It was 9 seconds not long ago. But it's going to be too little too late, I think. Unless absolute disaster before Stefan Fischer here, which is possible. Don't get me wrong, it is possible given what we've seen already in this race. I mean, Fischer at one point was not in the transfer spots at all, wasn't even close. But the disaster for Di Simeone and some issues for Yannick Nemizlo has promoted Fischer all the way up into the transfer spots, looking for that double transfer. Crudolfer still taking time out of Fischer. Some good lap times being run here, but I fear it's not going to be enough. Crudolfer was fighting an uphill battle from the very start, where he ran wide and fell off into some grass and got bogged down and lost a bunch of positions there. Through the Shepherdess again, as Fischer is still trucking on well. Crudolfer, this will be frustrating because he's running faster lap times at this point, but he's just got too much to do. So Fischer just needs one more clean lap in the books, and he's through to the next round. His 2nd transfer of the day, and one that looked very unlikely at one stage, but you never know in these sort of things. You can transfer up on raw speed, but when you want to do the double and triple transfers, you need more than just that. Sometimes you need some luck, sometimes you need some good fortune, and that's exactly what's befallen Stefan Fischer. Because after that frenetic run, and what looked to be a dead certain promotion up for Maurizio Di Simeone, the truth of the matter is, this is the final result. Milan Holt-Huis, that run never looked to be in any doubt. He always looked like he was going to be on to win that. And he does win it comfortably, a lap ahead of Jean-Baptiste Jeannot in 2nd place, who also looked pretty good throughout. And then here's the tail of the tape. Stefan Fischer finishes 3rd, ahead of Ricky Crudolfer 4th. He really wasn't that far off in the end at all, but that is where the Crudolfo brothers' involvement in this World Championship ends for good. Yannick Nemizlo, 5th, and was unable to pounce on Maurizio Di Simeone's problems. Di Simeone was running fine, had his final pit stop, and then flamed out half a lap later. Something must have gone wrong on the pit stop. Something had to happen there. But Dominic Schoffel is 7th, ahead of Dominic Munchak, Mattia Dufour and Roman Mystery complete the 10 then. So your first 3 promotions through into the 164th set of finals. And in about 25 minutes or so, we're going to find out who the next 3 transfers are going to be, who the other 3 guys will be who transfer up into the next round of finals. And there's some interesting names in this group, I've got to say. We're not quite in the what are they doing down here club, but we might be by the end of the day, considering the misfortunes some people have had out here. But this is the second 128th final. And it will feature names such as Gerhard Kandelhart, Michael Schaefer, Rafael Angulo, Teddy Van Daal, Andrea Gonçalves, and Juraj Hudi, as well as our 3 transfers from the previous round, which were Levin Kirsten, Kenji Taira, and Bo Nielsen. And it's worth reiterating what the semi-final lineup will be tomorrow when you lock in for that. So your grand final, obviously, we know 2 of the names that are going to be in that grand final. That'll be Dario Balestri, your TQ, and Alessio Mazzeo, your SuperPole winner. So a pair of Italians through to the final already. And your semi-final lineup for tomorrow, this is how they stand. Obviously, they'll be joined by the top 3 from the respective quarterfinals. But Simon Kurzbuch, Robert Peach, Takaki Shimo, Gilles Groschkamp, Sioki Takahata, Meen Vedrak, and Mark Green are the 7 guys confirmed into the first semi-final. The 7 confirmed into the second semi-final are Dominic Groiner, Tadahiko Sahashi, Bruno Coelho, Luca Rodelli, Jesse Davis, Timu Loino, and Francesco Tironi. Worth pointing out for guys who are disappointed at the Crudolfos losing out and their competition ending, worth pointing out you do have a representative in the semi-final with a shot to win this thing. Jesse Davis is in semi-final B and will be getting ready for a big, big effort tomorrow. They've come a long way, those guys, and they've had some of the best team spirit in the entire pit area. So it's been great to watch. And worth noting, I was just wondering where we'd see his name. I was wondering if he'd had to hit out today. But Alexander Hagberg, the reigning champion of this event, will start in the 1/8 finals tomorrow morning. So he has at least 3 rounds to get through just to make it to the final to defend his title. He'll be in the very first race tomorrow, in the first round of races tomorrow. And I was speaking earlier to Alexander Thurston as well. He said he was very, very close to a quarterfinal spot. He'll be in the 1/8 finals, so I think he'll be in one of those finals as well. But so for some of those guys, they'll be desperate to try and move up through the order, feeling like qualifying just didn't go well. Hagberg will be absolutely fuming if his world title defense ends 3 rounds early of the final. But it was a similar situation to what Oliver Mack found himself in the 1/8 Euros in Sweden. He had a miserable qualifying campaign, and I believe he actually found himself in the same spot that Hagberg does. But he got the double transfer up into at least the semi-finals, and then it all ended there. But Hagberg will be hoping to at least go one better and make a good defense of his title that he won 2 years ago in Bangkok. For now, as this group head out on their warm-up, this is the second 128th final. And here's your lineup for them. Gerhard Kandelhart of Austria. As head of Michael Shaver of Switzerland. Minia Lupu, the sole Canadian representative out here today. And Rafael Angulo of the USA, ahead of Teddy Van Daal. Andrea Gonçalves and Juraj Hudi of Slovakia, ahead of the 3 transfer guys, Levin Kirsten, Kenji Taira, and Bo Nielsen. Those guys who made it through that fraught second 256th final earlier on. And will be hoping to extend their stay further in the World Championship. They've already pushed it on past 1 round. Like the story of Joe Evaristo, who went out in the first finals and then managed to get a bump up after one of his opponents was DQ'd. So his World Championship lasted another round at least, and he will have really enjoyed. He was mightily proud when we spoke to him yesterday to be here representing the Philippines. Their one representative here this weekend. And that's really been the spirit of the World Championship. And what I've kind of enjoyed the most is the mix of colour and the mix of competitors, the mix of stories in the World Championship. For some guys like the top European stars we know very, very well, and the top Japanese guys, winning at all costs is all that matters. That is what they're here to do. Nothing less will do. For others, the honour of taking part and travelling all the way across the world to this wonderful racetrack in Italy and competing in the World Championships is enough for them, and it's a source of great pride either way, representing their country. It's almost an Olympic spirit in that way, and pretty appropriate that that's happening at the same time. So it was great to see Joe Evariste out here. It was great to talk to him. And the Australians will take heart from the fact that they still have several representatives in this tournament. We'll be seeing Jeff Hammond at some point, I think today, if not in one of the earlier heats tomorrow. And we'll definitely be seeing Jesse Davis in one of tomorrow's semi-finals, which will be a source of great celebration for the Aussie guys. So keep your comments coming in the YouTube chat, by the way. It's been great to see you all. It's been great to talk to you all. So please do keep your comments coming in. And Jeff Hammond, I've just had it confirmed to me, Jeff Hammond is actually in the same race tomorrow as Alexander Hagberg. So both of those guys' World Championships effectively start tomorrow morning, first thing in the 1/8 Final B. And if you visit myrcm.ch and you hit the links for the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships, you can find all of this information there in various spreadsheets and that. It's what we've been using all this week, and it's been very, very useful. So there is a full finals lineup of which guys have appeared where. Jeff Hammond and Alexander Hagberg will start early tomorrow morning in their quest towards a World Championship. And Jesse Davis has made it all the way into a semi-final. But for now, we are dealing with the present, and we are dealing with this 128th final. They're under starters' orders and ready to go. We've just seen one double transfer from Stefan Fischer. Will we see another one? The countdown is on. This down. And away they go. It's a fairly clean start from the top order, but again, the battle for second straight away. And the third place car coming to grief in the first few turns there. And there's one car that looks like damaged steering, so I think that's a couple of our top guys who have really caught up in some trouble. The one guy who wasn't was Gerhard Kandelhart. So if we drop back one car, we will see the battle for second picking up behind. Kandelhart has legged it off the start, and it's Minia Lupo who has come through in starting third. He's up to second now, and that grey car just behind is Uri Hudi, who's moved his way all the way up from 7th up to 3rd. It's been a hectic first lap for those guys. They're just now starting to spread out, but Uri Hudi's now under pressure from Teddy Van Daal in car number 5. And there was a big incident at the first few corners that claimed a couple of cars were a little bit damaged. I can still see some body damage there. And in fact, Van Daal has just moved past Uri Hudi. Battle for third picking up immediately. So Gerhard Kandelhart has made a clean start. Minia Lupu of Canada has made it through to second. And now here's the battle for third. It is on between Teddy Van Daal and Uri Hudi, who's also having to fend off a little bit the attentions of Kenji Taira, who's not that far behind. Kenji Taira trying to do the double jump up through the runner time turns then. Teddy Van Daal is holding that third spot. We just moved one car in front. Just in front is of Teddy Van Daal of France. And he's running a solid race so far. It was a good start to the race anyway. He took advantage of some misfortune from the guys in front. Coming up from fifth on the grid, I should say. In fact, the top 5 are all the odd numbers. Effectively, it's 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 in that order. So if you started on an even number grid spot, you had a bad time on that first lap. In fact, car number 2 of Michael Schaefer is right down at the back end. So he's got a lot of hard work to do to try and climb back up. In the meantime, Van Daal is putting some solid laps on the board and is starting to gap Uri Hudi rather nicely. Trying to make that third position his. Decisively. I mean, we saw in the last race with Di Simeone how no transfer is ever certain until right near the end of the race. But down the main straight again. And Van Daal is doing everything he needs to make this race his. He's lapping comfortably, multiple tenths of a second up on the guys behind him. The chicane once more around the HPI hairpin. This is good stuff early on from Van Daal. Really, really good stuff. With the runner time turns. It's very nice and clean. It's some of the fastest laps out there. Looking very good. It's a good start. And it shows you just how fast these laps go by. They'll have completed 10 laps inside 3 minutes. And down the main straight. Oh, a little bit of a swerve and a bobble down the main straight from Van Daal. But Uri Hoody is being dropped at a rate of knots here. Uri Hoody's kind of stabilised, but he's still not quite on the pace of Van Daal. Nini Lupu is about 2 seconds up the road. So these guys have spaced out a little bit at about 2 seconds apart each. Where's Uri Hoody? About 3 seconds back. So these guys have already got lap traffic to deal with as well, which is not helping matters for them. But through the chicane again. I mean, you saw this in the last race we just did, that no matter how certain a transfer looks, it's never entirely over until the timer reaches 0 and you cross that finish line. So as they go through the Shepherd S again, Teddy Van Daal will be well aware of that. Mauricio Di Simeone thought he was well into the next round until a late flame out off of the last pit stop. So that's how late into the dying moments that one changed hands. And we of course saw that absolutely thrilling battle between Ricky and Dan Credolfer early on. Just heard a big kind of roar go out from the crowd, so I just wonder if one of the front two came to some grief. I'll keep an eye open. There's one car riding around with a lot of body damage as we have our first of our pit stops. That's Teddy Van Daal coming into the pits. That's a relatively early stop, but still a good one as he returns to the track. I'm just seeing on the timing screens, doesn't look like there's any major change in the top 3 at the moment. But I will say that the car just in front of Teddy Van Daal on the track now, in car 4, Rafael Angulo, has a very, very bent up front end. And that I think was Kenji Taira that Teddy Van Daal just passed. Now, at the moment, Andre Gonçalves is being scored as 3rd place, but we're keeping with Van Daal for the moment because he was kind of the provisional 3rd place car. He's looking to try and pass Angulo in car 4. You just see, I don't know if you can get a good shot of the front end of Angulo's car. It really is rather bent up. How that thing is still handling in any way resembling regular nitro car handling, I've got no idea. The front end is all bent out of shape. It's even more bent out of shape now. It gets drop kicked out of the way by Teddy Van Daal, who was not waiting for any blue flags. Thank you very much. That was a bit aggressive, but I guess it got the job done. So Uri Hoody is being scored 4th, and I'm just wondering if that was a result of the not pitting yet. I have a feeling it might be. Gonçalves is also up in 3rd as well, but that's an incident there for Van Daal. That's not going to help him at all. Even with pit stops to come, you think he's going to cycle back through into 3rd spot. That's Bo Nielsen just behind, who's about a lap or 2 behind, so I don't think he's a factor in this. So Van Daal continues on in car 5. He should cycle back through into 3rd spot, and then he'll lap these other guys pitting. Yes, he does. There we go. Even with that slight incident in the penultimate corners, he's back through, and he's now ahead of Andre Gonçalves of Portugal, who's moved his way up nicely in car 6. I wonder if he's going for a kind of long strategy here. Michael Schaefer is also making up time. So 2 of those guys who had a rough first lap are starting to make up time now and trying to get back into this race and give themselves a chance. Through the HPI hairpin once more. What's the gap back? Van Daal on the last lap had 4 seconds over Andre Gonçalves. Van Daal's made a couple of slip-ups already, so Gonçalves will try and keep in range and in pursuit of those guys. Still about 4 seconds on the clocks between the 2 of them, which is about a quarter of a lap. Maybe just under a quarter of a lap here. So through the runner time turns again, keeping it nice and tight in through the lines there. Through the Shepherd S once more. Just clip the apex. It's a good little track to kind of get your rhythm in. But getting that rhythm in itself can be very difficult, especially when in the tension of a race scenario. But Gonçalves is definitely up there on speed. It looks like he had a great first pit stop and he's made some great laps as well. So Uri Hoody has now fallen to 8th, so he's really struggling now and probably well out of contention. But I guess we said that about Stefan Fischer in the last race, didn't we? So Van Daal continues marching on, and he's 4.2 seconds up now on Gonçalves. He is, meanwhile, a good way behind Minir Lupu and Gerhard Kandelhart, our top two at the moment. A little bit of a weave as they go down the main straight. Very difficult with the steering as precise as they are. Set up for a lot of turning. When you do get a long straight, just getting the thing in a straight line without large steering corrections. Just that minor steering corrections just to keep the thing in a straight line off the corner. So you get good speed. You see just a slight weave down the main straight from Van Daal. Doesn't appear to be affecting his top speed at all. He's putting in some solid laps. About 0.2 of a second off per lap. He's about 7 seconds down on Minir Lupu in second, but at this point in time, he's fairly safe for third, although Michael Schaefer has just climbed up into third spot. So I'm just going to have a look at where Schaefer is on the track. He is almost exactly 4 seconds down again, so he's moved up past Andre Gonçalves, but Schaefer is going to need a little bit more again to try and close down this gap to Van Daal. He'll have a chance here because it's a pit stop time. Van Daal comes down the lane. And you see it fueled in the centre of the shot there, and he's back underway again. That was a nice stop for Van Daal. His crew are onto something good there. Taking a lot of rumble strip there, trying to get to the inside. And that is car 4 immediately in front of them, Rafael Angulo. That was the car with the slight damage to the front end of the bodywork, so he's not a factor in this race at the moment. Michael Schaefer has now scored third, and obviously still has to make his own pit stop. Interesting to see how close they are in relation. They're only 4 seconds apart when coming into the pits like last time. Before Teddy Van Daal pitted in, and Angulo behaves himself there and gets out of the way of Van Daal. That was actually a battle for position, funnily enough, but Angulo recognised that Van Daal's car was a lot faster and a lot more undamaged, I have to say. So Angulo thought the discretion was the better part of valour and let through Van Daal, who's now back up to 5th. Schaefer stands a pit. I'm just wondering, if Teddy Van Daal's kind of short pitting is going to cost him a little bit at the end here. It'd be interesting to see on that, but he does appear to lose a lot of time in these pit stops, but then he obviously makes them back up when he cycles back through. So Schaefer is now showing second. We're sticking with Teddy Van Daal, who's third before this cycle of pit stops. So as the cycle filters back through, he's scored 4th right now, behind Kandelhart, Schaefer, Gonçalves, and Van Daal. Now Minir Lupu appears to have had a bad pit stop. He's down 6th now. So a slow stop for Van Daal, who is still under the watchful eye of Rafael Angulo, who appears to have found some speed in the front end of that car, which now looks a lot less damaged. I have to say, I think they must have corrected that damage on the front end of the car under the first round of pit stops. So Angulo's car is driving well again, and he's actually putting Van Daal under some pressure. I would assume, I think Angulo's still got a pit stop to go. But this may well become the battle for second, or we may well be watching the overall second place car in a minute in Teddy Van Daal because of Minir Lupu's seeming problems as Angulo heads into the pits. So that will leave Van Daal on his own. Van Daal is scored third again, but Schaefer is ahead. So I don't know if that's just a pure case of Schaefer not pitting yet either, or if Schaefer got a better pit stop. So Van Daal down the main straight again. You've just seen Uri Hoody's car go into the pits. Van Daal is now scored second, and Minir Lupu is now scored third. So there's a big gaggle of cars coming through here. We're looking for the pink car of Minir Lupu, which I think is just 2 cars behind the one we're following. So if we just drop back 1 and then 2, there you go. There's Lupu, who is now our third place runner, and he's not far behind Teddy Van Daal. So something happened to Lupu on that last round of pit stops. Oh, goodness me. And that was a big incident there, which tangled up the number 5 of Van Daal, dropping him back behind Lupu. So we dropped 1 car back again. There you go. We're back to Van Daal, who is now back in third, having had a little incident there. My question to you is, there's a big gaggle of cars behind them. Is one of those Schaefer? Oh, the big veer there. Yes, that green and blue and white car is Schaefer, and he's now right in the mix. Suddenly, what was a comfortable top 3 is now being blown wide open by a resurgent Patrick Schaefer, who's right back up in the mix now. The pink car is Minir Lupu of Canada. Schaefer Dicey, look at that, banging wheel to wheel. They're almost 3 wide in 1 corner in the Shepherd S. He can't do that. That's absolute insanity. But in the meantime, Shepherd has actually profited. He didn't get all of the positions, but he is now up in third. So he followed the white, green and blue car. The middle of those 3, that's Patrick Schaefer. There's our third place car, and he's battling to try and get past Minir Lupu. for second place and buy himself a little bit of an insurance policy. Gerhard Kandelhart is a long way up the road, so we don't matter about him. Schaefer with a big attack, a big swing there at Lupu. And he's got to be careful, remember, as Teddy Van Daal pits in now. Early pit stops again. I can only think Van Daal is having to make this a 4-stopper because there's surely no way he can go to the end now on 7.5 minutes worth of fuel. Schaefer slices up the inside of Mini and Lupu. That's a lovely pass. Lupu tries to come back again. This guy's having a great little dice here. This is good stuff. At the moment on track as it stands, they're battling for second place. So both of these guys are going through as it stands. We'll watch these guys through to a conclusion. We're probably going to follow Lupu a little bit more because he is actually the car in third. So the pink car, the second of those two cars. There we go. Schaefer is just ahead, and Schaefer is completing what is something of a mighty comeback here. After falling all the way down to 9th spot after that first lap, a disastrous first lap. In fact, he may actually have been bottom of the pile after that first lap. He's really come back here. He's got great pace underneath that car. And now Mini Lupu is in the pits. So Lupu, what we're looking out for here is the orange car of Teddy Van Daal. Van Daal is coming out and he's still a little way behind. So Lupu should still be in a net third spot as it stands. As he comes through here, that bright pink car. Yeah, the next car in line is Teddy Van Daal, but we continue to follow Lupu because he should be in a provisional third once this cycles through. Van Daal was not able to get the time back up. Through the Shepherdess again. Lupu is doing everything he needs to right now. I think he's just behind Rafael Angulo as well. So Angulo has actually worked his way back up rather nicely after those early troubles, early damage on the car. And Mini Lupu is getting his way back into this one. So through the HPI hairpin once more. And down the main straight again. Lupu waiting for a pit stop for Angulo, I believe. Angulo is just one car in front. He's the kind of light orange car. Through the HPI hairpin. And through the IFMAR turns. And onto the main straight again. A bit of a weave there from Mini Lupu. But Lupu still scored fourth, just behind Rafael Angulo. Angulo, we're waiting for a pit stop here. Now someone has flamed out. Who is that? That's surely not Gerhard Kandelhart, is it? I don't think it is. Is it? Hard to spot. I don't think it is. It's one of the top numbered cars, so it's not Lupu. Is it Michael Schaefer? No, Schaefer is still running, so he's okay. Is it Kandelhart? I'm just trying to see who could be here, but Lupu coming through. Still waiting on a pit stop for Rafael Angulo. So if we move one car forward, John, we'll see the car that's currently scored as third place. Rafael Angulo trying to go long on this final stop. We'll see when he does pit in. He does pit in now, so there you go. Let's switch back our attention back to the pink car of Mini Lupu. He's in the Shepherdess right now. There he is. So Lupu should now be scored a net third after all that. I don't think it was Kandelhart or Schaefer who had that flame out problem in the pits. That was not the case. Kandelhart continues to lead well, and he's establishing dominance over this race. But for Schaefer and Lupu, they don't mind too much because it is all about their quest to also transfer into the next round. Teddy Van Daal, at this point in time, as Lupu's just pitted in again. I didn't think he had another stop to go. So this probably might play into Teddy Van Daal's hands. And that does not look like a routine stop for Lupu at all. He's back out and away. That was a slow stop. That was a very slow stop. What happened there for Lupu? Well, that's interesting. So now we need to find, once again, Teddy Van Daal. And he's in the Shepherdess right now. The blue and red car coming down into the HPI hairpin. Right now, through the final turns. He's the red with blue flashes car. One ahead of that one. Coming down the main straight. There he is. There's Teddy Van Daal. Who's now back up into a net third spot. But he's been pitting very early on these last few runs. Surely he has one more stop to make. You would think. The car immediately behind him is not a threat. That's Kenji Taira who's a lap behind. But Rafael Angulo is actually his nearest rival on the track. And now it's a pit stop for Teddy Van Daal. Things keep changing up here. Van Daal is out and away. Not a good exit from the pits, really. A bit squirrely. I think the car will now need to follow in this game of musical chairs that is this battle for third spot. is, I think, Rafael Angulo. I'll come around here. Let's see where he scored. Yes, Rafael Angulo. He's in the runner time turns now, and he's coming into the Shepherdess as we speak. The all-orange car. He'll be coming through the chicane right there where you are. There he is. There's Rafael Angulo, who in this interesting chess match of strategy could end up profiting and taking third spot, which has been any one of about 4 drivers in this race. Gerhard Kandelhart is out in front well. He's looking good. Patrick Schaefer has a good advantage. He's about 8 seconds up the road from the car we're following now. But Rafael Angulo was able to survive that what looked like pretty big damage in the first run. The whole front end of his car was skew-whiff and all over the place, really. Looked very, very damaged. But he's able to survive that. Maybe pitting a little bit early for some running repairs, putting on a different strategy. And that may have actually worked here. Down the main straight again. Teddy Van Daal is still scored 4th. Where is Van Daal in relation to Angulo? He is, to answer your question, he is 4 seconds down the road. So actually, Angulo has a good advantage here. And rather unexpected, you could say, because, as I said earlier, just the mere fact that earlier on in the race, Angulo's the front end of that car was all over the shop. And he was down the order after that big set of incidents on the first lap. To have fought his way back, it's a very, very good effort here. It all relies, of course, on the strategy working out and him not flaming out in the next 60 seconds. Teddy Van Daal will be hoping that. The most strange case for me is Minnie Lupu of Canada, who looked to be comfortably up in second place at one point, but just seemed to lose pace over the run. And I think some poor pit stops, maybe not the best strategy. Looks like it's cost him here. Angulo making the track as short as possible over those rumble strips. Oh, and a little bit of a caught there. He's flamed out. He's flamed out. Late drama again. No, he hasn't. He's kept going. But even so, he's lost third spot. And I think that's going to be a telling blow. That's going to be an absolutely crucial blow. Because Angulo is now down to 4th again. And we now have to find Mr. Teddy Van Daal again for the 5th time in this race. As Uri Hoody has a big incident. His rear wing falls off. Teddy Van Daal, by the way, Jan, he's coming through the final few corners now. He's in the blue and red car. He's coming onto the main straight. He'll be right beneath you in the runner time turns now. There's another big flip for another car. I think that was Uri Hoody again. But that's Teddy Van Daal. And in fact, the car in front of him is Teddy Van Daal. The next car in front in line. We're going through the final turns now. There's Teddy Van Daal. And I think in amongst all that chaos, I think he's eventually going to come home 3rd in a very, very intriguing race, which I think just wasn't decided at all until the very, very final moments. Absolutely fascinating at all times. Van Daal held 3rd spot about 20 times in that race. All sorts going on. He has a broken car at the end to navigate as well. All happening there. A frenetic end to that round. And the 128th finals are concluded with some late drama. It's exactly what we like. So let's have a look at the final result then. So let's check the final result then. Gerhard Kandelhart was pretty much unopposed on his run through that one. He finishes a good lap ahead of his nearest competitor. So Kandelhart really, really strong there. Second place was Michael Schaefer, who fought back really well, you have to say. He was really, really strong and put in a great effort as he fell all the way down to last place after a big incident on the first lap. He was able to fight his way back. Teddy Van Daal ran a sort of alternate strategy which at times looked to be a bit disastrous, looked like it was really going to cost him dearly. But in the end, it was just enough. And Rafael Angulo, you have to give a shout out to him. Just a late bit of disaster for Angulo, which was a real shame because it looked like he'd been able to fight his way back up to the transfer spots, having already lost some time there. Minnie Lupu in 5th, was 2nd for a long time. So Kenji Tyron then 6th. And 7th is, well, was, I think, Milan Holthuis. But that's the story of the race for you. Kandelhart, Schaefer and Van Daal are your top 3. And I'll go on. There was a lot of different stories playing out in that race. It was intriguing all the way through. Exactly what we want from these sort of races, really. Isn't it? Yes, it is. So we just chat in the YouTube chat. Thanks for all your comments and everything. Some comments on Ricky Credolfa's run, having had that amazing battle with his brother early on. That was a really, really entertaining race, you have to say. He drove superbly well. Both of those guys had a great battle for position. It was physical, it was muscular, but it was also, in fair terms, Darren Credolfa visibly upset when we went and spoke to him afterwards, of course, but had to concede best to Ricky. And Ricky went an extra round and drove up from 10th on the grid right up to 4th spot and was not far away from claiming another transfer. He could easily have gone his way had something else happened there. And Imagineering 100 mentioning the great job from Ricky. A lot of comments from Ricky Credolfa. So if you're listening, then you've got plenty of positive comments. Frank Credolfa also adding good bit of driving. Ricky all the way from the back of the grid and almost took 3rd. Bloody awesome, he says. Thanks RCTV and Adam. Thanks very much. It was a pleasure to commentate on it. Great fun. Those guys have been a great spirit in the camp. And in fact, I think I can see Ricky down on pit road now, pitting one of these guys in this race. So we're just waiting for the timing screen to show us the next lineup. This will be the 164th finals. We are moving through today's schedule very nicely indeed. Suddenly, things are ticking on at a right old pace. As I use the marker of doom, aka our HPI pens. And our sponsor, HPI Racing. And Jean is back in the booth. Ah! And he brings water. Oh, cold water. That's exactly what we need. So then, just having a look here. Ah! Harrison Anian in the chat has come to the same conclusion I've just realised. We just saw Ricky Credolfa down in the pits. He is pitting, presumably, for his Aussie teammate, Andrew Gillespie, who rolls off 3rd in this one. We'll show you a grid as these guys go around to warm up. Gubbio Moncolfan will start this one on pole for Thailand. But this is only the start of the Australians' efforts up here as they look to march on through the ranks. So we'll wait a couple of minutes for them to get going and get ready to go. Well, thanks very much for joining us here on this very sunny day here in Gubbio in Italy. A real contrast to the conditions we saw 2 days ago here. And after the slog of the first few days, this World Championship really is starting to build towards a crescendo very nicely with the earlier SuperPole action. We're marching through today's action. A grand old lick. And we thank you guys very much for joining us all here today. It's been an absolute pleasure. And our coverage is presented to you by Team Shepherd, Shepherd Micro Racing. I spoke to their leader Patrick Schaefer in the lunch break. And the pit walk that you can see now standalone on our YouTube channel. And also by HPI Racing and by Runner Time Fuel, as well as IFMAR, the organising governing body of this event. And everyone in the chat already lighting up for Andrew Gillespie. Hugely passionate Aussie contingent here, and hugely passionate Aussie fans in the booth. Jean is just showing me his sunburn. I said you could borrow some of my sun cream. It's too late for that, he says. But this being Italy, I mean, it's still a lot better than I would look if I'd been out there in the sun that long. I'd just be toasted. I'd just be a pile of like cinders on the ground. You only get like a burnt sausage and it's all just crispy. It's just not good. That'd be me. Wouldn't be pleasant at all. So, I'll show you the starting grid for the first of our 164th finals. So Gubbio Moncolfan of Thailand will lead this lot off ahead of Generoso Matza and the man who's already hyping up the YouTube chat, Andrew Gillespie. Leandro Campos 4th from Brazil. Sergio Francodina of Spain. Traugott Shea, another one of the Swiss representatives. Francesco Uboli. And then we have our 3 transfers from earlier. Milan Holthuis, Jean-Baptiste Genot, and Stefan Fischer. The guys who transferred up from those earlier heats. I think I can see... Is that Kurzbuch pitting? No, Kurzbuch is not pitting for someone this time. I assume... Might be. I think Kurzbuch is down there in the pits. Look at what's happening. But they're heading out to their starting positions. He's there and ready. I think I can see, is that Andy Moore down there as well? Maybe. As well, we getting ready to roll off. Yeah, I do indeed see Kurzbuch down in the pit bunkers. Not specifically pitting for someone, but about ready to go. It's the latest round of action from the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championship lower finals. Gets underway, and it is a fairly smooth start away. But swaps happening for second already. The battle's picking up immediately as they get around the track. But it looks to be a relatively clean start. This is good stuff from the top guys. And they are largely line astern as they come across the line for the first time. So we have 1, 2, and then the battle for third picking up immediately. We do have a big incident at the final corner, just off camera. We are focusing on the third place battle right now, but there was a big incident in the final corner, which should be cleared by the time these guys get away. It is actually car 10 of Stefan Fischer. So our double transfer from earlier, his journey ends here pretty much because there's a right rear wheel hanging off that car now. There's absolutely no way that thing's going to keep going. Meanwhile, it's all going off up in front. So we have Generoso Matza in car 2 who's taken the lead. The leader was Garmin Moncolfan, and he's now fallen back spectacularly into this massive gaggle of cars. I don't know what's going on back here. So behind Matza at the moment is Leandro Campos, Milan Holthuis and Andrew Gillespie, all in similar looking cars, which I don't think is very helpful. So we've got 4, 8 and 3. That's Campos, Holthuis and Gillespie, all in white cars, which is going to be interesting here. There's your battle for third. That's Holthuis versus Gillespie. The second and third of those 3 white cars. The leader of those white cars is Leandro Campos. And it's Generoso Matzo who's trying to make a break for it. But behind, something has happened to Garmin Moncolfan. He's fallen back as far as 6th. Meanwhile, it's Holthuis trying to make a move on Campos. In front, trying to battle away. Holthuis trying to be another one of our double transfers for today. Holthuis looking up the inside in the HPI hairpin. Oh, and then he gets wide in the next corner. Almost opens the door for Gillespie. They're fighting hard right from the off here. This is a great start to this race. Anything can still happen. And in my experience, a lot of these battles come to an explosive climax pretty quickly. They don't really last for very long. They're like a star that burns very brightly and then fades away immediately. So let's enjoy this while we can. These top 3, well, these second, third, fourth right now. Generoso Matzo is trying to gap these 3. But these 3 white cars are second, third and fourth. It's Leandro Campos in second, Milan Holthuis third, and Australia's Andrew Gillespie in fourth spot. Holthuis with a very loose rear end on that car. It appears to be a problem he's having right now is that he just goes for the move on Campos and gets the rear end loose, and that allows Gillespie, that plays Gillespie right back into play. So he has to be careful here. Does he stick or does he twist? Gillespie is right there with him. And not far behind is Moncolfan and Jean-Baptiste Jeannot, another one of our transfers from earlier. So this could be a pair of double transfers here if things go their way. And they are slowly catching back in on Generoso Matza as well. But Matza, I think, has got the ground speed on these 3. So we focus on these 3 for now. Holthuis looking up the inside of Campos again. Campos trying to, almost taking a deliberately wide line as if to tempt Holthuis into a big move. But he cuts those corners off nicely. He kind of cuts the corners off, coming out to in. Holthuis looking up the inside again. He knows Holthuis is good in those corners. Holthuis is really closing in. I think at this point Gillespie is just saying, you know what, you 2 lads battling out. If it all goes wrong, I'll be right here to pick up the pieces. That's not too bad a strategy this early on. If you're still in play, if you're still in touching distance with these guys, that's a good enough strategy to play. He's still right there in contention, all to play for. Moncolfan and Jeannot are not too far away either. So, as we come through the Shepherdess, once again, Campos a little bit loose at that corner. Holthuis takes the tight line again through the HPI hairpin. Doesn't quite do it. Gillespie's struggling a little bit to stay with these guys. They're putting in a really, really fast pace here. They're actually staying with Matza quite well. So Matza is not moving away too much. He's not pulling away at all. But these 2 are trying to drop Gillespie at this point in time. It's Campos and Holthuis battling away. This is second and third on our screen. So these are the last 2 transfer spots. Just behind these guys is Gillespie in a third, mostly white car. Campos, a little bit skittery around the corners. Holthuis, the back end, seems to step out a lot under hard braking. But Holthuis is right there. I think Holthuis is fairly close on play. Oh, and Campos, another wide line there, but he just cuts the corner off at the last minute. So he really is working hard to keep that thing in contention, to keep that thing in second place. Holthuis is still there. Gillespie still fourth and starting to fade a little bit on these guys. He's about a second down on these guys. He's trying his best to stay in contention, but it's becoming harder and harder to do. And, up the inside. Holthuis looking up the inside. And he will get the position this time, mainly out of the fact that Campos has pitted this time around. Oh, and they're coming together as they come out of the pits. Now, is that Holthuis? I can't mean Holthuis and Campos again. Was that Gillespie in the battle now as well? So that's Holthuis we're watching now. That's Campos we're watching now in car 4. And that is car 3 of Gillespie immediately behind. So Gillespie pitted at around the same time, matching stride for stride in that respect. Through the Shepherd S. Now through the chicane, round the HPI hairpin. Through the IFMAR turns again. So through the HPI hairpin and through the IFMAR turns once more. It's a great battle for position. Holthuis appears to have had a pretty poor first pit stop and has actually dropped down a little bit. So the battle we're watching now is for second and third. Leandro Campos and Andrew Gillespie of Australia. Campos of Brazil. So through the IFMAR turns. And down the main straight again. Neither of these guys have been dropped by Generoso Mazza. And in fact, Jean-Baptiste Junot has moved up into the 4th spot as car number 6 has gone upside down. Traugott Shea moved past him with ease. And Jean-Baptiste Junot, let's look at his lap times. He's a little bit quicker than Gillespie across the ground, you know. It wasn't that last lap anyway. Let's see what it was that time. A couple of attempts off that time. So Gillespie is looking okay. I just don't think he has the car speed on the likes of Campos and Holthuis. But I think, fortunately for him, Holthuis, and unfortunately for Holthuis, he had an issue, which has now dropped him a couple of laps back. Stefan Fischer barely made a lap, by the way. He had that big incident at the final corner, which broke the right rear suspension. A violent impact. Whoa, and speaking of violent impacts, that's a big flip. That's Gillespie upside down. And that's Junot through. And the marshal's desperately waiting. There's cars dodging left to right. The marshal's hesitating very long there. Gillespie is now returned. It's not firing. Just get it back in the vehicle recovery system now. This is a big disaster for Gillespie. They had an absolute age to get back to the pit. I see Jeff Hammond down there crewing for those guys. We've got a replay coming up. So here is a little replay of that incident. Now coming through the first few corners, Gillespie looks okay. But what happened when he came through these next few corners? Something happened here when he clipped the next apex. Right there, he just shortcut the apex. Actually missed the rumble strip and went caught in the front nose in the grass. And that was his big problem there. So Junot is now 3rd place. Frank's picked him up. Well, so Junot is the one who's profited from that. And car 5 of Sergio Franch-Codina is immediately behind him as well. So this battle is picking up straight away, just as a couple of guys have fallen out of contention. I'm trying to see whether Gillespie's even made it back out. I don't think he has, which is a real shame for the Aussie who'd worked his way up through. I saw Jeff Hammond and Ricky Crudolfo crewing for him down there. But I think Gillespie's still up on the driver's stand trying to get that thing back going. They're trying to repair the thing and just keep going. But I don't think it's looking pretty hopeless for him now. But meanwhile, there's been a pass for 3rd. Sergio Franch-Codina moves through and has taken the 3rd spot now. So Sergio Franch-Codina becomes our 4th 3rd place driver in this race. And we're barely halfway. This has been a great battle for the transfer spots. We've been treated to some great racing here today. A lot of incidents, a lot of action. So this is your battle for 3rd right now. Sergio Franch-Codina in the first of those 2 cars. The second car is Jean-Baptiste Junot looking for a double transfer. Having made it out of the 128th finals. Through the chicanes and through the HPI hairpin once more. Through the IFMAR turns again. And Franch-Codina, I think, just has a little bit like a 10th or 2 in hand in terms of speed. But having said that, Junot is right back in contention again. Junot is right back in the firing line. I should say Franch-Codina is now very much back in the firing line of Junot. This is all happening about 5 or 6 seconds up the road from Gubbio Kolfan, the pole sitter, who really hasn't been at the races so far. Yeah, they're about 8 seconds up the road. So this is now the battle for third. It's pretty much a straight showdown between these two. Leandro Campos has got a little bit of leeway now. So they're okay in terms of making it home. They've got a decent gap now, about 4 seconds, I'd say, over this pair. And Sergio Franchcadena has just pitted in. And it's a pretty solid stop. It looks okay, a little bit skew-whiff off the back. I think Leandro Campos also pitted at around the same time. So this has now promoted the car that we're watching on screen right now, Jean-Baptiste Jeannot, up into second spot, but not for very long. Now this is the money stop. Missed the car at first, though. Where are the others coming through? I think Campos has gone through. Oh, they're going to be neck and neck coming out the pits. But Sergio Franchcadena just beats him out. They were pretty much dead heat there in the pits. Both of them having slightly scrappy pit stops. But in the end, it's all level as they come out of the pits. So Jean-Baptiste Jeannot slots back into fourth spot. Onto the main straight. Once again, Sergio Franchcadena continues to hold that third spot right now. Leandro Campos not far up the road. I think Campos lost some time on his pit stop. Did not have a good run at all through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap. And down the main straight once more. It's a great battle here. Still anybody's guess. So who will be the final transfer through into the 132nd finals coming off after this? After this round. Gunnar also Matza, by the way, has started to pull away and pull out an advantage. He is up about 7 seconds over this duo. Well, 7 seconds up over Leandro Campos in second place. And well up over these guys. That's one thing to note, by the way. This is the battle for third we're watching. Sergio Franchcadena and Jean-Baptiste Jeannot, who are fighting on. But as you can see there in that shot, Campos is not that far ahead of these guys. So if something was to befall Campos, that would benefit both of these guys. I think it is now game over, by the way, for Gillespie. And try and get that thing back out on track. Just too much damage in the end. It was a real shame. Must have cracked something in the chassis after that instant. And it was just a pure driver error in the end. But these guys are so on the limit and have to have such quick reflexes that really the tiniest mistake can spell disaster. So through the run of time turns and into the Shepherdess again. Campos, there is Campos. And then there's Franchcadena and Jeannot. So on the moving camera shot we have Franchcadena in third. He's in the orange and blue car. And the second of those two in your shot is Jean-Baptiste Jeannot of France. This is Spain versus France here in this duel of the fates to get through to the next round. Into the HPI hairpin again. And through the IFMAR turns, Franchcadena is showcasing a great drive here under a lot of pressure from Jeannot. And that's why we like to follow these third place battles all the time. We like to follow them because this is where the majority of the action lurks. And Campos is about 4.9 seconds down on the leader, Matza. So I think he's actually hauled Matza in a little bit. But these guys are just over 5 seconds behind. 5.7 and 6.5. There's your limit there. So Franchcadena is up around 8 tenths on Jeannot, trying to pull out that gap. The final set of pit stops is going to be absolutely critical for these two. When do they take them? Franchcadena is starting to make a little bit of an advantage now. How pivotal is that going to be? Jeannot still in touching distance. And Gubbio Kolfan is actually bringing himself slightly back into play here. He's only 3 seconds behind Jeannot. So he's actually not out of this yet. It's going to take a small miracle for him to get through. But the pole sitter, who hasn't really been on pace so far to get through, he needs something big to happen here, basically for these two to take each other out. That'll be the big issue here. Franchcadena is just working over Jeannot right now, trying to keep the gap. Campos is not far ahead of these two, remember. But Franchcadena's main priority is keeping that orange car of Jeannot behind him. I think they're going to end up matching each other on the final stop as well. So that final pit stop is going to become crucial, especially as Jeannot has closed the gap again. It's like they're attached with elastic bands. As soon as they get too far away from each other, they start to elasticate and spring back in again. Through the IFMAR turns again. When do they take that last stop? Not this time. 5.5 minutes to go. You'd think they'll probably take it between 5 and 4 minutes, maybe as late as 3.5. A smaller splash and dash. Either way, this next pit stop could decide their fates and whether these guys continue in this World Championship at all. They don't pit this time around. Matza and Campos still on their way as well. So French Cadena and Jeannot still in this great duel. Look at how wide Jeannot went through there, using every inch of the racetrack. Through the IFMAR turns. Now we have a pit stop. Both of these guys on pit road at the same time. This could be where the battle is won and lost. They're side by side to each other in the pits. They're nose to tail coming out. I think they've both beaten Campos off the pit lane. So that wasn't the pit stop Jeannot wanted. He's still behind French Cadena, but it still could have paid off here because I think he's beaten Campos off a pit lane. He has. So those three cars in shot. That car there, the orange car of Jeannot, is now scored third because the second place runner Campos had a bad pit stop. And I wonder if that was what cost Campos a little bit early on. That was really unfortunate. And do you know what? Guillaume Moncolfan is actually back into this battle. He's not far behind Campos. He just got a little bit loose there on one of the rumble strips. So Cadena and Jeannot continue their little duel, with Leandro Campos now in fourth and in danger of losing touch with these guys fast. He's gone from a guaranteed second place transfer to fourth on the outside looking in. These guys going side by side for second. They technically don't need to do this, but I think both of them are in the situation where they don't want to be slowed up and back into trouble. So if you can finish second and have one car between you and the dreaded fourth spot, the trapdoor, and that's always a better policy. So Cadena still holding off Jeannot, as he's done for a long time in this race, but Jeannot is still on the edge of a double transfer. It's just 3.5 minutes roughly to go. And they have dropped Campos. In fact, Campos has now fallen to fifth behind Guillaume Moncolfan. So I'm just going to keep an eye on Moncolfan's lap times. If he starts to put together some searing lap times, this battle may not be over for the top three transfers. Generoso Matza is still out in front, by the way, and he's looking fairly confident. He's about 5 seconds up the road from these two. There's Matza. You just saw him on the static cam through the chicane, through the HPI hairpin once more. And now through the IFMAR turns at the end of the track. French Cadena has driven a very, very good race up until this point. Went under a lot of pressure from Jeannot. That, I think, is the hardest part to do in RC racing, when you're desperately trying to fend someone off and you see them there, you're watching your own car, you're driving your own car, but you can see them there in your peripheral vision. You know they're there, just waiting for any opportunity. And it looks like Jeannot is going to try and pounce here. Maybe he sensed that Guillaume Moncolfan is closing in. And he is closing in on these two. He's been lapping consistently slightly faster than both of them. He's about 1.1 seconds down the road from these two, and he's closing in to make this potentially a three-way battle for second, third, and fourth. Which of these three are going to end up transferring through? It's hard to tell. I think Matza's also been caught up in this accordion effect. He's starting to be caught up by these three as well. We could be heading for a real grandstand finale here, and that's why Jeannot is putting more and more pressure on French Cadena, as if to say, come on, hurry up. We need to get moving here, fella. Come on. Through the runner time turns. Into the Shepherdess again. French Cadena driving a very good defensive race. Cuts the corner off. Very well. And now Guillaume Moncolfan slipped through. That was what we were worried about. That was the risk for Jeannot. He was desperate to get past French Cadena because he knew exactly what was going to happen. Guillaume Moncolfan was in danger of coming through and pouncing on a major comeback here. Moncolfan looked dead and buried in this race, but he's fought his way back up. Some great pit stops, great strategy. Fought his way out back past Campos. And has now passed Jeannot, and he's in third spot, and looks like he will progress here. He's got 1.5 minutes to go. And he's actually attacking Sergio French Cadena for second place as well. He doesn't need to, but it's the same as before. He just wants a little bit of insurance policy, a car between him and the trapdoor. So Moncolfan in the pink and grey car. Generoso Matza has actually moved away quite significantly in amongst all this, so he took advantage of that battle. French Cadena, this has been such a good defensive drive from Sergio French Cadena throughout this race. Down the main straight, 1 minute to go. If he holds on for second, he'll have held off pretty much the blowtorches from both Jeannot and Moncolfan for most of this race. And what Moncolfan now doesn't want to have happen is the same thing that happened to Jeannot, which is fight so hard with Cadena, go for a move that actually costs you a lot of time and lets that guy back into play. Jeannot is not out of this yet. But at the moment, it looks like on pace alone, he won't have quite enough. That yellow car that's just ahead of these guys is a lapped car, by the way. That's Traugott Shea, so he's not Generoso Matza. He's not anything to do with this battle. Sergio Franch-Cadena is effectively on, I think, his penultimate lap. Guillaume Moncalfan's there, and Jeannot is right back into play. Jeannot's caught back up again. This is nervy fun a few moments. Which two of these three are going to go through? At the moment, it's Franch-Cadena and Moncalfan in that spot, but Jeannot's coming back for one last hurrah. Is there going to be an absolutely balls to the wall move here? He made for the big move there. He went for the big lunge, the Hail Mary into the Shepherdess, but suddenly, Sergio Franch-Cadena slowed. Oh my goodness, he's flamed out for about 200 yards from the finish. You've got to be kidding me. Oh no. No. That's the cruelest way to lose a motor race. He was 2 corners from the finish. And Jeannot and Moncalfan are going to transfer through in an amazing turn of events. Oh, this is why I love this sport. I love this sport. Crazy stuff. And the cheers that went up from Jeannot's camp when suddenly that drama befell Sergio Franch-Cadena. You've got to feel sorry for Franch-Cadena. You really have, because he fought a monumental defensive race right until the very end. He was 2 corners away from transferring. His loss is Jean-Baptiste Jeannot's gain. Generoso Mazza goes through as the winner of that event. He will go through as the winner of this race. Guillaume Moncalfan completes his comeback up into second spot with a great recovery drive. Jean-Baptiste Jeannot was on the outside looking in until 2 corners to go, when absolute heartbreak struck Sergio Franch-Cadena. He flamed out with 2 corners to go. I don't know if that was a fueling issue, just a mechanical issue hitting at just the wrong time. Oh, what an absolute heartbreaker. You got to feel for Sergio Franch-Cadena. He drove a magnificent defensive race, held off the assaults of Jeannot and Moncalfan throughout that race. Oh, that's no way to lose a motor race. That is cruel. Leandro Campos was in contention for a transfer spot early on, but faded to 4th. And there is Franch-Cadena in the end, scored 5th. Horrific. Absolutely horrific. That was akin to Toyota at the 124 hours this year. Barely minutes from home, barely seconds from home. And Cadena's World Championship ends in the cruelest possible way. Traugott-Share, 6th, ahead of the retirements early on. Francesco Iboli, 7th, and then 8th for Andrew Gillespie. We lose another one of our friendly Australian mates. Milan Holt-Huis 9th, and Stefan Fischer only made 1 lap in the end after that big incident early on which trashed the chassis. I just need a breath. I just need a breath there. Wow, what an amazing battle. What an amazing race that was. And we are getting ready for the second of our 164th finals now. As the warm-up is happening, I'm just going to step out for just a second. I think I needed just a breath. Just to take a breath after that remarkable race we've just seen. So, Jean, I've got a question for you. Whereabouts on social media do you think you can find us? Whereabouts on social media can you find RC Racing TV? Could it be on a Facebook group and a Facebook page? And Instagram and other things?
Yeah, and I think also the Instagram is at RC Racing TV. We've got a Facebook page, a Facebook group, and of course YouTube chat. So do check us out. You could always Google RC Racing TV, which will lead you to the official website. I believe we've got links on the website to all of our social media. If not, again, Instagram at RC Racing TV. And we have a Facebook page and a Facebook group. If you've got any comments or suggestions, I recommend sticking to the YouTube chat, just because we can see live what it is that you're throwing at us and try our best to reply. So do stay tuned in for some great action. It's been an amazing day. It's only going to get better. And of course, tomorrow, the big, big day. So I think Adam's gone for a natural break. We got Frank on the cameras right now. And myself, John, sitting here, filling in with the most amateur commentary you could ever imagine. That's as opposed, of course, to Adam's professional commentary. The next race due to start in a couple of minutes. Make sure that you share the live RC Racing YouTube feed with all of your friends and family. Whether you're watching on your mobile device, your computer, or if you're one of these techie people who has a smart TV and you've got it up on your wall in your living room, on the big screen, on the big 50, 60-inch HD. Share the link. Let everyone get involved. They're missing out on some great action if they're not watching. About to start up again in a moment as Adam joins us once again.
Thank you very much, John. So let's take a look at the starting grid for this. The second 164th final. It'll be headed off by Thomas Guillon, and then Francesco Maddaloni, and Martin Hudi, the other one of the Hudis out here this weekend. Jonathan Gandin of Italy, and then Rico Krober, Bryce Turco, and Hugo Exposto of Portugal. And then it's our 3 transfers from the 128 finals. Gerhard Kandelhart, Michael Schaefer, and Teddy Van Daal. Just utilising the marker of doom on the first of our 164th finals. I still can't get over that loss for Sergio French Cadena. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good drive not rewarded with something. But the guys up in this round will hope for not quite as much heartbreak, you have to say. I'll be hoping for slightly less of that. And they'll be hoping for a smooth race and a transfer through into the next round, the 132nd finals, which will be coming up immediately after this, in a non-stop spew of finals coming your way here on RC Racing TV, and our live coverage presented to you by Shepherd Micro Racing, by HPI Racing, and by Runner Time Fuel. Got some fans of Hugo Exposto in here in the YouTube chat. Great to have you along. We will follow, obviously this isn't the same as qualifying. In qualifying we can, normally give you requests and things like that. Take requests for people to follow. Not this time around. So if you want to see Exposto on the screen, Exposto's going to have to get up there and kind of work for it, really. So, it should be a great drive coming forward. And the cars are heading out on their warm-up now. I was wondering, had they had their warm-up already? I didn't think they did. But they head around the track now. Meantime, great to see you guys still in the YouTube chat and getting involved on our social media as well. As Jan told you about, the Facebook group and the Facebook page. The group is more a sort of community of guys that you can chat to about RC racing as well and get involved. So, we love having you guys along and involved with us. Especially on the days where the action really ramps up. So, it's been a very, very interesting day so far. A lot of these finals having a lot of interest. So, just reading some kind words from Willie of EFRA, which is very cool. So, thanks very much for the kind words about our broadcast. So, all good from these guys. And we're looking forward to more European events and World Championships down the line. So, thanks guys for locking in on the stream. You guys have helped make this broadcast what it is, which has been mightily fun. As I say, I'll be real with you, the first 2 days were a real slog, real delay. The rain delays coming through frustration for everyone really involved. It made the days longer and had more challenges in that regard. But you guys, with your constant enthusiasm in the live chat, the YouTube chat, have really made this thing special. And as we move through towards finals day, thank you all very much for joining us in the stream. It's been great to have you guys along, and it will continue to be tomorrow as we head towards the crescendo and the conclusion of this World Championship 2016. And drivers, the teams, the fans, the crews here at the track, the officials from both EFRA and IFMAR. Well, in Dallas Matheson's case, both. And the likes of Sanders de Graaf and those guys, you've all made us feel very welcome here and very much a part of the atmosphere. It's very easy for organisations to feel like the media is an unnecessary evil, something they just have to deal with. But to actually be welcomed in here and be treated as part of the family and part of the fraternity means a lot. It's been very, very cool. And of course, all of this broadcast, all of this event coverage would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors in the form of Team Shepherd Micro Racing, HPI Racing, Runner Time Fuel, and of course the guys at IFMAR. So let's get ready to go, shall we? Guyon, Madaloni, and Martin Hoody start as the top three here. To promote through. This is a lot lower down than you'd expect from Hoody. Martin Hoody of the legendary Hoody dynasty out of Slovakia. On a Team X-Ray. Be looking for a transfer here. He starts third. But there are 7 other guys behind him looking for the target on his back. High revs on the front straight. And away they go. And it is a pretty good start from the top order. Then nose to tail through the Shepherd S. Pretty good through there. Look at them flying through line of stern. Pretty smooth so far. But the battle's picking up for the lead. Guyon, oh, and a spin. That's a flip upside down. I think that's our pole sitter. Thomas Guyon, it is. Guyon in big problems. It was inevitable someone was going to get caught in the spin cycle there. And in the end, it was Guyon, our pole sitter. So what that does is put car number 2, Francesco Madaloni, up to first. Martin Hoody up to third. 4th place is Jonathan Gandin. And 4th place is Bryce Turco in car 6. So that's really shuffled the top order. And now, I can tell you, Thomas Guyon is still going. And he looks like he's at full speed, but he's got all that work to do. All that hard work to do. It just looked like a simple racing incident, a collision between him and Madaloni as they converged on the apex. And as Turco just swept really wide out of the final corner. We've basically got 4 cars nose to tail going for the top 3 here. It's Madaloni, Hoody and Gandin, who are at the moment in the transfer spots, with Bryce Turco on the outside looking in. Turco in the car with the pink wing on the back of it. There's Turco. He's in 4th spot right now and being challenged by Rico Krober as they go into the first 2 turns. But it's the car just in front of that we need to be following right now. Jonathan Gandin in the white and mint green coloured car. There's the 3rd place car. And side by side in front of them for the lead. Martin Hoody right over the rumble strips. Being very aggressive in his battle for the lead. Hoody knows he doesn't have to do this. But again, same strategy as early on as in the other races we've seen. Oh, and Madaloni got caught on the inside. He took too much of the apex. Now he drops down. In the blink of an eye, he's down to 3rd and almost out of the transfer spots altogether. Oh, and a little bit of contact. Now he's out of the transfer spots. Goodness me. This is a breathless start to this race. So Gandin now to 2nd. Bryce Turco up to 2nd. Gandin down to 3rd. 4th now is Rico Krober. And I think that was an issue there for... Was that... no, Hoody is still going. Martin Hoody is now leading this race. And we have something else going on. There was Jonathan Gandin, who slowed at the HPI hairpin on the inside. So now he's caught out as well. This is absolutely breathless stuff. So let's reset. Hoody is leading. Turco is 2nd. Krober is 3rd. Not for much longer, I don't think, because Francesco Madaloni is right up there as well. Madaloni now challenging to get back into that top 3. I'm curious to see where Thomas Guyon is amongst in all this. He's 7th place right now, so the comeback is on. But Madaloni now putting a lot of pressure on Rico Krober for that final transfer spot. As they come through the hairpins once more, Bryce Turco has snuck his way up into the mix. And Martin Hoody has had pretty much the best start of the race he could have possibly hoped for. He's kept it clean, he's been aggressive, and the 2 in front of him have had big issues. So he is now leading and looking to trying to give this field the goodbye look. And that's working out okay for him because the guys behind him are in their own fierce duel. Look at this. Madaloni up the inside. Lovely switchback move out of the HPI hairpin into the next corner. Great job, well done. So Madaloni back up into the transfer spots in that yellow car. He's now 3rd. 4th is the white and orange car just behind him with Rico Krober. So this is the battle for 3rd right here. And Bryce Turco is just in front of these guys. So Turco could easily get pulled back into this battle at a moment's notice. And Gerhard Kandelhart is in 5th spot, by the way, looking for an unlikely double transfer. Martin Hoody is just about a second or so ahead of these guys now. Turco is now under a lot of pressure from Madaloni. The 3rd place car, Madaloni trying to get round him. Madaloni keenly aware of what can happen if you're backed up by the 2nd place car, back into the 4th place car, and that can come into play. So he's trying to get past. Madaloni clearly has the faster car. He started 2nd in this one. Started really, really fast. Had that issue when Hoody went up the inside and then got caught up in some traffic behind him. So Madaloni now trying to battle his way past Bryce Turco and working really hard. Turco, I think, doesn't quite have the ground speed, but he has a good defensive driving. He's keeping it tight, just as Sergio Franch-Cadena did in the last race. And he will be the first to tell you, these races are not over until the seconds tick down to 0 and you've crossed that finish line. Down the main straight again. This is brilliant stuff so far. Madaloni through the Shepherd S. Madaloni really putting the pressure on Turco. Big move. Looking for the swing again. Looking for the big move there. Madaloni, we've got to say, our Italian colleagues next door are going absolutely crazy over this. Madaloni, one of the home drivers here, one of the 39 strong home drivers entered into this event. And the problem for Madaloni he's got right now is he's got to try and find a way past Turco because Rico Krober is absolutely breathing down his neck. So Madaloni must feel like he's being corked up at the moment. He's the cork in the bottle. Well, Bryce Turco is the cork in the proverbial bottle right now. Martin Hoody's not that far ahead of these guys either, so he could very easily get dragged back into this battle as well, and that's the last thing he wants. He's trying to give this field the goodbye look, but I think all of them are pushing themselves on faster and faster. They're lapping in the high 16-second bracket. So Madaloni now losing a little bit of time to Turco. Is there now coming a little bit of a spread there? Madaloni, remember the car we're watching right now. The first 5 minutes have absolutely flown by in this race. Madaloni through the Shepherd S. Still on the back wing, that pink rear wing of Bryce Turco. Now this could be a game changer. Into the pits comes the first of those guys. And Madaloni down and away again. Good fast pit stops. Turco is also in. Turco in, and other pit stops as well. So, you have other pit stops happening as we're watching on the pit cam. And the car we're following right now is Madaloni, who had a good stop. And he's down on the main straight once more. Cars coming off pit road all the time. I think he's just come out in front of Krober. This will take some time to cycle through. I think Turco's had his pit stop. So at the moment, Martin Hoody scored as the leader. I think he hasn't taken his first stop yet. I'm going to keep an eye out for that car. Car number 3, I can see Turco. Turco has now scored down his 7th place, so I think he had a disastrous pit stop. Francesco Madaloni is now scored as your leader, so the car we're following has come out of that first cycle of pit stops as your leader. It's been absolutely breathless. Rico Krober, the car behind, is 2nd. So that car there is 2nd. 3rd place is now Martin Hoody. So he's dropped back into that mix. Not the 2 cars we're watching, the one immediately behind those 2, the mostly grey car of Martin Hoody. There he is. So Martin Hoody was leading this race. He's now down in 3rd, and he has actually got one of the transfer guys, Gerhard Kandelhart, breathing down his neck after that first round of pit stops, with the front foots that's close together. And in fact, Madaloni has just flamed out. Madaloni has just flamed out. So a big issue for Francesco Madaloni. He's coming back across the track. There's the marshal sprinting back across, trying to get that car refired and back in the race. But with how close these finals have been, I think it's all over for Madaloni, and that's a real shame because he was one of the fastest cars out there, battling really well. The vehicle recovery system is deployed, and let's keep an eye out for, we're now watching for car number 8 of Gerhard Kandelhart, who's coming through the final few corners now. He's the orange and grey car coming down the main straight now. And in fact, we just need to, no, I think that's the right car. Let me just get an ID on him. Coming through, that is car 5 of Rico Krober. So 2 cars back will be our 3rd place car. There you go. And that car he's battling with there, I don't think he's any challenge, because I don't think that is Thomas Guyon. I think that's a lap car that Kandelhart is dealing with. So Kandelhart looking to be the latest guy to go for the double transfer. Powering on then, that is car 9 of Michael Schaefer, who's a lap or 2 off these guys, so he's not a factor. So anyone else you see in this one, through the run of time turns, Kandelhart finds himself in a little bit of a no man's land at the moment. Hoody up into 2nd place after that incident for Francesco Madaloni, and I don't think Madaloni has returned to the race, just in the same way that Teddy Van Daal has also had an early bath after transferring up through the Shepherd S. Goes Gerhard Kandelhart. take a little bit of a breath. It's been an intense few minutes of this race, first half of this race. Krober finds himself in the lead. Martin Hoody was leading earlier, slipped down to third, now back up to second. And this guy we're watching right now on screen, Gerhard Kandelhardt, who already transferred up from the 128th final, is looking to do the double transfer, as a couple of guys have done today. Thomas Guyon is his closest rival, and he's 4 seconds down. So Guyon's comeback, you've got to say, is already gathering a pace. Through the Shepherdess, very neat and tidy. And then through the chicane again, up around the HPI hairpin. And then through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap. And onto the main straight once more. This is really nicely composed from Gerhard Kandelhardt, who's now driving like a man who knows he doesn't have too much pressure on his back. Although, I'd be careful in that assumption, because the last lap, Thomas Guyon took 0.7 of a second out of him. So this race is not over yet. So Krober and Hoody are your top two. They are starting to move away into a gap of their own and are looking okay in that regard. In fact, I think they're battling for the lead amongst themselves. We are following Gerhard Kandelhardt, who at the moment is third, but is potentially being rounded up by Thomas Guyon. In fact, he's actually stepped on the gas that time. Kandelhardt right down into the low 17s again. So I think he's well aware of the threat that Guyon poses from behind. Hugo Exposto has actually moved up to 5th spot, and Bryce Turco is still struggling after that poor first pit stop. He's down in 6th. Jonathan Gandin, 7th. 8th is Michael Schaefer, and then Teddy Van Daal and Francesco Maddaloni have had... Well, Van Daal is still out there, but laps down. Maddaloni's race ended with that flame out earlier. What a shame, is it just taking the lead in this race. So Kandelhardt making it through the IFMAR turns, and onto the main straight once more. Down the main straight again, through the runner time turns, through the Shepherdess goes Kandelhardt. And that's Teddy Van Daal that he has to deal with in front of him, the lapped car. So he's okay. Through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap. Now this could be pivotal. Round of pit stops coming up here. So Kandelhardt is in. Kandelhardt is down and away again. So he's back out there. We'll now follow Kandelhardt. That's Teddy Van Daal in front of him. No need to worry about him. He'll get the call for a blue flag in a minute, I think. He's not really in the way of Kandelhardt at all, but Dallas Matheson, the referee, will make the call where needed. And the battle's really picking up around here. So Kandelhardt is still in a net 3rd spot. Rico Krober and Martin Hoody are still your leaders. Kandelhardt comes beneath us. It's now Hugo Exposto, who's now up to 4th spot, as I think Guyon's had another issue. But it's Exposto who's now in the closest challenger to Kandelhardt. So I look down. In fact, it's now Bryce Turco. It's changing lap by lap. Turco is about 5 seconds behind. Basically, at this point, Kandelhardt can afford to be relatively relaxed because he has got a decent advantage over those behind him. Through the Shepherdess once more. He's just behind Teddy Van Daal. Again, Van Daal not really under any pressure to move aside. The referees will make the call where needed if they feel like that lap car is slowing him up. But Van Daal does not need to get out of his way yet because he's not really slowing him up technically. I think as soon as he gets behind him, really right behind him, he will move over. But Kandelhardt, it's not affecting his lap times, you have to say. Actually, though, it is a little bit because Bryce Turco just put in a 16.74 versus a 17.5 for Kandelhardt. So a good 0.8 of a second up that time. So Exposto, or Turco, I should say. Turco is not out of this yet, but he's about 3.5 seconds down on Kandelhardt, and I think Kandelhardt might be getting a little bit frustrated at Teddy Van Daal. I say the call will be made by the referees when they feel like Van Daal is slowing up Kandelhardt at all. I think now will be the case. I think he is that close. The call has to be made on Van Daal. Van Daal's got to find a way to let him through. There you go. Nice racecraft there. Van Daal lets him through, and Kandelhardt gets on his way. And the lap that time was a 17.2. That was a lot better from Kandelhardt. So Turco on a 17.1, still making slight gains, but it's still at 3.3 seconds. In fact, Kandelhardt nearly fell back behind Teddy Van Daal, and in fact will. So Kandelhardt, a little bit scraggy there, but Kandelhardt's in the pits. So a big final stop needed for Kandelhardt. In fact, it's a disaster. Kandelhardt crashed on the way in, and I don't think this is scheduled. This is not scheduled at all. This is a disaster. I looked at the clock and I suddenly realised this is completely off schedule for Kandelhardt. So this is a big disaster. I think we now need to find the grey car with the pink spoiler of Bryce Turco. He's coming through the Shepherdess. He's coming through the Shepherdess right now and through into the HPI hairpin with a pink spoiler. He will be our new third place runner, Bryce Turco. And he's profited from disaster for Gerhard Kandelhart. Through the first few corners, through the Shepherdess once more. And it's now Turco who holds the advantage. It's been a really good run. Turco has been solid. Down the main straight again. And through the runner time turns. Through the Shepherdess. He's trying. It's been good driving. Turco is doing a pretty good job. Turco, the rear end, looking a little bit squirrely there, though. In the corners. Now, let's see how far ahead is he of his next opponent. I think he's got a good advantage over Gandin. He does. He's up about 3.8 seconds over Jonathan Gandin in fourth spot. Turco still has a pit stop to make. As the car is flamed out in the midfield, that's not Hootie. I just thought for a second it looked very similar. It's Thomas Guyon who's had an issue, but Turco is continuing on his way. Turco's been pretty much the guy who's been lingering, who's been kind of profiting when others have faltered in this race. So Turco, he had a bad pit stop early on, which seemed to have knocked him out of contention, but he's now clawed his way back into the fight. There's no such thing as game over in these races from a lot of these guys. As long as the car's still running and the wheels are still turning. Martin Hootie's actually made a pass for the lead on Rico Krober. But that's a battle between those two. That's absolutely fine. They are about 5 seconds up the road from these guys. 6.7 seconds up the road from Turco, in fact. So he's okay in that respect. Around the HPI hairpin once more. And Turco's just keeping it neat and tidy. He's got the advantage over Gandin. He doesn't need to bin this. He's, in fact, I think about 4.5 seconds up the road. Turco through the S's. The Shepherd S's. And round again, this short, compact lap here has shown us plenty of drama so far. It's like the Bristol Motor Speedway of RC racing as Turco is in for his final stop. This is going to be absolutely important, absolutely vital. Where's Jonathan Gandin in relation to this? Gandin in car 4 and Hugo Exposto in car 7. Turco's back out. Now who's that just in front of Turco? Is that car number... No, it's not car number 7 of Hugo Exposto. So Turco, I think, has retained his third spot. In amongst all that, he has. So that's a good pit stop from Turco. That should be enough to fend off any advances now. Krober has actually swapped positions again with Hootie. I'm assuming that's not a problem for Hootie. I don't think so. We're watching Turco here up behind car number 9 of Michael Schaefer, who's a lap down. Or multiple laps down, I should say. And I think that's... Is that Rico Krober who's flamed out? Goodness me, now who's this car being put back on the vehicle recovery system? It's hard to tell from here. If that's Krober, this blows this thing wide open. It is car 5. It is Rico Krober. Not another disaster. This has been the day of late drama here. So Krober is now back in the pits. We're watching it on the pit cam. What an absolute nightmare. This now puts car number 7 of Hugo Exposto back up into contention. Exposto is the grey car. Coming through the final corners now. Frank's already got him. So Exposto is now up into the top positions. And I don't think they've even managed to get Rico Krober's car refired. What a real shame that is. That now cements surely Turco's spot in the next round, pending any mechanical failures. But what's interesting about this is that Exposto is actually not that far ahead of Jonathan Gandin. So we could have an absolute all-star showdown here for the final transfer spot. Take a deep breath, folks, because this next 3 minutes are going to be absolute insanity. RC racing style. Because suddenly Hugo Exposto has had the final transfer spot land in his lap, but he's got Jonathan Gandin ready to pounce and take it away from him again. So Krober is back out there, but he's lost laps on these guys, so he's basically just out there to finish the race, really, and recover some pride. But this is the battle right now. Exposto in the grey car 7, and then car 4, the white and kind of light greeny blue car of Jonathan Gandin. Down the main straight they go at a real fast pace. And, sorry, I just saw Teddy Van Daal spin. I'm very wary of any car that now goes round. Any car that I can see in my peripheral vision. Martin Hootie scores the leader of this race. Bryce Turco now up to 2nd. Here's your battle for 3rd. Hugo Exposto and Jonathan Gandin. Gandin trying something here. He has to know that this is the battle for 3rds, but he has to know that he's got a chance of fighting his way through into the next round here But Exposto, I think, just has a little bit too much ground speed. He was a 10th up on him that lap. The thing is, as we've seen, disaster going to happen at any moment, right until the very end. Just ask Sergio Francescadina about that. So Gandin is going to keep the chase relentless right to the end, in the hope of forcing a mistake out of Exposto, who I think, right now, I'm just having a look down there, I think Exposto might actually have Coelho on his crew, Bruno Coelho down there on his crew, his Portuguese countryman. Both of these guys are coming up behind Teddy Van Daal, who's been kind of collateral damage in this race. And the main straight again goes Exposto. That's Gandin, the second of the two cars. Gandin still scored 4th. Gandin trying to move in here. Gandin hoping that Van Daal plays a little bit of a break here and a little bit of a blocker for car number 7 of Exposto. But at the moment, I think Exposto's got enough of a gap. I think he's okay. So through the Shepherdess again. Van Daal has to give up there, but he did just cost Exposto a little bit of time there. Van Daal, I think, is driving a little bit too hard, given his position here. He's battling these guys for position like it's for the win. But he does ultimately give up the position to Exposto, and now there's a car in between Exposto and Gandin. I think that will be just enough. I say just enough. We still have 40 seconds to go, which is an absolute eternity in these races. But Exposto, I think, just has enough of a margin now. 30 seconds to go. This will probably be his penultimate lap then. As in front of them, Martin Hoody and Bryce Turco are moments away from cementing their place in the next round. I just don't think Gandin's got the car speed to keep up with Exposto and make a challenge. Very, very close though. Really, really close. If anything goes wrong for Exposto here, Gandin is going to be there to pounce. So Exposto's just got to be clean. This may well be his last lap here. I think it will be, just looking at the clocks. I think it will be. So Exposto across the line. Exposto across the line. I think that was the finish anyway. Yes, I think it was. So they come home. And there's your finish then. Exposto just holds off Gandin by a matter of about an arm's length. Really not much at all in that one. A fascinating battle all the way through to the end. So let's have a look at the final result of it. And take a breather. I think I need it. So it's Martin Hoody in the end who takes the win. He profited off the misfortunes of Thomas Guyon and Francesco Manaloni, and also drove a very, very good race in his own right. That was a very, very solid drive. Bryce Turco comes through to second. You thought he'd given it away, really, with that poor pit stop early on in the race, but he fought his way back up there, profiting on the trip-ups from others. And Hugo Exposto was the one who really pounced when things went bad, when things went really bad. So Exposto was able to hold off Jonathan Gandin, ahead of guys like Thomas Guyon, Michael Schaefer, Teddy Van Daal, and then below them is the what might have been crowd. Rico Krober, Gerhard Kandelhart, and Francesco Mandoloni were all DNFs who all, at one stage in that race, held an advantage and were in the transfer spots. Shh, don't tell Frank, I just had a few of his Tic Tacs. So, there's your crew through. And we're waiting for the next final up, the 132nd final A. This will be the penultimate round for today's action, which is carrying on at a fair old lick. It's been very enjoyable so far, and we've had some great, great racing to enjoy. And we're going to have another round of it here. So we are getting ready for the 132nd finals to commence. I'll give you the lineups for them as we're waiting for these guys to roll out for their warm-up. We have another switcheroo on the camera. So, I'm going to show you the 132nd finals now. Oh, sorry, it's in heat arrangements, isn't it? On myrcm.ch. Just looking through some of the guys in the semi-finals and up already. So we're in the 1/8 finals will start off tomorrow. The 1/16 finals will end today's action. And in that group we can find guys like Patrick Schaefer, the chief of Team Shepherd, one of our prime sponsors here this weekend. The Turkish star Mustafa Alp. And Francesco Annunziata, a veteran of the European scene. As well as JJ Wang of the US. Tom Krugewski of Germany, the reigning Euro B champion in the 1/10 discipline. Keisuke Fukudara also in there as well. So those guys have put on a great show. And in this next round, you can expect to see guys like Matteo Rinaldi, Tring Tanon Sakshakul, Shinya Shimazaki, Melvin Diekman, Patrick Neyer, Giuseppe Mussolino, Rene Pupke, as well as our transfers from the last round. Martin Hoody, Bryce Turco and Hugo Exposto, along with Generoso Matza, Gamemon Kolfan and Jean-Baptiste Jeannot, as we roll into the 132nd finals leg of today's action. The penultimate round of today's action. And boy, has it been good. It's been really good. You can tell why I was looking forward to racing finally getting underway today, because everything picks up in intensity. Everything really counts. And sometimes the eternal rounds of qualifying, 5 minutes can go on forever. And yet 20-minute races like the ones we've just seen can go by in an absolute flash. It's been marvellous. And we thank you once again for joining us today. Thanks for all your support. We can see the Portuguese fans in the chat. Very pleased with Exposto's run there. So, goodness knows what they'll be like if Coelho wins this thing. And he's got every chance to. I still think Coelho is definitely one of those guys to watch. He's such a relaxed young man. And a guy who really has a lot of composure. 1/10 appears to be his discipline, his specialism. 1/8 he's very strong in as well. And he's also great off-road as well. He's won Portuguese national events in off-road disciplines as well. He's one of those great all-rounders. As I say, he's almost like the Shane Van Gisbergen of the RC racing world. Ironic in itself, as I know Shane Van Gisbergen is a big RC racing fan. He was tuned into some of our coverage at the Neo earlier this year. I believe he races off-road buggies in his spare time away from the V8 supercar scene. But Coelho is definitely one of my outside shots to win this thing. It's hard to look beyond the likes of Balestri and Mazzeo. But I still feel pretty confident someone like Simon Kurzbuch can take this guy away. He's so down to earth. He's so humble, but so focused and determined when it comes down to it. And so lightning quick and talented whenever you put him behind the wheel of any kind of Nitro RC car. 1/8, 1/10, it doesn't matter. He's the 1/8 world champion. He probably was about 5 minutes away from being the 1/8 European champion as well this year in Sweden before a late technical issue on a pit stop dropped him down to 4th just. He was also a runner-up in the 1/10 European Championships last year in Turkey, and he's now looking for a 1/10 world title to go alongside his 1/8 crown. So let us know in the comments your picks for the win in this World Championship. We'd love to hear your predictions. Love to hear who you think has the best chance. Actually, let us know who you think will win this thing. I think Balestri has to start as favourite. Let us know who you think is going to win this thing and who you would also like to see win. I think that second question will probably be answered Jeff Hammond. But Hammond, I think the rest of the Aussies are in tomorrow's action. Yes, Jeff Hammond starts tomorrow's 1/8 Final B. And Jesse Davis starts in the semi-final B. So two guys there with great chances to continue and make something of this legacy. I'll tell you what, if one of those two manages to win the World Championship, the party in the Team Australia container room will be long into the night, I can tell you that. Be marvellous. So, let's get ready then. I'll show you the grid for this first 132nd final. 1 minute to the start. And we have two Italians looking for promotions up. It's Giorgio De Felici who will lead off this group. Matteo Rinaldi second. A pair of Italians. There's a lot of Italians in this grid, actually. 5 out of the 10. Alessandro Brunelli, Daniele Agostinelli, and our transfer from earlier, Generoso Matza, who's very quick in his final earlier. We also have Trim Tanongsak Shakul of Singapore, Shinya Shimazaki of Japan, and Jean-Baptiste Jeannot, along with Gamemon Kolfan of Thailand. So a real international flavour to this one. It's kind of strange, this event in many ways feels like a European Championship event. Obviously it's in Europe, EFRA officials are involved in organising it. But at the same time, this international flavour is what really makes this feel like something special, something we haven't seen before, or like a outside of EFRA event. It's the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championship. And this is the 132nd finals about to start here on RC Racing TV. We thank you all very much for locking in with us, and we hope you'll enjoy the rest of the coverage today and, of course, our main final coverage tomorrow. All of this coverage presented in association with Shepherd Mini Micro Racing. HBI Racing, Runner Time Fuel, and by IFMAR. Why did I know that Bruno Coelho is going to get a lot of votes in the chat? He's very popular, understandably so. But for now, he's waiting for tomorrow's semi-final. And he may well be watching this race with interest. Because away we go. And it's a solid start from the top two. They get into line fairly early, but the battle picking up in earnest straight away. Remember, we're focusing on third spot. They've started pretty much line astern and we've stayed there. A little bit of a tangle near the back, but that's okay. They come across the line to start. We focus on third. Basile Concialdi of France. A clean start, you know. A couple of guys caught in the spin cycle. Back in the field, but in terms of the leaders, they're all okay. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Car numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is all matching in terms of grid order. They've taken off at a good old lick. And the battle's picking up already. The top two trying to make a run for it. De Felici and Rinaldi trying to put some early laps on the board. Oh, and Concialdi is under pressure from Alessandro Brunelli. Brunelli trying to make it 3 Italians transferring through. Brunelli putting a lot of pressure on Concialdi of France, looking up the inside into the runner time turns. He's all over him through the Shepherdess. Goes for the big lunge in the second of those turns. Looking through the IFMAR hairpin. Now he gets it. Oh, and a really nice move there. He had to chop the nose right off Concialdi. Brunelli, that was a cheeky move, but he took advantage of Concialdi. That was a reflex move as well. Concialdi ran wide mid-corner, and suddenly, now who's this we've got joining in as well? Is that Shimazaki? That is car 5 of Daniele Agostinelli. All the Italians getting involved here in a fiery battle for third place here. The top two are starting to pull away. De Felici and Rinaldi are really starting to pull away. But it's Brunelli now putting pressure on Agostinelli, and in fact passing Agostinelli, then being passed back. It's like a tango out there. Late on the brakes there. It's amazing how hard these brakes lock up. We've got a car upside down. Is that one of our two leaders? I think it is. Oh, goodness me. And another car has been stacked over the chute of the marshals there. Wasn't quite the disaster we had at the Neo, but I think what we have to look for now is I think it's car 2 that suffered. It's Matteo Rinaldi who's dropped down the order. So, the battle we're now watching is, yes, now that's the right car. That's third place now that's on our screen. So, Brunelli is now up to second place. Agostinelli is third in car 5. That's the car we're following right now. And just behind him is Basile Concialdi. Ooh, nearly going side by side through the chicane. Not generally a good idea. Unless you have a high level of skill to pull it off. Whoa, running wide. I think he actually clattered the wall on the outside, did Concialdi. Marvellous stuff through the Shepherdess. Concialdi starting to lose a little bit of time now. Agostinelli has time to regroup and resume the attack on Brunelli. As you've seen so many times in these races, you want to give yourself that buffer. Not just be in third, where if one mistake can be the end of your entire world championship, and in many circumstances, not even a mistake. Just an unfortunate mechanical error. As Agostinelli even ramped off of one of the rumble strips there. Really impressive stuff. Down the main straight once more. And Agostinelli is, I think, struggling to keep up with Brunelli, but it is a top 3 all of Italians, which is going to please the home fans a lot. They have been passionate and vociferous in their support. The cheers they gave Alessio Matteo earlier when he won SuperPole. If there was a roof on this place, it would have been blown clean off it. Let's put it that way. But Brunelli is trying to drop Agostinelli, but Agostinelli's still right with him because he's well aware of Basile Concialdi of France, who's not a million miles behind. Gubbio Moncolfan, by the way. Oh, and someone's gone behind the barrier there. I think that was our third place runner of Agostinelli. It was. Or was that Brunelli? It was one of those two. The marshal returns it to the lane, and that's an absolute disaster. He actually flipped over the barrier there. So we now have a look for who has now moved up into third place. I have a feeling it'll be Basile Concialdi. So where's Concialdi in amongst all this? We have car 1 coming through. De Felici, that's fine. Car 5, and then car 3 is coming through the final turns now, John. He's the white and orange and yellow roofed car. Coming down the main straight now, right beneath you. There's our third place car. Basile Concialdi started third, fell back, and is now back into third. And just behind, you've got to give an attaboy to Gubbio Moncolfan, who's made a great start out of grid position 9. And he's looking for a double transfer again. After at times in his original final, not looking like he'd make it through at all. I'll tell you what, I've just noticed off screen, Chanon Sakshakul has been in the wars so far. Every time I've looked up, I've seen that 6 car just off the track or recovering from a spin and a collision with somebody. He's really been in the wars, but it's been those sort of battles out here so far. And the main straight again for Concialdi. So it's Giorgio De Felici, Daniele Agostinelli, and Basile Concialdi of France preventing the 1-2-3. It is an Italian 1-2 at the moment. But Concialdi is holding strong in third. There is only, at this point in time, 5 seconds or so separating the top three. Moncolfan is not far behind, and Matteo Rinaldi is also right on the back wing of Moncolfan. So if they're smart, they won't challenge each other too much, or they'll wait until the pit stop. So, into the pits we go. I think that surprised John a little bit. He went through it for the pan, but Concialdi with the pit stop then. He's straight out into the battles. In fact, that's car number 5 of Daniele Agostinelli we've picked up, who's our second place runner. Should be due a stop as well. Takes a trip through the grass. And it's Giorgio De Felici, who at this point in time is third after the stops, or after his first stop. Concialdi. Let's have a look for car number 3 of Concialdi, who scored back up in third place. He's just coming through the Shepherd S now. He's right behind the orange car. Car 10 through the HPI hairpin. There you go. There's Basile Concialdi. And that's the car of Jean-Baptiste Jeannot. I don't think that was a battle for position. It was a battle for position, so Jeannot is 4th, and Concialdi scored 5th. So I think Concialdi made a big mistake there. Has dropped him back to 5th. The car being scored in 3rd right now is Giorgio De Felici. 2 cars in front. So if we can move 2 cars in front past the orange car, we're looking for the grey car in the first 2 turns of Giorgio De Felici. So they're coming through. That's car number 2 on our screen. So the second of the grey cars in line. Yep, that's the one we're on. There we go. A lot of white and grey cars out in these heats at the moment. Flying down underneath our camera position once again. De Felici then was leading early on. Don't think got a good pit stop at all, because he's now back in some trouble. It's Daniele Agostinelli and car 5 who is leading this race. Matteo Rinaldi now in second. So the Italian top 3, the Italian lockout of the podium is back on. De Felici is just ahead of Basile Concialdi, who had worked his way up to 3rd. Concialdi is now back to 4th on the outside looking in. And Jean-Baptiste Jeannot is now up in 5th spot and has taken over the reins from Garmin Moncolfan as the best transfer runner. Looking for that double transfer. De Felici is running some good laps at the moment and is on about the pace of the front 2. And he'll need some of this and more, as Agostinelli continues to lead ahead of Rinaldi and De Felici. De Felici is the car we're watching right now, of course. The last in the transfer battle. And I think car 7 of Shinya Shimazaki has suddenly moved up the order here. Yes, now he's in 4th. So Shinya Shimazaki is now in contention and is De Felici's nearest opponent. De Felici has about 2 seconds on Shimazaki. Down the main straight again. De Felici holding down that lockout at the top 3 for the Italians, but there's every chance of a disaster happening here. And bearing in mind, just behind Shimazaki is under pressure from Basile Concialdi, who's fought his way past. Let's continue to follow De Felici, who we're watching right now. Through the Shepherd S, sorry. And round the HPI hairpin. That's the one I meant to say. I nearly said the EFRA hairpin. Through the IFMAR turns. There you go. We've got to have some love for EFRA as well, of course. The section leaders for this event. Organised in coordination between them and IFMAR. The world governing body, and EFRA, the European section. Of course. I tell you what, De Felici, the rear end of De Felici's car looks like he's moving around a lot. It's really shuffling around at this point in time. So Agostinelli continues to lead. Rinaldi's 3 seconds behind. De Felici's 4.2. And Shimazaki is about 1.5 seconds, I'd say, off of De Felici. So basically, Shimazaki is right in contention here. He's not that far away at all. Basile Concialdi is 5th. And is still in that battle as well. So De Felici is not really in safe territory at all at this point in time. And we just had a pit stop for, I think, one of our leaders. We'll continue to follow De Felici. De Felici still tucked up behind car 2 of Matteo Rinaldi. So it's those two running line astern at the moment. Shimazaki, oh, goodness me. I love the driving style of the Japanese drivers. They are so flamboyant and so exciting to watch. Any of their Grand Prix drivers. Between you and me, I'd love a Japanese driver to one day be Formula 1 world champion because he'd do it in the most spectacular fashion known to man. And Shimazaki, if he's going to get promoted up here, he's going to do it in some style. Through the chicane, around the HBI hairpin, exactly halfway in this race. And in comes De Felici to the pits. De Felici needs a pit stop here, a good stop here. Shimazaki is also in. And Shimazaki, I think, has been beat off pit road by Basil Concialdi. So we need to find De Felici again, who's the provisional third place runner. De Felici may well be... De Felici is, I think, in the first few turns now. And the main straight, this is all circulating as pit stops occur. Let's have a look for De Felici. 4, there's 8. There's not a big stream of cars. Car 1, right, is coming through the final turns now. He's just behind the yellow and blue car. That's car 5. Coming onto the main straight now. 1, 2, there you go. There's Felici, De Felici. And that's the battle for 4th right now. So we need to move 2 cars forward to the next battle up the head. There you go. There's De Felici. So a lot going on at this point in time. Rinaldi, Agostinelli, still your top 2. 3rd place is De Felici. And he's in fact moved up to 2nd. So Jean, need to drop 1 car back. This is like musical chairs at this point. Daniele Agostinelli. The Italians have switched order, but they're still locking out the top 3. But look at this. Shinya Shimazaki is a lot closer than ever now. He had a good pit stop that time. And he's really closed in on these guys. Rinaldi and De Felici are your top 2. But it's Agostinelli under a bit of pressure from the Japanese driver. The car is moving around under braking so much. I love watching these cars just on their own. That's why SuperPole can be so fascinating. And Shimazaki is so aggressive over the rumble strip, taking huge amounts of curb. Most other drivers would not fear to tread there. Shimazaki taking huge chunks out of the chicanes, knowing exactly where to push the limits of the car. The real flamboyant driving style, tail out through the final corners. It's great to watch. Unfortunately, I don't think it's quite effective on Agostinelli, because Agostinelli is actually making some progress ahead and away of Shimazaki. Agostinelli through the IFMAR turns and onto the main straight again. The top 4 separated by just a smidge over 2 seconds. So there's a lot still in this one. Jean-Baptiste Hinault is 5th, 7 seconds down off the leader. So about 5 seconds off these guys. So it is between 4 drivers going to 3 transfer spots. Now, I'm not very good at maths, but even I can tell you 4 into 3 doesn't go. With these 2 all bunched together like this, any sort of mistake from any of these guys could be enough to cost them their chance at advancing in this World Championship and staying alive in this World Championship. As Agostinelli is closing in on the top 2, and I think Rinaldi and De Felici are in danger of slowing each other down in this battle for the lead. Trying to make it round through the corners. Agostinelli wide line through those corners. Shimazaki is still there. He's stalking him. Stalking his prey. Waiting for any little mistake out of Agostinelli. We saw some great defensive driving from Sergio French Cadena earlier. It all came to naught in a heartbreaking end to the race, but at this point in time, Agostinelli needs to take some notes from French Cadena in terms of defending a position, defending your transfer spot. Meanwhile, the 2 in front, Rinaldi and De Felici, are having their own scrap. We would normally concentrate on the battle for the lead, but right now we are watching the transfer spot battle, which is really heating up here. Shimazaki is closing in on Agostinelli and has closed right into that zone of kind of peripheral vision. I can't even get my words out at this point in the day. Peripheral vision, where the driver of the car in front can actually see the car behind and is well aware of its presence. Shimazaki is shadow boxing with Agostinelli through these corners. This is a great battle. We've got a battle for the lead just in front and a battle for the transfer spot. So positions 1 and 3 being fiercely battled for here. Agostinelli, I think, is trying to go back on the offensive. Trying to attack the cars in front of De Felici, gets very wide through the chicane. Nearly gives up 2nd place to Agostinelli. Agostinelli desperately trying to put a car between himself and the rampant Shimazaki, who's closed right back in on him. He understands the threat, and he knows it's go time now if he's to protect a transfer spot and make it through to the next round. Agostinelli fully on the lock stops through the chicane. Took a big chunk of rumble strip, nearly on the inside of De Felici. They're side by side, and what a great pass that was. Both of them gave each other just enough room. They're still battling down the main straight. into the runner time turns. They're still side by side. This is brilliant. Can you go side by side for an entire lap of a 1/10 RC racing track? Agostinelli and De Felici proved that you pretty much almost can. Brilliant stuff from Agostinelli. He's through to second. Third place is Giorgio De Felici. Shimazaki just pounded the wall on the exit of the final corner. He's putting absolutely everything into this battle. Matteo Rinaldi has taken advantage as this battle for second is still going on. De Felici, they're desperate. They both see Shimazaki right there. And they know just how dangerous the thread could be as Agostinelli's in the pits. So an absolutely pivotal pit stop here for Agostinelli. He's back out. We now watch for the other guys as they keep on around. So I can see De Felici now as the traditional leader at this point in time. Pit stops happening here. We need to pay close attention to the pit stops. Shimazaki's just on the pits right now. De Felici and Shimazaki are coming out the pits now. So Jean, the next two cars coming out the pits right now. They're in the runner time turns. He's got them. It's De Felici and Shimazaki. I think this is the provisional battle for third, you know. Yes, it is, because Agostinelli's up the road. Shimazaki is on the absolute limit of whatever grip that car has left. Through the kind of final corners. And in fact, De Felici scored fourth. It's Garmin Moncolfan who's up in second place. So I think Moncolfan still has to pit one more time. So it's Agostinelli who scored provisional third place. Look at this battle between these two. This is great driving, you have to say. Really remarkable stuff. Yeah, there we go. De Felici's now scored third. So this is the battle for third. Picking up once again. Shimazaki looking up the inside in the Shepherd S. He's been on the outside looking in for the entirety of this race, trying to get late on the brakes, right tight in. De Felici cuts the corners off well. That's good defensive driving, giving him a little bit of an inside line, then checking his momentum in the middle of the corner. Great driving there. Through the runner time turns once more. They have 3.5 minutes to settle this for good. Agostinelli and Matteo Rinaldi are trying to run away from them as quickly as possible. They don't want any part to play in this. Shimazaki trying to be late as possible in the HBI hairpin. And again, he's taking big swings at him. Credit to Shimazaki. He's kept it clean so far. He could have really stuck the nose in there and really pulled the dive bomb off and banged wheels to make the pass, but he hasn't done so far. Desperation will... Oh, and the desperation could have cost him there. He's had a big incident, and I think that's all over for Shimazaki. He's on the inside of the HBI hairpin, and he's now bogged in the grass. I think he's flamed down, and I think that's the end of our fun. Well, Shimazaki is still going, but I think that's going to have cost him quite badly. So let's find De Felici. He's car one. He's in the HBI. He's coming through the IFMAR turns now, and onto the main straight. He's the last of this group of cars coming down the main straight now. There's De Felici. So De Felici now. Oh, a little bit of contact with the cars in front of him. Now, is that anyone we should be paying attention to? I'm trying to look here. Agostinelli. And I think Rinaldi. No, Rinaldi and Agostinelli are still there. So De Felici's there. They've got a lap car in between them. Garmin Moncolfan is now fourth. But I think some distance back. Yeah, he's about 4.5 seconds back from these guys. So it's right now the Italian lockout at the top three. They've been working hard to achieve it, and at some points it didn't look likely. But right now, with about 2 minutes and change to go, it looks like the three of the Italians in this race will be heading through to the next round. Daniele Agostinelli took the lead with some good pit stops. Matteo Rinaldi has had great pace, and Giorgio De Felici, oh, goodness me. There were some tense moments there when he was trying to fend off the advances of Shimazaki, who's still running but down in 6th place now. Through the Shepherd S, this is Agostinelli and Rinaldi. We'll just drop back one car, Jean. And the next car in line, there he is. There's your third place runner, De Felici. So De Felici now looks like he's got a healthy advantage on Garmin Moncolfan. He has. It's about 4 seconds now. Moncolfan is running good laps at the end of this race. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's going to be too little too late. Through the IFMAR turns and onto the main straight once more. This has been a real heart-stopping first 132nd final here at the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships in Gubbio in Italy. This compact track, it's not the longest track in RC racing, but it has provided a huge amount of action throughout the day today. And Giorgio De Felici is doing what he has to do to maintain this advantage and stay in this World Championship, to extend his stay in front of his home fans. Matteo Rinaldi and Daniele Agostinelli are up the road and look like they'll be through as well. And I can tell you, just off camera, Shinya Shimazaki is still battling on hard, trying to pass Jean-Baptiste Janot for 5th spot. He's all over the back of him. The never say die spirit and some great flamboyant driving. Shimazaki has lit up this 132nd final, but unfortunately, one mistake and it was all over, pretty much for him, for his perspective. So it's Rinaldi, Agostinelli. And I think Rinaldi has made the pass to the lead on Agostinelli. They're just in front of De Felici. De Felici is still maintaining a good gap over Garmin Colfan, so that's okay. And the car we're following home. This may well be his penultimate lap or his last lap. One of those two. Rinaldi and Agostinelli, I can tell you, are battling all the way home for the lead. Not that it matters too much. They know exactly what they have to do. Through the running time turn one more time and a big flip for... Is that Agostinelli? No, I don't think so. So it looks like I've got... No, that's not Agostinelli. False alarm. Rinaldi is going to come across the line to win in front of Agostinelli. And then Giorgio De Felici. And the home fans are on their feet and applauding after a brilliant performance there. A really enjoyable race and a great drive from those three. And Garmin Colfan, he fought back well in the end to try and go for the double transfer. But a great drive in the end. And it's the three Italians that go through. Matteo Rinaldi stole the lead from Daniele Agostinelli in the closing laps. It didn't matter in the end. Both of them go through ahead of Giorgio De Felici, who was breathing a big sigh of relief, I think, at the end of that, because he was under pressure all the way through that from someone or other, mostly from Shinya Shimazaki, who comes home sixth in the end. A real shame, because that kind of betrays the flamboyance and the flair that we saw out of that Japanese driver. Garmin Colfan and Jean-Baptiste Junot worked hard to try and get the double transfer, weren't able to do it in the end. And then behind them was Generoso Mazza. Bastille Concialdi had a nightmare second half of the race, bearing in mind he was in contention for the transfer spot. I think 4 pit stops cost him there. Trin Tanon Sakshakul had a tough race in the end, I think. Every time I saw him off camera out the corner of my eye, he was either upside down or facing the wrong way and getting in some battle with someone, but he does finish. And Alessandro Brunelli is the last scored finisher there. So, down out the way, we have another 132nd final to deal with. 3 races to go now on today's schedule. So we're coming towards the conclusion of today's events here at the IFMAR 1/10th IC Track World Championships in Gubbio in Italy. And it has been a great day of action. I told you as soon as this thing moved towards a conclusion that momentum would really start to pick up and the energy would start to pick up. We have just an update for the schedule for you tomorrow, by the way. And you'll want to be locked in right from the start for tomorrow for finals day of the World Championship. It doesn't get bigger than this on the RC Racing calendar. So the 1/8 finals tomorrow, bearing in mind that's where you're going to find names like Jeff Hammond, Alex Thurston and Alexander Hagberg in those finals. It's the 1/8 final starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. And Hagberg is in the second of those 2 finals, as is Jeff Hammond. So you'll want to be locked in right from the start of our coverage tomorrow. We hit the ground running, and then at 10 o'clock local time. So the 1/8 finals are at 9 a.m. local time. Then at 10 a.m. local, it is the 2 quarterfinals. And then we have a certain amount of practice and a break, so we have a little bit of a gap in the schedule. In the meantime, we'll be able to go around and have a chat with as many of the semi-finalists as we can, get their thoughts ahead of their huge semi-final races. And then at 1 o'clock local time, will be the first of the semi-finals. Now, both of those races are half an hour each, not 20 minutes, they're half an hour. The semi-finals and final are longer than European events. The semi-finals, remember, at European events are 20 minutes, final 45. Here this weekend, the semi-finals are half an hour, and the final is 1 hour. So, first of the semi-finals is at 1 o'clock local time, and then after that, the driver's presentation for the final at 3:30, and then at 4 o'clock local time, the flag drops for the main final. And an hour later, 5 o'clock local time, we will know the identity of our 2016 IFMAR 1/10th IC Track World Champion. So a big day of action tomorrow. A big day of main final action on finals day for the IFMAR 1/10th IC Track World Championships. All of our coverage this week has been presented to you and will be presented to you for finals day by Shepherd Micro Racing and HPI Racing, as well as Runner Time Fuel, as well as IFMAR, who are the organisers of this event. And so we are going to be on air tomorrow, just 5 minutes earlier than normal. So if you set your alarms for 9 a.m, we'll be on air about 5 minutes earlier. So 8:55 a.m. tomorrow, which is fine by us. We're normally set up by then. And we will be there just to lead in to the first of the 1/8 finals, so we're not heading in straight dry. So it'll be coming on air at 8:55 a.m. into 9 a.m. for the first of the 1/8 finals. So I'm still enjoying all your comments on the live stream as well. It's great to have you guys on board. And we've had a steady stream of guests up here in the box over the last few days. It's been great to have you guys involved on the YouTube chat, in the live stream. So we're just waiting for the second 1/32 final to commence. We're ready to go. So we've got a ways to go. We've got the 1/32 final. A to go. And then the 1/16 finals. 3 races to go today. And boy, have they gone by pretty quickly at this point. We're really ploughing through the schedule. It's a bit 4 minutes to go before we take off for 1/32 final A. Featuring this one are names including Rene Pupke, Manuel Strenio, Patrick Neyer of Germany, Hideki Yodaguchi, and transfers from earlier, remember Martin Hudi, who won his 1/64th final, Bryce Turco, and Hugo Exposto, who profited from a lot of the misfortune of others and really did a great job to jump up there. So their warm-up is underway. So let's show you the grid, the full grid. It'll be Rene Pupke rolling off at the start. One car has already been returned on the vehicle recovery system, so I'm not sure who that was. One guy might not be starting this race. So Rene Pupke is ready. Rene Pupke will be rolling off on the pole for this one. Giuseppe Mussolino and Manuel Strenio, along with Floriana La Rossa, I should say, will be hoping to make it another great tilt at the getting Italians up through the lower finals. So Pupke will roll off on the pole of this lot. Neyer 4th, Melvin Diekman 5th, Floriana La Rossa 6th, and 7th is Hideki Yodaguchi, Martin Hudi 8th, Bryce Turco 9th, and Hugo Exposto completes the 10 then. So lower finals action to come then. Lower finals action coming up in a couple of minutes for you. Hudi going for a double transfer. With a lot of support behind him as well. Just a reminder, as always, that you can lock in and interact with us and other RC Racing fans on the YouTube chat for these live streams. If you're on desktop, it's to the right of the video, and if you're on mobile devices, it's on just below the video player, normally in like a pop-out chat window. And you can also lock into us on Facebook. You can lock into the people of which we are the official media partners for season 2016. That'll be EFRA, the European Federation for Racing Radio-Controlled Automobiles. We are the official media partners for them. And they have an official Facebook page, which Frank's been uploading photos over there. So like them on Facebook, like our Facebook page as well, and RC Racing TV. And you can join the Facebook group as well for interaction with like-minded individuals as we are getting ready to go here. Guys lining up on the grid. I see a space where third place is supposed to be, so I think Manuel Strano is not going to make the start of this race. There's another space as well. That's in grid position 6. So Florina La Rosa. I think there's a space there as well. There's definitely a grid space where third place is supposed to be. So this could open up the opportunities for everyone. And there was also a hint of a false start there from car 4, Patrick Nair. But they surge off into the first corner. Immediately clashing for the lead. We had a couple of guys at the back have a bit of an incident in the runner time turns. But car 4 of Patrick Nair is right up in the mix already. He's in third already. So the third of these cars, they come across the start, finish straight. The third of those cars in line we need to immediately focus on. I thought it was Patrick Nair for a second. I think Nair's fallen back. He had an issue there. So the third car in line there is car 7 of Hideki Iraguchi. So it's Puke, Mussolino and Iraguchi with Martin Hoody immediately up to 4th. A great start from Hoody. Fantastic drive already. A great first lap from Hoody, but he's already under pressure from Bryce Turco. In fact, the 3 transfer guys have jumped up already. A lot of guys here have had issues, and it's cycled them right down to the back. Manuel Strano in car 3 did not take the start. An issue early on. That's a really unfortunate way to go out of these World Championships. He didn't even make the start of the race, but it's ultimately to Hideki Iraguchi's benefit. Iraguchi, the Japanese driver, down the main straight again. Through the runner time turns, it looks like Puke and Mussolino are just getting a little bit of a gap. Pulling out a little bit, but Iraguchi's trying to close back in because he's well aware of Hoody closing in behind. We saw exactly what happened in the last few rounds where guys in 4th putting the pressure on can really mix up the top order without even making a pass. Sometimes just the pressure and the mistakes can come from that. So Iraguchi through the IFMAR turns then and onto the main straight once more. Iraguchi is your 3rd place runner. He's trying to gap Hoody just a little bit. And at the moment, he's doing exactly that. He's doing exactly what he needs to, but they're running almost identical lap times at this point in time. Through the final corners, through the IFMAR turns. 1 and 2. And through the runner time turns at the far end of the circuit. Shadow's starting to lengthen a little bit now behind the trees as the sun is coming round. More at a sort of angle to try and straighten our commentary box, which is not so useful, but the sun is starting to come down from its highest point. It is 5 p.m. local time here in Gubbio in Italy. The Shepherd S. And bearing in mind, here's something for you. By this time tomorrow, we will know the identity of our 2016 IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Champion. So there's something to think about. The final will be rolling off at 4 p.m. local time, so an hour earlier from now. So through the IFMAR turns and the runner time turns once more. The Shepherd S through the chicane. The HPI hairpin. So the IFMAR turns at the far end of the track. Iraguchi is still in a confident position here. He's about 1.2 seconds up on Martin Hoody in the 4th spot. So Iraguchi just needs to stay calm here through the IFMAR turns. She needs to stay calm and okay. So Iraguchi, this is a little bit calmer than the previous finals we've seen, but bearing in mind things can still happen at any given opportunity. It's the main straight again. Iraguchi has made a good start to this race and he's looking solid over the ground. He's covering the turf nicely here. So through the HBI hairpin again. And up round the IFMAR turns at the end of the track under our commentary position. And Iraguchi is consistently lapping about a 10th or 2 quicker than Hoody. This is exactly what he needs to do. He's to seal his passage in the next round. But we still have pit stops to come, remember. And the first of those will be coming very soon because we're about coming up on 5 minutes into this race. About 4.5 minutes in. The Shepherd S. Looking through that chicane flat out hard on the brakes into the HBI hairpin. Onto the main straight again. Iraguchi. Yeah, it's only now Hudi is really starting to match his pace, but Hudi has let that gap leak out to about 1.5 seconds. So Hudi's still in the mix. Don't get me wrong, we've seen how quickly things can change here. And onto the main straight. Once more for Iraguchi. And will he take his first pit stop? That'll be a big that'll be a big moment of strategic importance. Through the chicane. And we're 5 minutes down in this race. And here comes Iraguchi for his first stop. How good is this one? He gets stalled a little bit in the pits. A little bit of a clash down on pit road. One of the guys struggling to pick up the car. I think Hudi struggled to pit his car. But Iraguchi's had a disaster. He's fallen off at the end of pit road. What on earth was that? That was like a reverse of Lewis Hamilton in 2007. Is something wrong with Iraguchi's car, or he's just lost all momentum in that way? It's hard to tell. I think he's back up to speed, but that was an absolute nightmare. What was he doing there? So Patrick Neyer is now the guy that scored third spot, but of course we are in the middle of a pit cycle, so that could change. So you'd assume it's now Martin Hudi's profited. Hudi was scored fourth and is now third. So let's see if we can find car 8 on the track. Martin Hudi looking for the double transfer. And I think this is him coming through the HBI hairpin now. It is car 8. Coming through the final turns now. Underneath our commentary position. And onto that main straight. There's Hudi. And he's got Price Turco not far behind him. One of the other transfer guys looking for a double transfer. But at the moment it's 2 into 1. And we know that doesn't go. So Hudi up to third as a result of that disaster from Hideki Iraguchi. It's fallen him down to 8th place. No idea what was going on at the end of pit road. And it has all come to Iraguchi's cost and Hudi's gain. So Hudi through the HBI hairpin. Up and around through the IFMAR turns again. Bryce Turco is not far behind. And he's actually very close now. This is a battle that could really swing either way at any moment. So Hudi will be keenly aware of Turco. In fact, 5th place is Hugo Exposto. So this has been a great run pretty much for the transfer guys. The only way it could be any better is if they were 1, 2 and 3. Unless there are 3, 4 and 5. And at the moment only one of them is going through. And that man is Martin Hudi in that position. With the IFMAR turns. Hudi looking to keep Turco at some sort of arm's length. But Turco is definitely matching him on lap speed. Very, very good set of laps from both of these guys. Turco keeping up the pressure on Hudi, not letting him out of his sight. They are separated by half a second, if that. So Hudi is really working hard. Trying as he comes through the HBI hairpin again. And onto the main straight once more. Beneath us. It's through the Shepherd S once more. Hudi is just trying to stay calm here on this relentless pressure from Turco. He can start to turn some slightly faster laps. He'll start to edge away just a little bit from Turco, but at the moment, Turco is staying glued to the rear wing of Hudi's car through the Shepherd S, through the HBI hairpin, sorry. And the IFMAR turns under our commentary box. Hudi is betraying no nerves at this point and showing no evidence that he's under so much pressure for that position. Rene Pupke and Giuseppe Mussolino are quite a distance up the road, by the way, so they're pretty solid to make it through as it stands. Yeah, Pupke is 6 seconds up the road from Hudi, and Mussolino about 4 seconds up, so they're in a comfortable spot right now. About as comfortable as is possible to be in one of these lower finals. The tension all the way to the end. We know that anything can go wrong on such a short lap. It's very, very hard to really call a position your own. But I have to say, Hudi, I think Turco's made a couple of pivotal mistakes. But Hudi is really starting to bang in some quick laps here. And he's starting to edge away from Turco a little bit. Building up an advantage that he's going to need to keep if he wants to progress into the 1/16 finals that will conclude today's action. It'll be quite some fillip for Martin Hudi if he is able to progress through the 1/16 final as well, and this one, and make it through to Saturday's finals day. That'll be quite something to keep his World Championship going as long as possible. Right now he's doing everything he needs to. He's some distance back from Giuseppe Mussolino, who's closed in on René Poupke at quite a rate of knots, but he's also moved away quite a bit from Hudi, who in turn is starting to gap Turco steadily. Turco was about a tenth of a second faster that time than Hudi as he hit halfway in this race. The second round of pit stops anytime soon. And we've seen how vital they can be. In fact, pit stop's already starting. I think that's Mussolino who's just been in and out of pit lane. A few other guys pitting now. Hudi is just ahead of, who's that? Car number 1 of René Poupke. So Poupke's been in and out of pit road. I think Hudi will be in this lap. He is. So big pit stop coming up for the Hudi team. Hudi guys, the X-Ray team. Fuel and down and away. Really solid stop. No mistakes there from Hudi at all. And I think Bryce Turco's actually had a mistake in there to add to it all. Or a mistake or potentially a flame out, because I can't actually see. No, I can see Turco's car, but he has lost ground in that exchange. But the car nearest to Hudi is actually car number 10. It was car number 10, Hugo Exposto, who I think is now hit pit road himself. But the car who's closed in now is Patrick Neyer, who had a bit of a disaster early on. Well, it was Patrick Neyer. He's now flamed out. So Nayer's had a big issue, and that appears to be his final over, which is a real shame as Hudi comes around again. The contenders are dropping like flies around him, whilst Hudi continues to truck on. He just knows exactly what he has to do. Turco is now about 2 seconds or so behind. Yeah, Turco is about 2.1 seconds down on Hudi. So Hudi is working well here, and Turco just is kind of powerless to stop this charge at this point in time. Poupke is back out in the lead after that round of pit stops, and Giuseppe Mussolino continues his advantage. I think Poupke and Mussolino are having a battle for the lead, but we continue to focus our attentions here on Martin Hudi, the most important position on the track. The final transfer spot. Down the main straight they go, through the runner time turns and the Shepherd S once more. This has been, I don't want to put a jinx on this, but Hudi's run has been really serenely smooth. It's been a demonstration of concentration and focus as he clips every apex and makes sure that Turco does not gain any advantage at all. Hudi, HPI hairpins and the IFMAR turns once more as these guys clocking up around 70 laps per run, or they'll be nearing the 70 lap mark. Hudi is gapping Turco even more now. He's now out to, that must be around 3 seconds. I'm just going off my eyes. We'll see what the time screen says this time. 5.8 seconds for Hudi, 8.6 for Turco. So he's now up about 2.8 seconds over Bryce Turco. He's just eking that gap out more and more. It's an exercise in stamina more than anything. He's saying, right, Bryce, live with this. And Bryce just cannot at this point in time. So Hudi looking on for the double transfer. And he averts it in very strong fashion. He made a great start, made his way up to 4th on the first lap. And then profited on the misfortune of others in front. Manuel Strano didn't even start. Patrick Neyer has had a disaster of a run. So Hudi was able to profit from those guys. And had a great first lap and has now jumped up into 3rd. And is slowly edging away from Bryce Turco. It's a rematch of their last final and the battle for the last transfer spot this time around. And Hudi is sending it the exact same way as that last final. Just edging out the gaps each time, edging out the laps. Hudi is just spectacularly consistent at this point in time. The IFMAR turns again and down the main straight. Through the runner time turns, those longer shadows extending. The track coming into a little bit of shade on the far sides of this facility. With the trees providing a bit more shady cover. There's some shade there. So let's, just to demonstrate the gap that Hudi has put on at Bryce Turco, let us drop back one car, Jean. Let's hold there. And the next car you'll see is 4th place. There's Turco. So Bryce Turco in the grey car with the pink wing. He's trying desperately to stay in touch. And they're actually lapping very equal times now. But the problem is, Turco is out 2.5 seconds or so behind Hootie. So there's no good running identical lap times when you have to gain time back. And I think, has he slowed? That's going to be it all over for Bryce Turco. He's slowed. Did he push it too far in his fuel window? I think he must have done, because it's around the window for the final pit stop. Turco, his car is being run back to him. And I think that is definitely game over now for Turco. Trying to get the thing refired, fuel back in it. And it just, is it refiring? I think it is, yes it will. It will refire, but it's not enough. So, let's now have a look at, he's now down in 8th place, Bryce Turco. So that's blown it to smithereens, his chance of making it through to the next round. So in this cycle of pit stops, it's now René Poupke down 3rd. But I think Hootie still has to make his stop. And I believe that might be Hootie on the pit lane now. One of them anyway. So let's keep an eye out for Martin Hootie's car. He should be still provisionally 3rd. And in fact, he's just behind Bryce Turco now. Hootie has gone from about 2 seconds ahead of Turco to just behind Turco on the track. So let's look for Martin Hootie. He's in the Shepherd S coming through the chicane now in the middle part of the track. He is just behind the grey car with the pink wing. Jean, he's in the final turns now. Is Hootie. Not this car, the second car of those two. That's Martin Hootie. And there is a provisional 3rd place runner. Poupke and Mussolino have got back to 1st and 2nd. So Hootie is now has a 6 seconds advantage over Hugo Exposto in car 10. The transfer for Exposto is just not going to happen this time. He's 6 seconds down. And Hootie's done everything he needs to here. As Turco has a very squirrely moment. There's the contrast, really, because Hootie is now immediately behind Turco, almost a lap ahead. So that's how quickly things can go wrong. I can only assume Turco was kind of at a disadvantage in terms of fuel, ran his fuel stop too far, his fuel window too far, and that was the problem in the end for Turco. As Hootie continues on, he's got about 3 minutes to go this one. And he looks about as relaxed as it's possible to be in these sort of scenarios. He's about 5 seconds up the road from Exposto, though. So this might not be all over just yet. Exposto will have to take big chunks of time out of Hootie to have a chance to have a crack at the position. In fact, he's about 6 seconds down on Hootie, so I think Hootie's regaining that lost time. Hootie happy to pretty much sit behind Turco. In fact, Turco's actually pulled away a little bit from Hootie. Not that it matters at this point, because Turco would dearly love this to be for position, but it's not. Turco is down in 7th, and a good lap or two behind Hootie in terms of on-track position. So through the IFMAR turns and onto the main straight once more. This is exactly what Hootie needed to do, to take the double transfer. And he's running well. He's run a really solid run. There's a car upside down on the main straight. Now, who is that? Who is that on the main straight who's upside down? Is that someone final? Now, we're going to see go into the Shepherd S. We need to still follow Hootie. I'm just seeing if we can get an idea on who that car was that went upside down. One of our two leaders. That might well have been Hootie, you know. Melvin Dickman is now showing 4th. I'm feeling it might well have been Exposto. As they come beneath us here. There's a couple of cars with very similar schemes, but Hootie still scored 3rd. So I was just wondering if that was one of our top 2 cars. I don't think it was Hootie, who we're following at the moment. René Poupke and Giuseppe Mussolino still scored 1st and 2nd. 3rd is Hootie. I have a feeling it was Hugo Exposto, actually, because Exposto has tumbled down to 6th. Melvin Dickman is now showed as 4th and is about 10 seconds down. Check that, about 7 seconds down on Martin Hootie. So Hootie's going to close this one out. Hopefully in some style. The demise of Sergio Francescadina earlier. Nothing is certain until you cross the line and complete the race. But this has been about as authoritative a drive as it's possible to have from Martin Hootie. It's been very, very strong. Poupke and Mussolino have dominated up front. They've made this race theirs. But Hootie has fended off the attentions of Bryce Turco and others in this race. It was that stint early, just before halfway, where he was able to just grind home the advantage on Turco. Turco has now run out of fuel again. Oh, no, I think he's just pulled aside for the blue flag. He gave into the inevitable in the end. Hootie taking a big chunk of rumble strip there. It doesn't matter too much because Diekman is about 5 seconds or so down the road. Diekman's not that far away. If Hootie has a problem here, Diekman could pounce, but Hootie has looked unflappable throughout this race. Diekman in car 5 and Hootie in car 8, which we're following right now, has been third place for pretty much the entirety of this race. And Turco is right behind him. They're reliving their battle from earlier, but unfortunately for Turco, it is whilst he's a lap down on Hootie. How dearly he would love it to be for that final transfer spot. But it was Hootie's great stint before the halfway stage of this race that really closed the deal. He was able to eke out an advantage over Turco. And Hootie coming home through the final few corners. This should be it for Hootie. And he finishes, and he will do the double transfer. He's up into the next round. So let's have a look at the final standing then. So Rene Pouquet and Giuseppe Mussolino with a great result there. 1 and 2, a pretty dominant performance from them, but it was Martin Hootie who locked out the final spot. 4th place for Melvin Diekman in the end. Floriana La Rosa 5th. 6th was Hugo Exposto. Bryce Turco, what might have been down in 7th. Hideki Yodaguchi, what also might have been down in 8th. And Patrick Neyer and Manuel Strano, their races never really got going.
John, can you meet me at camera 2, please?
I think you understood the message. So, yeah. Hey! We have a guest up in the box for this one. Microphone's there. We have a special guest up here in the studio for the final round of action for today. This, I can already tell, is going to be really good fun because we have Mr. Rockstar himself, Ricky Godolpher, here in the studio.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi guys. Hey mate, how you going? Little closer, is that better?
It is.
Brilliant. Hey, what a great day.
Yes, it's really nice weather.
The weather's cracking. Fantastic.
I think the weather on the first day, I think we unfortunately brought it over from Britain.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That was just disgraceful, really. On the Wednesday, if any of you were here for our coverage, you'll have just seen just us grumbling at a window just full of rain piling down on it.
Yeah, the weather, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. Like most things that you English people bring to Australia. Just kidding.
Oh, come on. It's starting already, folks. I had a feeling this would happen. But
what a day. What a cracking day. What a great day of racing.
It has been great, hasn't it? It's been
a lot of fun.
Every lower final has been absolutely magnificent with battles for the final transfer spot.
Yeah.
Can you see where I'm going with this?
Are you just going to touch on the Ricky?
Well, I mean, you're involved in one of them.
Yeah. It's going to be a long plane flight home. Yeah.
I was wondering about the atmosphere down there.
It was a little for those listening at home, the lads here came to see if Dan wanted to guest commentate the race of mine directly after I bumped him out of the next possible bumped up spot. So he wasn't totally enthused about coming up and guest commentating, but we'll get him up for sure. What we'll do is maybe we'll come up as well to do Jesse's race, the other Australian, and we can give you some intel
in the
what's going
semi-final
on there of the semi-final tomorrow.
Well, we've got the 1/8 final as well, is where Jeff Hammond is, who I know is a minor level celebrity.
He is online. Yeah, they love him. They love him.
Is he a social media superstar?
He really is. He has a strong social media presence. I will need to check about that because I like to come up here, but I think he's going to have me on pit duties.
Oh,
something. He's very serious in the pits.
Yeah,
there's no mucking around. He likes to. He likes to be informed of everything. He likes to have his pitman directly in front of him. He's very serious. So I'll see if I can come up for that, but I'm not liking my chances. But I was just in the pit container then, and he had me on tyre measuring duties. So
deadly serious about all that. I mean, he's got a good chance, but I mean, Jesse is probably Australia's best shout of bringing home the world title. What do you think of his chances?
Yeah. Don't make me say that in front of Jeff. I've been sharing a container with him.
One of the best chances.
Yeah, one of the best. No, Jesse's in amazing form. He's been racing for Infinity for the past 8 months or so. So he's been doing all the major events.
Yep.
And just coming here this weekend, we've all seen how much he's just been on his game. And also impressive that it's a new car they're debuting this weekend with Infinity.
Oh, really?
touring car. That's the first outing for the Infinity touring car at this meeting. They did testing in Fiorano the few days beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the first time Jesse was on the track with the car. He actually had a testing weekend in Melbourne the weekend before, but like all good Melbourne weather, it was raining. So there was no track time for him. So the first time he hit the track with a new car was literally 2 days before he got here. So and it's been a pretty impressive debut for that car, and Jess has been in great form.
Yeah, he's really been strong out of his qualifying group as well. I've loved this. It's been great to see the spirit of you guys. What I've really enjoyed the most about this World Championship is the amount of the international presence and the international flavour. I mean, we spoke to Joe Evaristo, the sole Filipino driver here this weekend. He was in the bottom finals. He made it into the next round.
Oh, cool.
Out of someone getting DQ'd, I think. And we spoke to him yesterday, and he was enjoying every minute of being here.
Brilliant. What's he running? Is he running... Do you know what he's running? KM?
I can tell you. Hang on.
We'd love to know what he's running.
I've got my notes.
I try to go down there. I like to try and embrace my international language. I often go down and speak to some of the Mugen runners and try and speak in Japanese, which they all get very excited about. But I'm not sure if they're laughing at me or
being polite.
Or being polite. Yeah.
I mean, I have a GCSE in Japanese, and I got a higher grade in that than I did in English. So I have no idea. I feel like it should be more use.
What, the Japanese? Yeah, well, maybe you can try and find out some of their Mugen setups.
Yeah, I feel like I should be able to go down there and be like, konnichiwa.
Hashimashite.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mugen desu ka?
Yeah.
That's pretty much about as far as I can go at this point. I think I actually remembered how to ask them if they speak English in Japanese. I think it was ikidesu kara kimashita, but I think that might be can I speak English?
Right.
So they might be like, well, hi, but I don't know if I can. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, at least you got some. Yeah, I've tried. They're lovely. They're a lovely bunch of races down there. I don't get much out of them, so I end up kind of just going and looking at their cars and pointing at things and and making gestures. So I managed to get Shimo springs. That was the extent of it to try on my car, which were good.
Yeah, nice.
Who's coming up in this one? This is the what's this race?
The 1/16th final.
1/16th final. This is with JJ.
It is. One of the US guys. I don't think any of our HPI racing pens work anymore. I think we've run them out. We have the markers of doom up here to cross off each heat as we go through.
Right.
It helps when it feels like the day's dragging on. You're like, oh, we've got through that far in the day.
It's a lot. There's a lot of racing.
Yeah.
I was shocked at I knew coming to the World Championships there was going to be a higher level of racing, but I was saying to someone before, I think the third race I was in today, that bump up was probably the equivalent of an A main final at a nationals in Australia. That pace was that was intense, and that was what 200. What was it? 152nd?
128th or 256.
Just incredible. Yeah, it's just and it's so great to see for the sport so many fast, competitive runners. It's so exciting to watch, and how good's the crowd? The crowd they're so passionate about that, especially their Italian drivers. When I always get his name. Is it Alessio?
Alessio Mazzeo,
yeah. He's actually one of the only guys I haven't met yet. I need to go meet him. I'm going to try my Italian on him. But when he did that shootout today, and the crowd just erupted, that was fantastic.
I think that was the most Italian way of winning a SuperPole ever. He really finished his fastest lap backwards in midair.
The crowd
that was just
loved
spectacular.
It's
John
fantastic.
Ergin's back in the booth. Hey.
No problem. No,
Would you want my Fanta?
Okay. No, I'm happy.
I've got enough water down here anyway. I'm fine.
I'm happy.
Plus, the others like to mock me for my terrible bladder. Although it's been mostly my stomach giving me problems out here. But
now, is this? So this is the live chat here. You got a live chat going on as well. People at home can.
Ricky Credolfer is here live in the RC Racing TV booth. So if you're on the YouTube chat, get your comments in now. As I say, every time there's an Australian popping up on the chat,
people like it.
We had Frank earlier chatting with us.
Yeah,
Frank Credolfer chatting.
Oh that's it, my dad. Was he chatting with? Oh, what was he saying?
He was watching. He watched your dad's battle.
Yeah, he was. He really wanted to be here, but he's in his mid-60s now. We were concerned about the length of the flight and whether he would be able to fly.
Was it a direct flight here or like?
No, it's never direct. No. It's we went through Abu Dhabi and then onto Rome and then hired a car, then drove here. But he would have. Once I witnessed the leg room, he would have struggled. But he would have loved to have been here because he is a fantastic mechanic and pit man. So Dan and I were kind of working on our own cars this weekend, which was quite the challenge. But we got a lot of help from Jeff, which was good.
He makes good
Yeah.
shirt prints, does Jeff Hammond?
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, he's
Just
made
make-
our shirt. He makes our shirts that we've been.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, they're pretty fly.
J Spec shirts. Yes. Yeah.
They're almost as fly as our shirts.
You're actually pretty cool. I like the button up.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the button
Well,
ups.
if you notice,
Racing
like,
shirts.
I think it's like for the talent because John's just got a T-shirt, and so is Frank. But I mean, he's still very stylish.
A t-shirt and a
guns.
and a
by the look
t-shirt
of it.
tan. Yeah, an Italian t-shirt tan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been on the camera for a lot today. I think
Yeah.
Frank's up there now. So, Imagineering. Hello, Ricky from England Park Raceway.
Hey, England Park Raceway. That's where our Australian Nationals are this September. Last week in September to October the 2nd is that's actually our next major race that we're going to be doing, which
That's brilliant.
Are looking forward to after we catch up on some sleep. We've been living off 5 hours sleep. That's what, Dad's not here to work on the car. Usually I kind of race and then go, Dad, can you do this, this, and this? And then I go and get a drink or just talk and socialise. But now I've got to work on my own car, which is probably why I had a bad heat, the last heat, which was the first one this morning.
The last qualifying.
Yeah. Let's not talk about it. I didn't have the pin in my 2-speed. But,
Well, I'll tell you what, let's put it into context because Jean's grinning over there because we've been on about 7 hours sleep or so of a night whilst contending with, I don't know if you heard the story of the local music festival that's been happening right near our hotel.
Yes, you guys are telling me about this. How is it? What's the quality of music? Pretty good?
It was like Italian polka with accordions.
Right.
It was like-
chart topping sounds good. Yeah.
It was like accordion polka rave.
Right.
Because especially later on, it was like a sort of club, like a dance track, like
Wow.
with the accordions
in Italian.
at the top. Yeah.
Wow.
Very
Yeah.
strange.
Yeah, probably good for a first couple of minutes, and then once it starts getting close to 2 a.m., you kind of want you kind of want to pull the plug.
Can you just stop doing that? I mean, it was funny because on the second night we got in and we sort of went, "There's no music. There's nothing." And we got in our rooms and then we just heard,
It's back. Oh, goodness.
It's like, it's unfortunate because like the owner of the hotel was like, it's the music festival. It's on for 50 days. It's great. I'm like, yeah, it's great, but it's not right now.
We need to sleep. Yeah.
It's like going to an event in England and rooming right next to Reading Festival.
But yeah, in saying that, the quality of music at Reading may be a little more listenable than Italian polka. Yeah.
Slightly bit. Harry Sidonian just copied and pasted Frank's post from earlier.
Oh, really? Where is that? Can I see it?
There it is.
Oh, cool. Frank
Good bit of
Cadalva
driving,
commentary
Ricky.
all the way back from. Thanks, Dad. Thanks. Thanks, RCTV. And that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. That would have made him feel a bit more a part of it, being at home.
Yeah.
Being able to watch his boys race.
That's what we try and do here. We try and bring the action to the masses.
I love it. That's what it's all about. Bringing the RC love to the people.
Yeah. At the moment we have just under 300 people watching, and we've had a lot of people locked in today. It's been great. I'm just wondering, there seems to be a little bit of a stall on the next heat coming up. We've got the last round coming up today. So
this is going to be the last
runs of the
lower
day.
final today.
Yes. Oh, while I have it here, Joe Evaristo, he's in here somewhere in my tons of notes. He's running a Serpent.
Oh, Serpent. Okay,
with a
cool.
Maxima engine.
Serpent Maxima engine.
So
fantastic. The Serpent's been performing really well on this track this weekend.
Yeah,
that's a great looking car. Great rotation, that car. I was just talking to Alex Hagberg about that car just before, and that car looks on fire at this track. Really, really impressive. So even Grainer's speed. I mean, those guys are always quick, but that car in particular has been looking fantastic. Really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking most of the weekend about Alex Hagberg, how as the reigning world champion, he's not really anywhere near the top heat, the final pace, and he hasn't been so far. So, kind of weird why he's just not been there so far.
Yeah. He's a good mate. So I've been catching up with him quite a bit and having late night dinners. I hope that hasn't been the cause of his somewhat pace that perhaps not on paces from what people would expect. But he's been having understeer problems. Like, to be honest, like a lot of the guys have been doing. I know a lot of the Mugen guys have been struggling with understeer issues. And JJ, who's in this next race, he's been trying to battle. So yeah, Alex was kind of experiencing something similar, but he had a really good run yesterday. He did a top 20 run that he was pretty happy about, and he's done some more changes, and the car felt really good this morning, he said.
Excellent.
So I think it's going to be a pretty cracking semi. He's in the semi-final with Jeff tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be not semi, what is it? A 16th?
1/8 final.
An eighth final.
The 1/16ths are coming up now.
Okay, so an eighth final. Man, it's there's so many finals.
There's so
many finals and so many numbers.
The last event I did for RCTV was the 1/8 Euros in Sweden, and there was about 50 entries. So it started at like the 1/16th final.
So yeah, it's easy to get your head around. What was that first one here?
512.
512. Yeah.
I think the most I've ever seen is a 1024 final.
Right. My goodness.
Which just starts to make it sound like computer RAM sizes after a little while.
Yeah.
Do you remember the days when 256 MB RAM was a lot for a
was
computer?
a lot. I do just.
It's like back in the days when MP3 players were first a thing, and it was like, wow, I got 128 MB. I could put like 12 songs
12
on
songs and carry it with me wherever I go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were all like that sort of bullet kind of USB pen shape, weren't they? Like purple. Yeah, it wasn't good.
Was it? Yeah.
I still have my original one somewhere. I was just delighted that the screen lit up blue.
Yeah. Actually, I found my old iPod the other day, the first series iPod.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did it have any music still on it?
Yeah, just. Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, a lot of early 2000 English bands, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Razorlight, Keen. Who else was on there?
If you say Kasabian, I'll laugh.
You don't like Kasabian?
No, because I said earlier you look like you should be in Kasabian.
Oh, really?
With your sunglasses, the rock star look. I was like, the look you're going for, it's like someone out of Kasabian.
Well, that's good. I'd rather Kasabian than the Mighty Bush, so that's okay. Because that's the other way. Actually, talking about rock stars, this Dallas president gentleman.
Yes.
Now, I said to him, I had met him before, and he came and made a comment about my hair, and I said how much I love his hair, and in fact, he reminded me of the lead singer of Def Leppard. I thought,
yes,
did you get that? Kind
yes,
of 80s hair metal vibe.
I get slightly more of an 80s action hero vibe.
That
from
too,
like a sort of Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah, or like He-Man or something.
Yes,
yeah. Or because I said to him, I said, "Someone, where's he?" I said to Jesse, "Where's he from?" And he goes, "WrestleMania." And I was like, "Right, okay, wow."
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but he's a character. Yeah, actually, because this is my first proper big race, I didn't realize you have the luxury of when you make a final and bump up, you don't need a marshal.
Oh, do you not?
I didn't know. You get to just go work on your car. So I didn't know. So I got a bump up and I went out and marshaled, and he yelled out to me over the speaker and said, "No, my friend, you bump up. You don't need to marshal. Go have a beer." And I was like, all right.
Yeah.
All right, Dallas.
It's like the other day after the rain delays when they finally announced it. I just saw him walking past the beer and he was just like, I need this.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dallas kind of, he looks he's incredibly jacked. And he's got that great kind of 80s mullet about him. And he's also, and his
aviators.
And his aviators, vital stuff. I love the fact that he's up refereeing right now. He's not going to hear any of this until he watches the stream.
Oh, that's okay. It's all good stuff.
It's all compliments, yeah. And what I like to think is, of course, he's out here marshalling RC races, and he's the head of an RC, the chairman of IFMAR and EFRA, of course. I just like the thought that he just uses their muscles to like crush competitors' cars if they break the rules.
If
they're coming for a protest. No, sir, I must protest.
Or if the wing's too high, crush.
Crumple it.
Crush
like
with my bare
can.
hands. Yes.
It's just like a shred. It's just like, your point being?
No,
I'm sorry, Dallas. I had no idea what I was talking about.
No, he's a lovely man. And we got into that from his hair looking like the lead singer of Def Leppard.
Yes. No, but I'm glad you mentioned that because I did have a similar sort of Dallas is a badass kind of impression.
Yeah. So is this? Have we got the grid listing for this race?
I'll tell you what. Let's show the.
Oh yeah.
For
So
you.
JJ's off pole.
Hang on. Oh, yep. Sorry, our screen's been a little bit funky this weekend.
Oh,
right.
Fukuda off 6.
Yes, there we go.
This is going to be a good one.
Here's the starting grid. It's JJ Wang of the US and Paolo Morganti. Both those guys, 1 and 2. Mikkel Dadarian and then Matteo Manichetti. Tom Krugevsky, who I've been watching the development of because one of my first events last year was the 1/10th Euros in Turkey, and he won the B Euros because they did the B Euros.
Yes, I heard about this.
So he won that last year, and he absolutely dominated it. So since then, I've been kind of watching his progress up the kind of senior ranks, if you will.
Yep.
And you got Keisuke Fukuda. I mean, I tell you what, the Japanese have been so entertaining on the track.
They are quick. They're those guys that a few of them running the new OS engine.
Oh,
and that thing is the other day I saw 100, like easily 108 consistently.
I mean, the fastest we've seen on the Speedo was about 105.8.
105. Yeah, right. Wait till tomorrow. Going to step up again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think some guys have got something in reserve.
Yeah,
I think so. Well, we got Emmanuel Adami and Giorgio De Felici, one of our transfers from earlier. Jean-Baptiste Janot, who I think has been through 2 finals already. And then Shinya Shimazaki, who bumped up from earlier. As I say, the guys, I mean, they've been talking in the chat about the previous great bump-ups of Martin Hoody. and how he's managed to progress through previous chats. I'm trying to figure out how to use Frank's laptop. It's completely defying me. There we go. Luis Cortez mentioned Martin Hoody bumped up from the 128th final to the semi-final in the 2010 Euro 1/10 Championship in Sweden. Wow. That's just something else, isn't it?
That's impressive.
And we have, and there's also an update. You guys asking what RC events we're doing for the rest of the year. This one, funnily enough, came together fairly recently. I have to say, it's about a month ago it came together. But we are very grateful to be here for the World Championships, as the pit is just being smoked out at this point in time. But the final event we will be doing this year, currently in the diary, of course, subject to change. This wasn't in the diary up until not long ago. But the only event we do have left for the year, currently arranged, is the European 1/8 Electric Off-Road Championship in Malaga in early September. And I believe Nick Damon will be leading the comms on that one. I think so. Anyway, which means more spectacular broom-based puns. And talk of show tunes. He does like his show tunes rather a lot. I got to experience that in the Neo. He managed to pitch this entire new reality TV show based on broomstick sweeping.
Who's this, sorry?
Nick Damon, head commentator.
Oh!
For us.
Oh!
And kind of boss of RC Racing
yes,
TV.
Yes, I know. Yeah, sorry.
He's also watching right now,
Hi,
so I'm a bit careful about what I'm saying.
Oh, no, great man.
Yes.
Great man.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's excellent. Don't kill me.
His cars are out on track.
Yes, they are. So we should
Getting
probably
the
get
engines warm.
We should probably get this graphic off the screen. Yes, there we go. And we'll also switch cameras to something that's not... actually, the sun is now... here we go. We've got the sign back up. Team Gubbio, Pinkomania.
Hey,
Pinkomania is running wild.
Pinkomania. There's a banner. I mean, that's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd's been so great.
They have been brilliant, haven't they? I mean, so as I say earlier, the explosions of noise for Matzeo's laps were just wonderful.
It was like being at Lord's.
Yes, it was. Yes. Hey, he's out. Brilliant.
Or Old Trafford. Or any of those amazing English sporting grounds.
You sound like you've been to them before.
No, I watch a lot of sport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know cricket's a big thing in Australia, but I'm kind of convinced it's because it's a thing that you can beat Brits at.
Pretty much.
Like Tiddlywinks would be a major sport if there was like a national series against England with it.
Right.
But it was quite funny the other day as well. We were watching some of the Olympics, and I managed to get a few of my friends into rugby sevens just as it was the women's semi-finals. And I happened to have 3 friends, one of whom was Australian, one was from New Zealand, and one was from Canada. And of course, the semi-final lineup was Great Britain, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia.
Brilliant.
And unfortunately for me, Great Britain finished 4th.
Who won?
Australia, actually.
Hey, what event was this again?
The women's rugby sevens.
Well, women's rugby sevens.
And
Okay.
The men's rugby sevens, I think it was Britain and Fiji in the final. So that was good fun. It's good seeing rugby in the Olympics. Normally I watch a lot of the sports at the Olympics and stuff. I'm like, I don't watch this at any other time of the year. But now I'm curious. I'm enjoying this rowing and stuff. And like I just become a fan of loads of sport. But rugby sevens, I'm like, oh, this is a sport I recognise. Here we go.
I've only just got my head around rugby, having moved to New South Wales recently.
Oh, okay.
I'm originally from Adelaide, South Australia, where rugby doesn't exist as a form of sport at all. We have AFL.
Which I once said earlier was like violent rugby and netball.
Yeah, it is brutal.
A violent combination of both.
I wasn't allowed to play it at school. Instead, I raced RC cars. Yeah. And then learnt the guitar. Now, is this 30-second call?
Yes,
I think
so.
All right, we're getting to game time.
Oh, here we go. Somebody in the chat was like, get Rick to go commentate the race. I was like, what do you think we're going to do? Tell him to sod off just before the race. That's just not going to happen.
Here we go.
Actually, I think, Ricky, if you budge up a little bit, we just need to get John in
there
there to direct.
Let's get you in there.
Yes. Well, here we go.
Here we go.
Johnson joined by Ricky Godolpher for the last round of lower finals day at the IFMAR 1/10 IC Track World Championships here on RC Racing TV. Let's get the first of the 1/16 finals underway. Whose World Championship is going to continue on to finals day? We're about to find out. I think this is so tense when they're about to drop them on the track. It's very close for them. You see some of them roll forward a little bit as well to stop the start.
Yeah. I think as long as you don't go outside the box, you're okay.
They've all stayed inside. They're all very well behaved.
Great
away
stuff
they go.
from JJ.
That's it. Yeah, it's a good start off a pole. He needs to do that. The front through are pretty clean. They're about line astern. You normally have a few cars scattering in the back of the field. That's exactly what we've had.
That's a good start.
But it is pretty much a line astern from the top few guys as they come through to complete the first lap. In third is Mikkel Dadarian, so that's the battle we focus on. Obviously, the last of the transfer spots. The front two, fine. Of course, we want to talk about them. But it's the third spot battle that we're focusing on. Dadarian straight away is under pressure from Matteo Menichetti of Italy, so the home fans will have someone to cheer for. But it's the US 1-2 of Morganti and JJ Wang out in front right now. So as they come through the Shepherd S, and there's a good battle going on between Menichetti, and Dadarian. Menichetti has just passed Dadarian for third spot. That comes around complete the end of the lap. There's battles happening now for the lead and for third spot. We're focusing on the third spot battle, of course. That's the last transfer spot. That's where the battles really kind of ramp up. And Dadarian has just been passed by Menichetti. So through the chicane section once more. Rick, how do you kind of start these races when you're in and around that transfer zone? Do you just go full attack straight away?
Yeah, you really can't pull any punches. You really got to go for it. This is a last-ditch effort, to get yourself up. Depending on, what your expectations are and how the car's feeling. I think JJ's probably, in his head, he's feeling like he's probably feeling pretty confident. We've got a rollover.
Oh, we've got a flip out of the HBI hairpin, but that's off camera for us. We're continuing to follow the battle for third. Just on the wide shot we see now. Who was that who flipped over? I think
car 5.
5. That is Tom Krajewski, the Euro
Tom.
B champion. I have a horrible feeling I've jinxed him again by saying nice things about him. It was like, Tom, you need to stop listening to me. The commentary curse does not exist unless you make it exist. I don't know where I'm going with that. It's almost like the commentary curse is like Santa. But anyway, we're following Matteo Menichetti of Italy, who's trying to chase down the top 2. And an interesting question, something I always think is a bit strange, is when a car's in third and looking pretty comfortable, why attack the front 2? You're only going to put yourself in trouble there, surely, or is it just something you can't help as a race driver?
Yeah, I guess it's to do with your groove and rhythm and flow. You don't want to kind of compromise your rhythm too much by having to back off and then having to change your driving line because it can put you off. So, if you feel like you are quick and the car's feeling good and you think you can have a crack at second, then you might as well go for it because, if you're going to have to back off, then it may bite you in the butt later on when fourth starts creeping up.
Yeah, that is true.
As well as that, if you can get second, that's a place high. You finish it, you start, or you would start in the next race.
Yeah, that is very true. As Wang and Morganti are still having a great battle for
having a great battle in first
and second. That is great stuff. They are just one position ahead of the car we're following, which is Matteo Menichetti. Now we are following that third place battle because that is obviously the most important transfer spot on the track. Mikhail Dadarian has faded away from these guys right now. Has not been able to quite keep the pace with them. But Menichetti is driving a good race so far. And I'll tell you what, if if any of the Italian guys have problems from the explosion of noise off to our left of our commentary box from the Italian fans. We were talking just before about the noise they made in the SuperPole
fantastic
session.
And the pits too, they love it down there.
Oh, it was
Everyone
great.
claps. It's really cool. This is going to be quite a battle for first place too.
Yeah,
so who is that in second place?
It is Paolo Morganti.
I've tried to meet all the drivers and say hi, but with 130 drivers at an event, it's hard to try and meet them all. But that guy's car looks good.
And they've just put a lap on Tom Krajewski, who's just now in front of Matteo Menichetti. So Menichetti has to get through. Just how close have you found you have to get to a lapped car before the referee makes a call on a blue flag as Krajewski lets him through? Or is it more a personal choice for the front?
Yeah. There's almost an unspoken rule that when you're close enough, you give him 3 corners, and if they're not out the way, then you give him a little nudge just to remind them where you are. But the driving was actually really good. I was really impressed at how quick we were able to drive in a pretty tight packed group without people getting caught up or having accidents. So we are at the World Championship, so the driving is world class here.
Yeah, you would not expect me caliber driving at this sort of event. Somebody asked us in the 1/8 Euros in Sweden if that RC Racing TV should put out a race team of ourselves. I think we could.
That'd be cool.
If I think Nick has previous RC Racing experience, as does Frank, who's on the camera right now. So I think those two would be our best shot. If it was me and John, just forget any opportunity of a reputation ever. We'd just be like the comedy act, sort of at the back of the field. We'd just have a car painted like Herbie or something.
Yeah.
But now through the Shepherd S comes...
These top 3 guys have got some pace down the straight.
Oh, they really
Clocking
have.
like 105 Ks. Now, is that your third place guy?
Oh, it is.
Having a little incident?
It is.
He may have lost a spot there.
So, Menichetti, I think he has. The next car up the road will be Mikhail Dadarian, who's now hit the pits. So, the first round of pit stops on the way. There's bundles going in there. It's so congested down the pit road. This car's literally thrown in front of it. What on earth is going on down there? It's absolute bedlam. But just how tough is it to get a smooth pit stop when there's so many guys just bundling onto pit road at once?
Yeah, it's tough, especially coming into pit lane because there's not a lot of grip there. So the car gets really loose. So just trying to keep it in a straight line down the pits. Plus we've got there's that ramp section, so the car gets really light. We made jokes when we got here, the day we got here, that
Sorry,
Ooh.
a big spin there for Menichetti, who's been spun on the inside of the final corner. I think that's going to put pay to his chance of transferring at this point in time. Emmanuel Adami is now scored as third, but I don't think he's pitted yet. So let's see if we can find Mikhail Dadarian in car 3, who should cycle through to be back in third spot. I mean, he may not. Anything can happen at this point. But now where is Dadarian? He's in the... He's probably also pitted as well. There's Dadarian. He's at the HPI hairpin at the far end of the circuit, commentary box end of the circuit, coming through the final turns now. Dadarian is on the main straight, mostly orange car, coming through the runner time turns at the front end. What's your favourite corner on this track?
Ooh, I know which one I dislike the most. My favorite corner, probably at the end of the straight. What are you guys calling that?
The runner time turn.
The runner time turn. That's cool because you're kind of hitting that at a high speed, and then you whip the car in and you come back up to the towards the driver's stand. That's a fun one. That's a fun. The most difficult one is the inside section here. What are you guys calling that?
The hairpin in front of us.
No, where JJ's going through there.
Oh, okay, the chicane section.
Yeah, that's tough. That's really tough to get right. And coming on to the main straight, that's where the quick guys are making their time through those two sections.
Oh, I see. So that's I guess on such a short lap, you have to find your advantages wherever you can get them. And it's Dadarian at the moment who's in fourth, and I think the car just in front of him might be Emmanuel Adami, who I thought was on an alternate strategy, but it looks like he's on pace there. Yes, the car in front, the mostly white car of Emmanuel Adami, is now in third spot. So this transfer battle is continuing on. I mean, so far today we've had some brilliant battles for the transfer spots, and they've sort of continued on the rest of the way. I think the most heartbreaking one was obviously Sergio French Codina, who literally flamed out with 2 corners to go in the race. That was horrendous. An awful way to do things. But through the runner time turns again, this battle for third is picking up. That first sweeper, the runner time turn, I enjoy it because it's kind of a fairly common trope on European nitro tracks. There's a little bit of a variation on it in Sweden at the Eskilstuna track. They actually banked it up.
Nice.
And they brought it right round into a sharp corner, and you'd be amazed how hard they were. Yeah, you would be amazed how late they came off the throttle for the corner.
Yeah, this one's a little banked too, which is good. But there's a very strict racing line here. Once you kind of move outside of the black line, it gets really, really slippy, and the car just wants to push. So to be quick here, you can't move off that black line.
No, there is literally only one line around here. That's why they had to work so hard to get the groove back in this track after
the rain.
The rainstorm swept it all away.
Yeah.
In the end, we had a kind of unusual scenario of only completing round 2 halfway through round 5. I think overall, kind of worked out in the best way if we take into account the rule of qualifying. A round of qualifying has to be completed on as similar condition of track as possible, really. Oh, and a big slide in the final few corners from Adami. Real loose for the end. He collides with the wall down the main straight. Dadarian was looking up the inside. They've been incredibly brave in those corners, but Dadarian is now smelling blood from Adami, who got very loose in those final few corners. Through the HPI hairpin again. Dadarian sizing up. There are a lot of corners, sort of switchback corners on this track, and a lot of times you can sort of get a switchback going, like a cut to the outside one corner, back to the inside again. That's what Dadarian's trying to do here. So from that perspective, that's actually quite a lot of passing zones on this track.
There's actually a lot of opportunities to pass. I pulled a cracker. I pulled a couple of crackers, actually, which was why I was feeling so good about myself. I would have been bummed if I went home without having done some good racing passes, having qualified quite far down, but then it was good to work my way up. I put a good one on my brother too, which I'm sure will be brought up on the plane ride home. But the second place, Paolo's looking, his car's looking good.
Yes, very much so. And as I say, we're not following Wang and Morganti quite as much, not because we don't like them or anything, but because, hey, they're in 1 and 2. We are watching the battle for third place, which is still on between Adami and Dadarian. Dadarian is at the moment less than 0.2 of a second down on Adami, and I think there might even be a little bit of a slipstream effect on the main straight. You might be able to tell us here, what effect, if any, is the breeze having on these cars?
Massive.
Because yesterday
was huge. Wind. It was particularly at the end of the straight, the car just wanted to push and go wide, and coming onto the straight made the car really loose. Not as bad today, but you can feel it a little bit. Yesterday was really bad, though.
Yeah, I can imagine it was
so really the car's coming for their fuel stops again. Leader JJ's in.
Yep, Adami's going around an extra lap, so he might be in this time round. We'll keep to follow on. Here he comes into the pits. Now we'll watch.
Oh, good stop.
Adami. That's a very good stop.
Stop. Oh, nice. A 2-person pit stop. I like that.
Wow, that was a good combo there.
Second place is in. Is that Paolo?
Emmanuel Adami coming around then. He should be in a provisional third spot once all these pit stops have cycled through. I don't think he's lost any positions. And Shinya Shimazaki has actually moved up into fourth spot ahead of Dadarian. So good pit stop from those guys. Japanese guys generally having good pit stops out there, matching the aggression of their drivers. I gotta say, I love the driving style of the Japanese guys.
Yeah, I've noticed that. JJ and Shima as well, they really kind of blip the throttle in the corner to keep the revs up.
Wow.
Which is really cool to hear. You could really hear it yesterday afternoon when they're in their last seats when I was out there watching them. Paolo's really on the back of JJ. His car's looking really good. It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to come down to tyre wear. I know there was a huge amount of tyre wear in the lower finals. I was actually just writing down some of the details for a couple of drivers before who are going to use the information for their races tomorrow.
So Adami's still continuing on, and he's about, let's see what the gap is this time. It's about 2 seconds up on Shinya Shimazaki of Japan. So he's defending off the advances pretty well. And I always feel like that third spot is the... Oh, on a big slide. You weren't wrong about that chicane section, were you? And look who's just come into play.
It's tough.
That suddenly brought Shimazaki back into play, and they're side by side through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap.
Position.
Oh, here we go. This is for the final transfer spot as well. This is nervy stuff. The runner time turn's not really a passing zone, but it is a setup for a passing zone. The Shepherd S through this chicane section. You weren't wrong about the chicane section.
It is tough.
Because there's a slight elevation change
there
as well.
There is, yep.
And you have to clip just the right amount of rumble strip to go fast. So through the runner time turns at the far end, Shimazaki is right there. I mean, what's the difference when you do get that close to the car in front of you? You can actually see them when you're driving your car.
Yeah, so it's tough. To be honest, I kind of just really focus on the driving line in the apex and making sure you hit every apex. Otherwise, if you start focusing the car in front, you lose your lines and you fall back. But we did a lot of practice with that before we got here. Just trying to stay close and do a lot of tight driving, which I felt kind of paid off today, which was good. Wow, this is a good battle.
This is really, really good stuff now. This is hooking up now. Adami is defending every single way. Shimazaki is trying to find space where there isn't any.
He's going to get a good run here.
Oh, he tried to come back in. I think he sacrificed a bit too much momentum in the chicane section there. Coming through the IFMAR turns. These are difficult corners here. Coming onto the main straight, because you've got to be flat out as much as possible through those corners.
Oh, yeah.
But they're not like a sweeper corner or anything. Shimazaki is literally sticking his nose up anywhere there's even half an inch of space. Oh, it's just how later do you dare to be if you're Adami on the brakes? Because Shimazaki is all over the back of him, and this is serious. This is for the final transfer spot. Through the runner time fuel section, and the Shepherd S once more. Shimazaki, I think, just hit too much of the rumble strip. Yeah, how easy is it to start taking big chunks out of the rumble strip and start to compromise your line?
Yeah. And with these guys, it only takes a little mistake and you can fall right back.
Yeah, you really lose a lot of time very quickly, especially in a battle like this. Adami has been solid so far. His laps have been very good. And I tell you what, this race has gone by in the blink of an eye, especially now with Shimazaki putting all sorts of pressure. Shimazaki's car, and I've noticed this about a lot of the Japanese drivers' cars, it's dancing around.
Yeah.
It's like Senna-esque. It's not going in a straight line at any point.
It's almost driving like an 8 car. But their tyres will be getting lower now, so they'll start to feel the right height getting down and the car getting a little bit looser.
So, I mean, you don't change tyres in a 20-minute lower final, of course. So
No tyre changes in this one, otherwise you just lose too much time. So it's really who can drive the smoothest and conserve their tyres while keeping the pace up.
Would you guesstimate any tyre changes in the half-an-hour semi-finals tomorrow?
I can tell you there will be, because I've had discussions about it already with some drivers who wanted the information about my tyre wear. So you'll definitely see tyre changes tomorrow, which is always exciting.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, there's races can be won and lost in the pits, and it's amazing the sort of scrambles you see down there. Meanwhile, Adami is still fending off the advances of Shimazaki, whose car looks like it's moving around a lot more now.
Oh, getting loose on the back there.
Yeah, I think you're right about the tyre wear. It really is coming into play now. Shimazaki's car is just not sticking to the ground as it did before, and Adami, I think, has got...
Adami's car looks pretty good.
He's got a little bit more in reserve, and in fact, Matteo Menichetti is maybe coming back into play behind Shimazaki. So the guy who was challenging for third early on, was actually in third early on, might have a late charge here, but I think it's too little too late, as the final round of pit stops is underway. So
it's going to be interesting in the pits.
Yes.
Between these two guys. It's going to be...
yeah, I can see the legendary Michael Salvin of Team Serpent down there barking out instructions. He's one of those real leaders who's always down there on the ground.
Yeah, the leader's in.
Yeah, and the leader's now in.
And Paolo's in too.
Moganti. Now, where's Emmanuel Adami going to come out? I think he's good. I wonder if something's happened to Shimazaki because I couldn't see him too far behind. Let's see. Oh, we can. I can just see car numbers 4 and 10. That's Shimazaki and Menichetti having a battle, but it's still Emmanuel Adami who scored as third place. And I think Frank's found him again. Coming down here. Yes, there's Adami. So I think he's gained a little bit of time on those pit stops.
Yeah, that was a good stop.
Wang and Morganti still 1 and 2. Menichetti is 4th and Shimazaki 5th. Something's gone badly wrong for Dodarian because he's now in 7th. So that's a bad run for him. And Keisuke Fukuda only made 8 laps early on. So that's a real disappointment. And it looks like Shimazaki might come up short here because Adami looks pretty confident here. But really, it's the oldest cliche in the book. Got 3.5 minutes to go. That's still an eternity. Anything can still happen.
That is a long time. Yeah, in this type of race, anything can happen in that amount of time. You got to keep your concentration. One little mistake, you run the curb, get it stuck in the grass, could be all over.
Yeah, I think that happened to Andrew Gillespie earlier.
Yeah, Andrew, he was. That was unfortunate. His car was good. He'd been working on the setup a lot, and he just pushed too hard. And we're not quite sure what happened to what the damage was, but JJ making his way through the traffic.
Yeah, doing a good job as well, actually. Making a smooth run. The track is slightly clearer now that they've had 2 retirements and a couple of other guys just going a lot slower. But Adami still scored 3rd and is largely kind of on his own at the moment, and he's lapping a lot faster than Shimazaki, who I think is a demonstration of our tyre strategy from earlier.
Now, is that a battle for 4th and 5th there?
Yes, I think Menichetti's just made the pass for 4th, just off camera. So that was a good move from Menichetti, and he's lapping quite well. He's in the 16-second bracket. The others in front of him are in 17 seconds. Just as I was saying good things about Menichetti, the commentary curse strikes again. Shimazaki's back through. This is all happening a fair way behind Emmanuel Adami. It's worth pointing out. Adami is, let's have a look here. He's about 3.2 seconds up the road, which doesn't seem a whole lot, especially if you're a full-scale racing fan. But around here, when laps are going by in 16-plus seconds, it's an eternity, really, isn't it?
It's a lot, yeah.
It's a vast, yawning gap as Adami through the Shepherd S once more, through that chicane section in the middle of the track. I feel like there needs to be some sort of name for it now. Now I know how sinister a quality it has. Right through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap and on the main straight again. This has been really, really smooth from Adami, which is difficult to do across the 20-minute run. I mean, 5 minutes in qualifying, it's tough enough when you're pushing it that hard. 20 minutes in these sort of races with the tyre where you talked about, in a pressure spot like 3rd, very difficult.
It's nerve-wracking, yeah. And then you start getting nervous and you start shaking a little bit. Yeah.
The trigger finger starts getting a little bit more twitchy. Right. And especially in cars like this where the reactions, the steering inputs have to be so, I'd imagine, so precise.
So precise, yeah.
And I think, actually, we're watching Adami here, and I think that's JJ Wang coming up behind him to lap him. So Wang and Morganti really have been in their own stratosphere in terms of speed for this one. They've been in their own solar system.
Yeah, JJ's cars look pretty good. He was struggling earlier in the weekend. I know he was a little annoyed at himself and the car, but he's managed to get it really dialed. And we had a pretty productive Mugen meeting during the week, and we sorted a few things out. His car's looking good.
Yeah, and he's actually comes around. Nice work from Adami. He knows he's under not too much pressure from behind, so he lets the leader through. We have 60 seconds left on the clock, and this looks to be a fairly comfortable progression through for Wang, Morganti, and Emmanuel Adami. Big wide line out of the final corner. You see some guys going right up to the wall. Some of the Japanese guys bounce off the wall coming out that final corner. It is outrageous just how...
It is. You really got to get on the power there to get the lap time in.
Yeah, I mean...
It's amazing how early you have to get on the throttle at that corner. We're actually setting up the 2-speed to change gears before you actually straighten the car up.
Yeah, I heard them change just literally as they clip the apex to the second IFMAR turn beneath us. So through the Shepherd S for, I think this will be about the penultimate time for Emmanuel Adami. JJ Wang and Paolo Morganti are on for a comfortable progression, as is Adami. He is up 5 seconds over Shinya Shimazaki, who I think had the chance to be in contention, but I think he just had too much to do. Coming up from 7th on the grid, and he had to really fight his way up as well. I think he just burnt the tyres out, and he had nothing left there. So it will be a good progression here. The home fans will have something to cheer as Emmanuel Adami makes it through. No, this will be his next lap. This will be his final lap this time around. You'll be able to tell when he has gone through because the grandstands will erupt as they have done all this weekend. Wang has had a good run here. This has been a lot better from Wang. He's been in that sort of Hagberg area of, what are you doing down there in qualifying?
A little bit, but his car looked good then. And he looked pretty focused before, so he's got that dialed.
He's been really good. So let's do do a sort of sunshader thing. I wonder if Jean might be able to pin up our rudimentary blind during the last race. It's on the under the desk behind us. It's just a banner we got from the organisers. And let's see if we can get the results up on the table there. There you go. There's the cheers from the home crowd. They're delighted. So it's JJ Wang that takes it. 71 laps on the board. I think that's the most we've seen all day from anyone.
That's quick.
Paolo Morganti second. So the two Americans through and will continue their World Championship into tomorrow. Emmanuel Adami third and progresses on to the next round tomorrow. Shinya Shimazaki just comes up short in his attempt to double transfer. And then fifth was Giorgio De Felici, another one of those transfers from earlier. Mikhail Dadarian sixth, and then that's a slight problem. Yeah, we won't install the sun denial system today because it might interfere with our pit cam. So, Jean's going to work on it. We're like the A team up here. Make things out of rudimentary stuff. Uh-oh. Never say that to me again. It just John, it's trying to navigate past me to put up this blind. John just said, "Go underneath me." I just said, "Never say that again to me, ever." Why is my local Domino's texting me? I'm in Italy. You doofus! I do not want a pizza from Domino's Eltham. Well, if I'm in Italy, I want
if it's free delivery, I'm in. Hey.
Imagine that, just 11 o'clock at night, just a guy on a moped.
Yeah, I wonder if it'd still be $5 if it's have it delivered here.
Yeah, bonus stuffed crust. But
that was a solid race. So
see
Emmanuel, so Dami goes up, he bumps up.
Yep, those guys will continue their championship into tomorrow. It must be nice to continue your run into tomorrow.
It is. Yeah, it's there's nothing worse than going home early.
Right, there's the lineup for the final race of today. This is going to be a good one as well. Thilo Turtman will start off the pole with this one. Mustafa Alp, the Turkish driver.
Mustafa's it. I've hung out with him a lot this week, and we had dinner a few times. I was actually Hagler was just telling me he actually rocked up to the event with one engine and not many spare parts.
Oh, really?
And he hasn't been racing that long, but he's been showing great form, great speed.
Yeah, I first saw him last year in the 1/10 Euros out in Turkey, so it was a home event for him.
Yeah,
and he showed pretty well there. So
yeah, he's a good driver and a lovely young man.
So
Patrick Schaefer's in this one. Ooh, here we go. And I'll let you go through the list before I just start picking out the people I know.
Well, I've just noticed in the comments, Nick Damon is replying on our behalf. He's on the RC Racing TV account. We're talking about the next few events. Richard's YouTube just asking, will there be a Nick racing with an RC TV body too? RC Racing TV answered, no, not again. But I think Nick's days of professional RC racing are behind him, but still follows the sport through this, which is a great way of doing it. So your grid for the final race of the day goes like this. Thilo Turtman will roll off ahead of Mustafa Al, who's been almost on a Jeff Hammond level of social media star for this weekend.
Mustafa, has he?
Yes.
I'll have to tell him that. He'll be happy with that.
Every time he turns up for one of these races.
People love it.
Antonio Tiprisca, you may be wondering, by the way, it's got to that level of the weekend where you just have to sort of slap
hit things and they work again?
Yes.
Sounds like my car.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's like those used car challenges on Top Gear. If you tap the fuel gauge, it suddenly tells you a good thing.
Right, yeah.
So it's kind of like that. But Alessandro Boboni rolling off fourth, and then Patrick Schaefer, the head of Team Shepherd, rolling off fifth here. So from a totally unbiased perspective, considering our sponsors, go Patrick Schaefer.
Go Patrick, yes.
Yeah, we spoke to him earlier in the pits.
We should just put a GoPro in his car.
Yes, yeah. we spoke to him earlier. He's a great guy as well. So from a totally unbiased perspective, good luck, Patrick, here. Francesco Annunziato is a veteran of the European scene. I've seen his name at quite a few events now. Matthias Kuusinen of Finland. And then our three transfers from the 132nd finals earlier. René Fouquet, Giuseppe Mussolino, and Martin Hoody, who's on for a triple transfer here. If he makes it out of this one, he'll continue into tomorrow.
He'll be loving that.
Yeah, I think that one of the best transfers I think I've ever seen was Merlin Depter at last year's 1/8 Euros. I can't remember for the life of me whether he double or triple transferred up into the final, and then he finished on the podium.
Nice.
That is remarkable. I remember speaking to him beforehand. He couldn't believe he'd made the final. I spoke to him after. He doubly couldn't believe he'd scored a podium.
Nice.
Which is remarkable.
Nice. I know an Aussie racing buddy of ours, Peter Jovanovic, did a whole lot of bump ups at the last Worlds in Thailand. I'm not sure where he bumped up from. Someone will probably say it online. But he bumped up, I think, from the 32nd or something, all the way to the final.
Wow.
Only for his fuel tank lid to fail
Now that's annoying.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You've gone all that way. That's very annoying.
Yeah.
That's an annoying thing to happen.
He was bummed.
Yeah, I can imagine. But
so this could be a quick one. So as it starts cooling down later in the day,
yeah,
the track cools a little bit, grip comes up, the air gets nicer, a little bit cooler for the engines.
They say the first and last qualifying rounds in a given day are the rocket rounds because of the track suits the conditions a lot. So this could be somewhat of a rocket heat here. We saw Wang put in 71 laps on the board in the last heat. So we're probably predicting something similar here.
At least 71, yeah, maybe more.
Maybe 72.
Yeah.
So can I just say, look at the YouTube chat. You know, I was talking about Mustafa.
Yeah, they love him.
Look at him. He's got the hype train behind him.
Look at that. There you go. 1/16th final. 1/16th final to the final for Peter Jovanovic. Nice one.
Yeah, that was in Thailand. That would be 2 years ago, wouldn't it?
Good luck, Mustafa. Look at that. They love him here.
Yeah, they really do.
I have to tell him. I think we're having pizza tonight. I'll tell him. He'll be chuffed with that.
Hey, I think that the three most popular drivers based off our chat are Mustafa Alp, Jeff Hammond, and I think sometimes, I mean, certainly at the 1/8 Euros, he won the popularity contest in the YouTube chat. Bruno Coelho.
Oh, yeah, what a driver.
I mean,
what a driver.
I compared him earlier to Shane van Gisbergen because he's one of those guys who's just really good in any RC car.
It really is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did he won the off-road worlds like on his first time driving or something like that? Someone on
I know he won the 1/10 Euros last year in Turkey because I was there.
Oh right. Yeah, but he's got a pretty very exciting driving style. He's exciting to watch.
He really has. He's very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive.
And the irony of comparing him to Shane van Gisbergen is, of course, van Gisbergen is a very big RC driver himself.
He is, yeah. If you follow him on Instagram, he has all sorts of.
Do you know he actually tuned
RC
into our
stuff.
coverage of the Neo?
Did he?
Yes. There was one point in the chat he knew one of the drivers and he said, "Oh, great coverage, lads." And I'm sat there like, "Hang on, is this
Shane? It's the same.
Excuse me.
Yeah, right.
And I think I actually tweeted at him. I was like, "Shane, is that you?" He was like, "Yeah, it's me." I'm like, "Okay." I'll neglect to mention.
Oh, that's great.
I'll neglect to mention my V8 Supercar fandom at this point. It's a bit embarrassing to do something like that. But they're coming back in. I think they've still got warm up to go. They're not showing the amount of time of the warm up on the timing screen, so I think we're guesstimating. I think what is it? 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
I think it's 3 minutes. It never feels like long enough, to be honest. Yeah.
I guess it's the nerves before the race.
There's the nerves, and there's a lot of things you need to get kind of dialed in the cars. You got to get the brakes warm. You got to get the engine the right temperature. Get the tires a little bit better in because there's all spec tires this weekend at the Worlds here. So it's a 64 rear, 62 diameter front, which are kind of a little on the big side, but they got to allow that so that you can do these races. Otherwise, you'll be left with nothing. But
true,
to have a decent pace off the start, you need to get them bedded in a little bit.
Yeah, you need to get some sort of groove on them. It's a bit like in full-scale racing, they talk about the difference between sticker and scuffed tyres.
Right.
So you have the sticker tyres, which are brand new, they've never turned a lap.
Yeah.
But sometimes the scuffs actually work a little bit better because they've got some laps on them. So here we go. They head out to the grid. Let's get ready. There you go. The right camera. Our final race of the day. Final slaps the computer. It's fine. A bit of shuffling around. We're all good. And we are ready for the final race of today here on Lyle Finals Day.
Here we go. The Italian flag is up.
Yes. And as soon as it drops, we know what stops. And we know that these 10 cars will get going. And away they go. And it's a solid enough start into the first few corners. It's when things start to get congested that really things get interesting. But once again, largely line astern away.
Good driving.
Yeah, very good. I mean, there's
this is going to be quick.
Not even any collisions back in the field. There's a little bit of a stuck up there. Alp had to give up a position back there. I think he...
Yep, Mustafa's in third.
Yep, well, one car has actually flamed out at the start. I'm not sure who that is. But we are following Mustafa Alp at the moment, and the fans will be going crazy in the YouTube chat.
They'll love
he is third at the moment.
His car looks good.
But he is under pressure from car number 5, Patrick Schaefer of Team Shepherd. And he'll be putting a lot of pressure on. Obviously, he's been the leader for his drivers, but much like Michael Salvin is when he enters the 1/8
it's a flip.
event.
Who's that? Second car's flipped. Mustafa is up to second.
So Mustafa is up to second now. That would have been Antonio De Prisco, who's gone upside down. And that's put him in all sorts of trouble. And I think he's actually got damage because he's limping around in the back and having a bit of trouble. So if we drop back one car, that car of Patrick Schaefer is the third place car. As I say, completely unbiased. Yes, this is good. So René Poupke is one of the transfer guys has actually moved up to fourth. And it's amazing how sometimes at the start of these races, guys at the back of the field, you suddenly find yourself in third. How did that happen?
You do. Yeah, you have a good start. And if, especially people at the front kind of come together or have a flame out or come up from the grass, you can suddenly find yourself going up 3 or 4 or 5 spots.
I think that happened to you earlier. I remember about
did.
halfway through the race, I was like, what's he doing there?
I know, right?
Where did he come
I
from?
know, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. Not so good when it goes the other way, though.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
But we are currently following René Poupke, who's challenging Patrick Schaefer for that 3rd spot. Schaefer is now, another car is flaming out. There's cars going down all over the place. I think this is the end of a long day, but some yelling from down beneath us. I think someone must have flamed out down beneath us. But at this moment in time, I mean, the vehicle recovery system is being put to maximum effect right now. That's what we're calling that thing in the middle of the start-finish straight. The vehicle recovery system.
Vehicle recovery
vehicle recovery system, TM. We think the only thing it needs now is like a sort of bing noise when it goes back the other side.
Yeah.
Like, service, your car is here.
The first time I used it the other day, I wasn't sure if it was going to stop. Because I didn't want it to fling the car into pit lane. But it's got a little brake system. It's pretty cool.
Oh, like something out of Wallace and Gromit. It suddenly pings forward on a spring. So we're watching Patrick Schaefer here, who's just trying to put a gap on René Poupke. Alessandro Balboni is just behind. So the field's still pretty closed up. And what you were saying earlier, Ricky, about the competitiveness of these World Championships, what I've noticed is a lot of these, even the lower finals, they didn't spread out as much. These guys have stayed pretty close together.
They're pretty
at least
close.
Until the first pit stop.
The driving here, I was shocked. I was kind of only had to base the quality of driving off what people were telling me, but it wasn't until I got here that how close it was. The top guys are always quick and they're kind of a little bit in their own world. But then everyone after that is kind of so close. Yeah,
it seems like that you've got that top tier, of course, of driver the top 15 or so who are really, really strong, and then that second group. It's normally like
inseparable.
Yeah, I mean, but literally, it's almost like half the entire field is in that second group.
Yes, and Mustafa's car, he's challenging. You're probably not following that car, but for the Mustafa fans back in Turkey, he's about to get all close up on the rear of
Thilo Turkman.
Our leader.
Yeah, Thilo Turkman is under a bit of pressure from Alp. Alp doing a pretty smart thing, I guess. One thing you can say about attacking for those positions, obviously you get a better starting spot in the next round. But also it puts more cars between you and the guys chasing you from 4th spot.
That's right. So
more cars between you and the Sharks hunting you down. But at the moment, we're following Patrick Schaefer, who is in 3rd at the moment, running with the Wolves, trying to outrun the Wolves right now in the form of René Poupke through the IFMAR turns to conclude the lap. Remember, they change into 2nd gear as they hit the 2nd apex. That's how hard they're accelerating out of those corners and how hard they're pressing those tyres. Remember, that's going to be a big issue here. We saw that in the last heat. At the end of the day, this track is about as grippy as it's going to be all day. Slightly cooler temperatures, and certain parts of the track now in shade. So the track, parts of it are going to cool down, especially the runner time turns. You see they're mostly in shade now. So Schaefer is trying to put some distance between himself. But that last lap between himself and Poupke was faster by 1/100th of a second. As if we were just talking about the competitiveness of these guys. There's your proof right there. And Poupke was a guy who transferred up from the last final.
Wow.
So really the gaps between them, it's quite incredible. It's not like a sort of thing where you transfer out of one final and then you're immediately out of your depth in the next one. So the double and triple transfers are very much on here. But Schaefer's got a little bit of space now between himself and Poupke. But of course, we've got the first round of pit stops to come. Probably around a lap or stone's time. The average pit winner, about 5 minutes or so, do you reckon?
Yeah, about 5 minutes. I know people were concerned about this track coming to the event that some of the engines won't be getting 5 minutes runtime. That is going to be that was a big deal. So, yeah, 5 minutes is pretty standard. I think everyone's kind of been getting that. It'll really start to show in the hour final if you can go a little bit longer, because you might be able to do one less stop.
Yeah, I mean, at the Neo, I think not this year, the year before, there was one driver, I want to say it might have been Jared Thibault, who tried to go for a slower strategy to get one less pit stop in. I believe it was Ryan Cavalieri, if I remember rightly, who just was so fast, even with the extra pit stop, it didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
So I feel like trying to sacrifice speed across that length of time for an extra stop. Here we go. Speaking
third
of
and fourth are in together.
Mustafa's
gone sideways.
Oh, he's had a disaster.
Oh, that's a bad pit stop. Schaefer's taken 3rd.
He's bounced his way out of the pit cycle there. So Schaefer is now showing 2nd, and he's immediately under pressure from kind of immediately behind. That's car 10 of Martin Hoody. Now, if Hoody's genuinely in 3rd, that's
has he stopped? Has Hoody stopped?
He can't have done. No, he's still showing down in 9th place. So I think he's lost about 5 laps.
Oh, okay. No.
Giuseppe Mussolino is the car who's actually scored 3rd right now. Car 9. So where's car 9? He's the green and blue car. A couple of cars back from where we're following. The green and blue car. There you go. Right in the middle of your shot, Frank. Down the main straight he goes. There's Giuseppe Mussolino. And now, Mustafa Rapfound, you're going to be treated to something special here, because Alp's right.
Up threw it up the inside.
I love that.
That was great driving.
That was
great driving.
Alp really aggressive. This is why it probably has such a good fan base here.
Wow.
And aggressive through the IFMAR turn.
So that's for third, right?
Yes,
Mustafa's third.
Giuseppe Mussolino in the green and blue car.
Wow.
He's third right now. Alp is on the outside looking in. This is real tension here because Alp was in second for the first stint and challenging for the lead and had a really bad pit stop. I mean, that was an absolute nightmare. How easy is it to make mistakes on pit lane, especially when they're so narrow?
Very easy. Yeah, that, like I was saying before, the pit lane is super slippy because of all the fuel that gets spilt there, and there's not a lot of foam laid down there because it's not a
not a racing line,
not as used as much as obviously the racing line. So, and when you're pretty nervous and excited to get the car back out on track and you gun it, the car can get pretty loose, as you saw with Mustafa. He was pretty keen to get back out on track, but paid the cost.
I think as well. You also have an issue where if you start spinning the wheels before the car gets put down, it sort of jumps away out of the hands of the crew. So the top guys must know the exact moment, the timing
to gun it.
But Alp is right there still with Mussolino. This is a really good battle here. Alp I think has got the ground speed, but he's just trying to find a way to unlock the defense of Mussolino right now. I think French Cadena was still probably the best defensive display I've seen all day, which is why it was doubly gutting that he wasn't rewarded. Through the IFMAR turns at the end of the lap, Alp trying to widen out to inline. I think that's only cost him time, really. He got a little bit squirrely out the final corner. I was trying to think of a word. I was interviewing Simon Kurzbuch earlier, and I was trying to think of a word, because obviously you try not to use slang when you're talking to people whose English is not native language. I used the word slidey.
Sliding? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it gets there. I was a bit, was it squiffy?
Skew whiff,
yeah. He'd have been like, excuse me?
Yeah.
What are you
I'm
talking
not sure if he would have got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, Mussolino is actually gaining time on Patrick Schaefer right now.
His car looks good.
It could be that Schaefer gets dragged into this battle here.
This could be good. This could be very good. Schaefer, Mussolino, and Mustafa.
Yeah, it's not what you want as the second place car to start getting dragged in. And if you're in that second spot, what do you do? Do you stick or twist? Do you try and chase after the leader if the third place car's coming after you?
Gee, I guess you take it as it comes. If you can, I would guess really just try and make sure you stay in touch with the leader so you don't get kind of too far back. And also when the leader goes to lap traffic, you kind of can stay there with him and hopefully lap cars around the same time.
So at the moment we're watching Giuseppe Mussolino, who is chasing after Patrick Schaefer and has dropped Mustafa out to a degree. So I think Mussolino, looking for the battle on Patrick Schaefer, feels like his car's quicker and would love that insurance policy of having one car between himself and the trap door. And he's really getting slippery through there. Of course, we talked about it. Tyre wear's a big issue here, but he clearly has the faster car than Schaefer at this point. He's looking for the move. Does he get it at the Shepherd S? Would be ironic given who he's passing. Or attempting to pass. Not quite that time. Laid on the brakes again. Properly backing the cars in. Sometimes these cars look like sort of MotoGP bikes. The way they're sort of backed in the corners. Wide out into that wall on the outside. Nearly into that wall on the outside, I should say. All of this happening just behind Thilo Turtman, who's watching all this just with a sort of casual, like, can you just keep doing that for another 10 minutes and not bother me?
Yeah,
Thanks.
He won't mind that at all.
No, of course not. And it's amazing sometimes how much of a gap you see built up when the guys behind are battling. But Schaefer is dug in resolutely, and he's not giving any way to Mussolino. Mussolino's going to have to find something around here. Easier said than done when you're talking about a guy with such experience and knowledge as Schaefer. His racecraft is going to be supreme. And Mussolino clearly has the faster car at this point in time, so what's going to win out? Well, May Schaefer's been able to hold it off for this long. There
great move. Wow.
Yes. Really nice pass. Winning some applause from the fans here. I mean, unsurprisingly, Mussolino is Italian.
Oh, then the pit together, Schaefer.
And they pit together. So Mustafa Alp goes the extra lap.
This is where the pit... Oh, good stop of Schaefer.
Almost identical.
Wow.
In the pit. So we're going to watch as these guys come back out on track. So Schaefer and... Well, Mussolino and Schaefer. This is your provisional second and third, pending what Mustafa Alp does.
So that's the leader. Leader's going to fuel now.
Yep, that'll be Thilo Turtman.
Mussolino. Tell you what, Mussolino's got some pace. I think he could get Thilo a little run here for first place.
Mustafa Alp got a much better pit stop that time, so he's still in the fourth spot, but just needs to start making up some time on those front guys. And it gets more and more difficult as the caliber of leader kind of increases throughout the event. You just, obviously, you're chipping away and putting your fast laps in, but you're only getting like tenths or hundreds.
You are, yeah. You can't rely as much on those top guys making the little mistakes because they just don't.
They're just that good. So we are watching Patrick Schaefer right now, who's in a net third spot. He's behind Giuseppe Mussolino. and Thilo Turtman, who's led this race pretty much from the drop of the, I would say the green flag, the Italian flag. But Mussolino is in second, representing for the Italians, hoping to continue his World Championship into tomorrow. Patrick Schaefer is also there, the head of Team Shepherd, who we spoke to earlier, bringing some new parts in this weekend for the Shepherd guys after their successful test session here recently. And Schaefer demonstrating them to good effect here because he has got a decent gap over Mustafa Alp. I think just looking on the screen, I think he's got about a second advantage. I'll see as they come across the line this time. Schaefer, whereabouts is he? 2.3 versus 3.5. So that's 1.2 seconds. That's still not a huge amount of time, but it is in the sort of bracket where it's almost like, to use a British sporting term, Mustafa Alp needs snookers. He needs mistakes out of Schaefer at this point.
He does. But Mustafa's car looks pretty good, so I think if he hangs in there, there could be an opening a little bit later, depending on how Patrick's tyres are holding up.
Yeah, that is obviously going to be a big factor. And Alp has actually gained a little bit that lap. The top four are actually closing in.
They're really close. This is going to be a good race to the finish.
Yeah, it's a 3 into 4. 4 into 3 really doesn't go. And these four are going to have to find that out very shortly. Schaefer is currently the last of the three transferring through. Mustafa Alp is on the outside looking in that kind of slightly translucent blue body shell. I've only just noticed that now. It has a slightly translucent effect to it. But Turtman is driving a good race. But Mussolino, and I just wonder.
Wow, this is going to get tight.
Yeah, I wonder if Turtman is actually becoming a bit of a cork in the bottle. If he's holding back these guys, if his pace is just not quite where it was.
Yeah.
And he's actually backing all these guys into each other. Which for Mussolino and Schaefer is bad news. Because it means that Mustafa Alp is closing in again.
Yeah.
And you know what? Rene Pupke, I don't think he's that far behind either. Imagine a five-way scrap. I don't think my voice box wants to imagine that. No, Alessandro Balboni's the next guy in line, and he's laps down. So, as if 4 cars wasn't enough, we'll have to settle for 4. We're spoiled in that respect.
And they're going to start coming up to some lap traffic.
Oh, yes.
In a few moments.
So we have...
This is going to be good.
Turtman, Mussolino, Schaefer, and Alp covered by about less than 2 seconds, I'd wager. As they come across the line this time, what's the gap now? It is 0.2, 0.8, and 1.2 seconds covering the top 4 right now. This is RC racing at its best at the World Championships. Nothing less
than Mussolino's gone sideways there.
Big slide by
That's a chicane again. You got to get it right.
Oh, it's so easy to get wrong. And
Schaefer's going to be right there.
Oh, he's now closing in. So Mussolino's priorities have changed. He was putting a blowtorch to the back end of Turtman's car.
Oh, Schaefer's looking on the inside. You might get a good run on him through here.
He's trying to set it up for... Sometimes if you don't get the move done in the Shepherd S, you can get it done down here in the HBI hairpin.
Yep.
Depending on the line you set up, but you've got to be careful to not to lose too much momentum. And Mustafa Alp is just waiting for any opportunity for these guys to knock each other out of the way and him to charge through like the parting of the Red Sea. I think that's what he's hoping for right now. The car's still looking like it's driving well, and they've closed up again to Turtman. I'm convinced now that Turtman is actually a cork in the bottle here.
He's either driving conservatively to save his tyres, or he just doesn't have the pace like the other guys do. But he's an experienced driver.
He is. And Turtman is on the verge of moving through to tomorrow's finals day. But Mussolino and Schaefer are also there as well. But they are also desperately determined not to avoid falling through the trap door. And that's what Mustafa Alp represents for one of them. So Alp is right there as well. And this is so close. They're still split by literally about 1.4 seconds. Separating the top 4 drivers. That's how close this is right now. They come onto the main straight line astern. Turtman, Mussolino, Schaefer and Alp flashing through your screen there. Schaefer is on the inside just for the moment. Mustafa Alp is on the outside looking in, but now he's closing in on Schaefer again.
Got a great line through that chicane, Mustafa.
Yeah, really good run that time. And Alp is closing back in again. He's building momentum. And we have a final round of pit stops to go. These pit stops are going to be vital. Schaefer, Mussolino.
Nice
Mussolino gets out in front of Schaefer. Yeah, both good pit stops there. Really, really good stuff. The leaders coming around again. Turtman and Alp are coming around again. We will pay close attention to these guys. Turtman and Alp have to get their final pit stops absolutely spot on. They pit together.
Mustafa's in
Turtman's in. And Alp is...
Good stop.
It's a fairly good stop from both. Turtman... Oh, side by side into the first few corners. Mussolino's going to take the lead over Turtman.
Wow.
So
Great move.
That was how close the pit battle was. That was... literally, they were separated by 0.2 of a second going into the pits. And Mussolino gained that advantage on his outlap.
And Mustafa all over the back of Schaefer as well.
Yes, here we go. As if it wasn't close enough. There are guys with crew members down there with hands on the back of their heads right now. They can't bear the tension down there watching their drivers. Turtman immediately on the offensive looking for the lead back. But what he doesn't want to do is cause a mistake to himself and end up slipping down out of the top 3 altogether, which could easily happen with Schaefer and Mustafa Alp in such close attendance. Mussolino, to me, doesn't appear to be pulling away that much. So I'm not sure my theory on Turtman being the cork in the bottle was correct. I think they really are just that similar in terms of pace. They're converging together again. It's like an accordion effect. So a little bit of contact.
Tilo's car took a big knock coming on the straight.
Oh, Schaefer's
on the inside. Oh, there's a bit of contact.
Oh, it's getting to the point.
Oh, what a move through the chicane.
Oh, they're contacting each other.
Wow.
Get together, boys.
Mustafa on the inside.
We knew it was going to happen. Oh, we knew it was going to happen. And what's happened to
What a move,
Turpin?
Mustafa.
He's gone from the lead to on the outside looking in about 2 minutes.
Oh,
but
Tilo's all over the back of him.
Alps getting in there. Oh, hang on. Don't tell me that's Rene Pupke who's joining the fun as well. I think it is.
It really is. This is the top 5.
5 of them all line astern. This is wonderful. So that's allowed Mussolino to pull away a little bit.
Oh, contact there. He'll have to wait. He's let him go. Now Rene's gone up a spot. 2?
Yes, he has.
2 spots.
Turtman and out.
Oh, Mustafa, keep it together.
Went loose. Oh my goodness me.
Oh my goodness.
Like you've never seen. Goodness me. I love the fact that Out recovered from that initial contact by just Mario karting through the rumble strips in the Shepherd S. That was magical stuff. So Mussolino leading this thing, Patrick Schaefer second, and Rene Pupke out of nowhere has profited from these guys fighting in front of him to take third. So the yellow car on your screen is Rene Pupke. He's got 2.5 minutes to hang on and has those shenanigans between Turpin and Alp cost them both transfer spots. Well, for Alp, he was on the outside looking in anyway. He had to go for the big moves. I think Turpin just got caught up in the pressure and tried to be reactionary, and it may well have cost him. Oh!
Tilo's hit the wall again. His tyres are surely getting down now.
Yeah, I think so.
Really looks loose, but he's still in, 4th spot?
He's still in 4th spot, but the top 3 are getting a little bit of a distance away there. But Mussolino, Schaefer, and Pupke now are still all together. If they decide to start battling, this could still play.
Oh, Mustafa's going for the inside.
Oh, goodness me.
Wow.
No wonder Mustafa Alp has such a following. His aggression is wonderful to watch. He's got a great control of an RC car and a great feel for it. Meanwhile, the leaders have just got a little bit to deal with in terms of lap traffic. That shouldn't get them out of the way too much. Pupke is on to do the double transfer. In fact, we're going to have 2 double transfers here if this stays the same as it does. Minute and a half to go. Oof, and Pupke all over the rumble strip trying to make the pass on Schaefer. That car just behind them is car number 7 of Matthias Kuusinen, who's not in this battle. He's laps down. Meanwhile, I think Mustafa Alp's tyres have given out because he's starting to fade as well. But a magnificent show being put on by those guys. And these top 3 look like they're going to make it through, but it looks like they haven't settled on what order yet. So here comes Mussolino. Schaefer still there, tucking in on the inside. Pupke is now up in 3rd. He's suddenly realised he's got a little bit of gap to 4th, and he's getting confident. He's getting cocky. He's feeling this.
He's looking good.
He is.
Rene's looking really good.
Hang on. We got a car. Is that the end of Mustafa Alp? There it is. Mustafa Alp, it's all over. What a sad way for his race to end. He's really lit up this final here. What a shame for Mustafa Alp.
Put him back out.
The ignominy of the vehicle recovery system for Mustafa Alp. That's a real shame. Just less than a minute from the end. One more time with feeling from Mustafa Alp. He really lit up this 1/16th final. It's been brilliant entertainment. We continue to follow 3rd spot Rene Pupke, who's now got a distance over Thilo Turpin, who's actually under a bit of pressure, I think, from Francesco Annunziata. Take a deep breath. We've got 30 seconds to go. I think these top 3 are just about secure, but anything could still happen. Giuseppe Mussolino is leading these guys through. Patrick Schaefer, the head of Team Shepherd, is second and holding off the advances of Rene Pupke. So we're on potentially to have 2 double transfers. 2 guys who started in the previous round on to continue their World Championship campaigns into tomorrow. They better not They better not have booked flights home for tomorrow. No way. But these top 3 coming home.
It's not over yet. Rene's car looks good, and he may still be able to get up there on.
I'm just wondering if this is the final lap or not, whether that was the conclusion of the race. I think it was. I think that was it. They're still racing like it's the final lap, which is wonderful stuff to see. They're in their own world. Lads,
really
the race stopped. It's over. They could keep going all night. And finally, they're coming to finish.
Great race.
Yeah, what a marvellous race that was. That was brilliant. So let's see how the final finishing order went in the end then. If I can see my mouse. I'm peering at the screen. So Giuseppe Mussolino makes the double transfer with a brilliant drive. He was really, really on it through in that race. Patrick Schaefer, head of Team Shepherd, makes it through in second. Well done him. Rene Pupke is the second double transfer. He goes up through in third after that disastrous last segment of the race for Thilo Turpin. Francesco Annunziata fifth. Sixth was Matthias Kuusinen and Mustafa Alp seventh in the end. That's just not fair, really. He had such a good run. Martin Hoodie's campaign ends here. He's not able to be the transfer Superman anymore. He's down eighth. And then Alessandro Balboni ninth, and Antonio Disprisco's final race of the day only lasted 3 laps.
What a great race.
Yeah, that was a good way to end
That's
the day.
great driving.
What a great way to end today's action. And there's so much glare in the commentary box now. I genuinely can't see where the mouse is on the screen. Jean, can you see it?
Is that it there? There's a mouse there.
And
the other
we've got Jean's trying to find it. It's at the bottom of the screen. There it is. And then we've got the clip of the thing.
There you go.
There you go.
Hit it. Just hit it.
The
It's
computers
back.
have just got to the end of the day and they're just like, nope, we're not
Yeah,
feeling
no
this
more.
anymore.
They want some pizza.
I think we need some as well.
That was cool. Thanks for having me, guys.
Oh, it's been
What a
a
race.
pleasure. Ricky Gradolfo up here in the studio with us.
Thanks for having me, RC Racing TV.
That's been fabulous to
That
have
was
you
great.
on.
Great driving. Great day. Great weather. Now we're going to have some pizza.
Yeah, that's
and
a great show.
I'll pop back up tomorrow for Jesse's race, maybe.
Yes.
And give you some intel from the Infinity team and from Camp Australia on Jesse's chances. Because have we ever had an Australian world champion? I don't think we would have.
That's a good question. I think we'll have to look in the EFRA Hall of Fame.
If anyone out there on the chat knows, but I wouldn't say we ever have. So this is probably our best chance we've ever had.
In many
Jesse
years.
is a
Jesse Davis.
super quick driver. Yeah, in his first heat yesterday, first lap out did 16.3, a few 16.3s and a 16.4 before he kind of got caught up in an apex. But his car's looking good. He's feeling confident. He's always coming into our container, annoying us, which means he has a lot of free time, which means his car must be working well.
So he's annoying you because you guys are still working on the car.
Yeah.
But
so it's going to be good to see some Australians out on track tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'll pop back up then. So
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you up here. Ricky Gradolfo up here in the studio with us. So that will conclude our coverage of today. Lower finals day at the IFMAR 110th IC Track World Championships 2016. It's been a frantic day of action. We've had round 6 of qualifying. We've had a SuperPole session. And we have had 6 rounds of lower finals action today. It's been absolutely magnificent. It's been really, really entertaining. And we are ready to go. We'll be ready to go on the air tomorrow at 8:55 a.m. local time here in Italy to start off our coverage tomorrow of the 1/8 finals. So I think we're getting a call from Frank here just to confirm some things. So we are ready to go. We'll be ready to go tomorrow at 8:55 a.m. And we'll be on there for a little bit of warm-up for the 9 a.m. start for the 1/8 finals, of which Mussolino, Schaefer and Pupke will be a part of. And through tomorrow then, we have our schedule up here, I think. I have a schedule around here somewhere, in amongst all my notes. And what's that? No, that's another schedule. But I believe tomorrow we have 9 a.m. will be the 1/8 finals, 10 a.m. will be the quarterfinals, and then we have a little bit of a break. We'll have a pit walk. We'll have a chat with as many of the semi-finalists as possible. And the semi-finals are slated to roll off at 1 o'clock local time, which will be great battles. There'll be half an hour each of action. In fact, I'm going to throw the schedule up here now on myrcm.ch, because why not? So starting at 8:55 tomorrow in preparation for the 9 a.m. rolling off of the 1/8 finals. And then from there on out, it'll be the quarterfinals, as finals day really gets into gear. The quarterfinals will roll off at 10 a.m. and then we have a bit of a window before the first of the semi-finals at 1 o'clock. We'll have a pit walk for you there. And then those are half an hour semi-finals, so they'll be concluded by local time, 2:15. And then we have a bit of a gap. We'll have the driver intros at 3:30. We'll come back on the air for that probably until going into the main final, where we will decide our world champion, 4 o'clock local time tomorrow. Do not miss any of that tomorrow. In the meantime, we need a glass of cold water and a lie down, because that was an intense day of racing on lower finals day. And I think we all need a rest after that. It's been myself, Adam Johnson, Frank McKinney, and Jean Ergen up here in the studio. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you today's action. We can't wait for tomorrow, and we can't wait to crown a new IFMAR 110th IC Track World Champion. Thanks very much to everyone who's joined us today in the chat. Thanks very much for everyone who's interacted with us on social media, both on YouTube, in the Facebook group, on the Facebook page, and of course on Instagram. And thank you as well to our great sponsors at Team Shepherd. Well done to Patrick Shea for making it to tomorrow. HBI Racing and Runner Time Fuel, as well as the guys at IFMAR, who have run a great schedule to make us get back on schedule for tomorrow. And until then, we'll see you tomorrow, guys. You better be ready for this. It's going to be something special.